Chapter 1344. Looking at Veronica, who is obviously not used to praising Sylvia with an awkward expression, Wu Yan couldn't help but have an idea. Sylvia, who is brimming with energy and happiness because of Veronica's praise, Wu Yan couldn't help but think of something. Perhaps Veronica wasn't truly cold and heartless to Sylvia, but the exact opposite. Perhaps Veronica loved Sylvia very much. That was hard to say. Come to think of it, no matter if it was on the first day, in the reception room, or in Sylvanus, even though Veronica had always denied Sylvia, she never forced Sylvia to act according to her will. Instead, she gave Sylvia the chance to prove herself again and again. Didn't this prove that Veronica had high hopes for Sylvia as well? Otherwise, when Veronica saw that Sylvia had really defeated Wall, she wouldn't have resisted her discomfort and insisted on praising Sylvia. The first princess with the title of Iron-Blooded Valkyrie shouldn't be good at expressing her feelings. She could only say harsh words every time. But in fact, that was Veronica's clumsy way of showing concern for Sylvia. Veronica turned her head away with a sullen expression. She did not look at Sylvia, but there was not a hint of displeasure in her sharp eyes. Instead, there was a faint smile on her face which confirmed Wu Yan's guess. What? Wu Yan was speechless. After all this time, I went to teach Sylvia because I was displeased with Veronica's attitude. Is it completely meaningless? The reason why Wu Yan is so concerned about Sylvia is because of Corset's request. Secondly, he can't bear to see the princess disheartened. Thirdly, he can't bear to see Sylvia being ridiculed by Veronica, and he can't bear to see her like this. As a result, Veronica's mocking of Sylvia was just a clumsy way of showing concern for her. This made Wu Yan feel like he was overthinking things. You can't think like that. A beautiful figure with a sweet fragrance came to Wu Yan's side. The familiar voice attracted Wu Yan's attention. A beautiful face with a confident smile entered Wu Yan's vision. He was stunned. Rebecca? I'm sorry. It's because of the end of the Imperial tournament. I've wasted some time. Rebecca smiled helplessly before turning her gaze to Sylvia. For Sylvia. Without you, she wouldn't have dared to raise her head in front of Her Highness Veronica. Maybe. Wu Yan sighed and he grumbled. But I keep having the feeling that I've been cheated. It makes me feel indignant. Rebecca raised an eyebrow when she heard Wu Yan's words. I should be the one feeling angry. Wu Yan was taken aback. Why? Why? Rebecca's beautiful face showed an expression of unhappiness that had never appeared before. One that came from the bottom of her heart. You taught Sylvia speed burst and the dance of the penetrating dragon's breath, but not me. Tell me, should I be angry? You're a sacred dragon knight, and you want me to teach you how to ride a dragon. Wu Yan chuckled and he started doubting her. By the way, what is this speed burst? It's Lancelot's terrifying way of using speed, Rebecca said matter-of-factly. How can such an amazing technique not have a name? So you gave it a name? Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's not an amazing technique. If you understand the theory, you can learn it even without my teaching. Is that so? Rebecca nodded in a contemplative manner. Then she teased Wu Yan with a teasing tone. Then can Lord Roland teach me the theory behind speed burst? Wu Yan rolled his eyes at her teasing tone. However, if he really did teach explosive speed to Rebecca, it should be a powerful aid to her, right? After all, unlike Sylvia who had a time limit, Rebecca didn't have to worry about the discomfort caused by centrifugal force and wind pressure. With the support of the Holy Knight armor, she could stay firmly on Guffrin's back no matter how bad her condition was. In other words, Rebecca didn't need to use any stamina to use speed burst. There was no limit to it, and she could use it as she wished. Of course, that was under the condition that she was equipped with the armor. Stand down, Sylvia. Veronica dismissed Sylvia and she looked at Wu Yan. Her sharp eyes flashed with a sharp light. I'm really looking forward to the second duel. Hearing this, the entire VIP seating area instantly fell into silence. Everyone looked at Wu Yan. Their eyes and hearts were filled with anticipation. Wu Yan's strength had always been a mystery. Forget about his strength, even what his fall looked like, what level he was at, what his growth rate was. and so on were all complete mysteries. What Wu Yan displayed in front of everyone is the world's #1 dragon riding skill, and the battle prowess he displayed during his fight with Gulian. Other than that, everything else is a mystery. Even Yashur and Yak couldn't help but feel curious about this mysterious person, let alone Rebecca, Sylvia, Veronica, and the others. If today's duel could make this mysterious existence reveal something, then it would definitely be worth it. Because of that, everyone's hearts were filled with anticipation. This was especially true for Rebecca and Sylvia. Out of the two of them, one has been with Wu Yan the longest, so she knows him the best. The other one has been greatly influenced by Wu Yan. In just a month, be it in terms of strength or mentality, because of Wu Yan, she grew tremendously. Under these circumstances, Rebecca and Sylvia naturally wanted to understand Wu Yan. No, it should be said that Rebecca and Sylvia wanted to understand everything about Wu Yan. Don't worry. Perhaps she saw through Rebecca and Sylvia's thoughts, but Veronica curled her lips into a meaningful smile. The opponent I prepared for this kid is definitely strong enough to force him to show some things. Roar! Almost at the same time as Veronica's voice trailed off, a deafening roar descended from the sky above the arena like a storm, causing the air and ground to tremble. What's going on? In the audience seats of the arena, the spectators who were shocked by the sudden roar looked up at the sky with blank expressions. Look over there. Someone in the audience suddenly exclaimed and pointed to a corner of the sky. At the scene, everyone looked in that direction. Then they saw. On the other side of the sky, a dragon was gradually approaching. Whoosh, like a shooting star, the dragon flew over from the other side of the sky with a sharp piercing sound, shooting towards the direction of the arena. Whoosh! As the sharp piercing sound became louder and louder, the dragon's body became clearer and clearer. The whistling sound of a fierce wind also descended in this direction, bringing with it a strong wind that suddenly fell on the entire area. The spectators cried out in surprise once more. They braved the wind and looked up at the sky above the arena. Boom! The dragon that had shot over was in its most berserk state. Its speed did not decrease at all as it plummeted down, smashing into the center of the arena like a meteor, and landing right in the middle. The ground shook violently and the rock layers cracked inch by inch. After the gust of wind, the spectators in the spectator stands were treated like an earthquake. Many of them fell to the ground. Only now did the spectators see the dragon's full appearance. It was a humongous holy dragon. In terms of size, even Guffrin was inferior to it. Unlike Gyuvlin, this holy dragon exuded an aura that made people shudder. If Guffrin was an indomitable divine beast, then this holy dragon was a ferocious beast that could devour heaven and earth. On top of the holy dragon's head was a figure. A figure that could make the heavens lose color, make the stars admit their inferiority, and make the entire arena fall into a deathly silence. Chapter 1345. Dazzling like stardust. The dazzling golden armor covered the beautiful figure that made people feel that it was blasphemous to even look at. It looked as if it was emitting some kind of sacred light that one could not bear to look at directly. It was both breathtaking and extremely attractive. Her waterfall-like long hair fluttered in the wind, and her lake-like clear eyes sparkled like stars. Her heaven-shaking appearance was already indescribable. It could only be said that she did not belong to the human world, and could only exist in fantasy. The cloak on her back fluttered loudly in the wind, becoming the only sound that was still ringing in the arena at this moment. She clearly had a beauty that was worthy of being called a holy maiden, and a figure that was praised as an angel. However, at this moment, the absolutely beautiful young lady standing on the mighty holy dragon's head exuded an oppressive feeling that only experts would have. Raising her head and looking around the entire arena, the beautiful young lady shot her gaze towards the VIP seats in the arena with an indifferent look on her face. In the next second, a crisp, heroic, and beautiful voice entered the ears of everyone present. "I'm not late, right?" Everyone was silent, looking at the beautiful girl who looked like a compassionate saintess and also like a noble knight who was fully equipped with the holy knight armor. Everyone in the audience seat looked at each other in bewilderment. Excitement that was difficult to control gradually appeared on their faces and eyes. The new The air above the entire arena was filled with fervent roars that sounded like stormy waves. That was right. It was fanaticism. It was as if he had seen the idol that he had admired since he was young, the god that he believed in. It was a fanaticism that was comparable to extreme fans and fanatics. Even Veronica, who was known as the iron-blooded Valkyrie, and supported the entire Lorimon knighthood, did not receive such treatment. Looking at this scene, in the special seats, Veronica was not surprised at all. Instead, she showed an expression as if it was only natural. At the side, Sylvia and Yashur were completely stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. That. Sylvia stuttered as she pointed at the beautiful girl in the middle of the field. She didn't say anything for a long time. Could it be she is? Yashur didn't seem to be as ignorant as before. It was obvious that he knew the other party's identity. A flabbergasted expression appeared on his face. As expected, Lebecca shook her head with a bitter smile. Her Highness Veronica really sent her out. Your Highness Veronica. Even Gullien's expression was unsettled. Is the so-called important opponent referring to this lord? Seeing that everyone, including the spectators, seemed to recognize the beautiful girl, Lebecca, who was still in the middle of the arena, and they could not help but look at each other. Hey, Lebecca and her Valkyrie. Who is that female? Why do you all have such exaggerated reactions? It's not. Before Yashur could answer, Lebecca sighed and said, Don't worry about it. Her holy saintess deserved to be. Her? Lebecca's words came out of her mouth. Wu Yan suddenly recalled a character he read about in the textbooks of the academy and he frowned. Her? Looks like you figured out her identity. Lebecca looked at Wu Yan with a serious expression. She emphasized each and every word she said. Her. She's the commander of Loriamon's Holy Dragon Knights, the world's strongest. The Silent Knight Saintess Yuzura? L. Sarvan. The world's strongest? Lebecca was shocked. Wu Yan swept his gaze over the beautiful girl in the middle of the field. His wine-red eyes flashed with intense interest. She's the strongest Holy Dragon Knight, the commander of Loriamon's Holy Dragon Knights, Yuzura? That's right. Veronica glanced at Wu Yan with a smile that isn't a smile. What do you think? This opponent is strong enough, right? Strong enough? This was not something that could be described with the word sufficient. As an opponent, Yuzura was someone that all dragon cultivators, dragon knights, and even holy dragon knights wanted to surpass. She was also the strongest obstacle on the path to the top. The world's strongest, that wasn't just for show. Wu Yan's opponent was the world's strongest holy dragon knight. At this moment, everyone's heart was filled with absurd emotions. Sister Royal, isn't this a little too much? Sylvia was the first to speak as if she couldn't accept the outcome. Why you're sending Commander Yuzura? Can this still be considered a duel? Sylvia's meaning was clear. She almost said that Yuzura would be defeated as soon as she entered the arena. As the strongest holy heavenly dragon knight, Yuzura's strength was something that even other holy heavenly dragon knights couldn't compare to. It wasn't that Ursula had defeated all the holy sky dragon knights. If she only relied on defeating to stand at the top, then she wouldn't have been so legendary. Yuzura's true strength lay in the fact that no holy dragon knight had been able to injure her in a one-on-one duel. Yes, they couldn't even injure Yuzura. That was a kind of strength that bordered on despair. This is a little too much. Even Yashur couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. Princess Veronica, are you trying to say that someone defeated Commander Yuzura in the first year of the advanced class? Veronica shot an indifferent glance at Sylvia and Yashur before replying. Then let me ask you. If I don't send Yuzura, who else can I send? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Veronica narrowed her eyes as she looked at Wu Yan. Without the Holy Knight armor, this kid is already able to fight evenly with Gullian, who is equipped with the Holy Knight armor. In that case, why don't we boldly imagine? What if he's a Saint Heavenly Dragon Knight? What would happen then? Hearing this, everyone's expression froze. Gullian, who is already as strong as a Saint Dragon Knight in his normal state, is already one of the most powerful ones among all the Saint Dragon Knights. Then, how strong will he be after equipping the Holy Knight armor? Veronica stared at Wu Yan, who didn't say a word. She didn't do anything out of the ordinary as she continued to bombard Wu Yan. So, to be on the safe side, I asked Yuzura to put down her work and come to Ansari Kingdom. It's not just because it's the most confident, it's also because I can't think of anyone else who can guarantee a 100% victory against this kid. Veronica's words reverberated clearly in the ears of the VIP seats. Her words set off waves of shock in everyone's heart. The way they looked at Wu Yan changed as well. If he really is a Saint Heavenly Dragon Knight, then Veronica's guess might be correct. Other than Yuzura, no one can guarantee a 100% victory against him. Realizing this point, the crowd finally realized just how strong this person could possibly be. The entire VIP seats were dead silent. No one spoke. They were all immersed in the phenomenon of Wu Yan's true strength. However, Wu Yan suddenly spoke. So, you're saying that I will definitely lose against Yuzura? This time, it was Veronica's turn to be stunned. Could it be? Veronica hesitated and asked with uncertainty. You think you can win against Yuzura? Against Yuzura can win. To this day, no one in the world dared to say this in a one-on-one fight against Yuzura. As for those who spoke out, they were treated as pure jokes by others. Wu Yan glanced at everyone in the VIP seats. He didn't answer, but the corner of his mouth hooked up. In his heart, all the thoughts were condensed into 6 words. This is going to be interesting. Bang. In the VIP seats, Wu Yan stomped his foot on the ground. His body tensed up, and his entire body bounced off the VIP seats. He turned into a black shadow and shot into the arena. Guvlin. Roar. A roar exploded from the corner of the arena. Guvlin shot out like a red lightning bolt into the air. He caught the black shadow falling from the sky and shot into the arena. Guvlin's wings flapped, carrying a dense vortex of air pressure. He circled in a smooth trajectory and landed in the center of the arena. Ursula and the ferocious holy dragon were right across from each other. Chapter 1346. Yuzura? L. Sarwin. Level 79. Galahad. Level 74. Standing in the middle of Guflin's dragon horns, Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh. With that kind of beauty, even if Ikaros were here, she would have a 50-50 chance of beating her. The saintess of the silent night. She's a knight. A saintess. That kind of beauty isn't something an average person can look up to. Only an angel like Ikaros can compare to her. Of course, in this arena, Wu Yan's looks aren't the only thing worth paying attention to. What's more important is Ursula's strength. Level 79. Peak of rank 8. Although they were both sacred sky dragon knights, Ursula's level was far above Leibeka and Gulien's by almost an entire level. No wonder she's the strongest in the world. No wonder no saintess dragon knight can hurt her. With her paladin armor and magic device, even if Galahad isn't included, even the world's strongest Elaine might not be Yuzura's match. Naturally, Wu Yan won't be able to defeat her with all his abilities sealed. It's just as Veronica said, Yuzura. He was definitely an opponent with enough strength to deal with him. On the other side, Ursula also cast her gaze over. Looking straight at Wu Yan, her eyes as clear as a lake revealed traces of emotion. You are my opponent? The quiet voice spread to every corner of the arena, causing everyone in the arena to subconsciously hold their breaths. They widened their eyes and focused on all the movements in the arena. But now, the audience isn't here to watch the duel. They're here to watch the saintess of the silent night. Maybe he sensed this. Wu Yan's expression turned into one of helplessness. He smiled faintly and without anyone noticing. A nimble longsword appeared in his hand. That's Shauna of the Holy Temple. He's facing a peak rank 8 opponent. Even if Wu Yan doesn't plan to undo the seal, he still opened it a little and took out Shauna of the Holy Temple from the Gate of Babylon. Rune. Randall. Wu Yan pointed Shauna of the Holy Temple to the ground and looked at Yuzura's beautiful eyes. Please advise me. Show me your full strength. Ursula replied straightforwardly. I won't show any mercy. The audience cheered when they heard Ursula's declaration. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Yuzura. Although he wasn't really a man of few words, his words were very straightforward, without the slightest bit of nonsense. No wonder she's called the Saintess of the Silent Night. Wu Yan could only give such an answer. Of course I'll give it my all. In this state. The last sentence. Wu Yan didn't say it, but Yuzura seemed to be dissatisfied. She furrowed her brows. If I'm not mistaken, the dragon you're riding should be Rebecca's fall. Right? Yuzura didn't sound dissatisfied at all, as if she was complaining about something. I don't know how you can ride someone else's fall, but if you're going to give it your all, you should at least summon your own, right? Riding other people's dragons is an amazing feat, but it's not to the point where the commander of Loriaman's Holy Dragon Knights has to pay attention to it. That's why Yuzura didn't know about Wu Yan's title as the Rider of the Gods. However, Ursula had recognized Rebecca's fall, which meant that Rebecca was the one that Ursula truly cared about. Perhaps Ursula didn't even know why Veronica had suddenly called her over to duel with a student of the academy. However, Yuzura still declared that she would give it her all. She didn't look down on Wu Yan just because he was a student, which made Wu Yan have a good impression of Yuzura. Don't worry, Captain Yuzura. Wu Yan grinned as he lifted the Nyaton Shana. I'll see how it goes. Hearing this, the surrounding audience burst into an uproar. See how it goes. In other words, he has to see if Yuzura has the right to summon fall? That's too arrogant. The audience was furious. Even Rebecca, Sylvia, and the others in the VIP seats couldn't help but frown. Only Ursula remained silent. Is that so? Ursula nodded in a monotonous tone. However, I'll still say the same thing. I won't show any mercy. After saying that, Ursula closed her eyes, and the holy knight armor on her body suddenly flashed with a dazzling brilliance. Show yourself. A two-dimensional divine sword. Buzz. The air suddenly trembled and space rippled. Surging mana currents rose from Ursula's body like steam, condensing into a flashing magic array that illuminated the battlefield. Seeing this, everyone's expression froze. Even Wu Yan's expression turned serious. In the first clash, Ursula had actually used the intrinsic magic device. Just as she had said. She did not intend to be merciful at all. Ursula opened her beautiful eyes and stretched her hand forward. The glowing magic circle followed her palm and slowly slid down from top to bottom. In the next moment, a sword gradually appeared as the magic circle slid from top to bottom. It was an inconceivable sword. At first glance, only the hilt could be seen. The blade was nowhere to be seen. But upon closer inspection, one could see that there was a thin transparent wing-like object on the blade of the sword. It was flowing like a stream of water in an arc while emitting the radiance of magic. Yuzura grabbed the hilt and swung it. A bright flash of sword light flashed in front of her, proving the existence of the sword. Its name is Fergalaha. As Yuzura spoke, Wu Yan couldn't help but look at the divine sword called Fergalaha. He could clearly see that at the position where the Fergalaha was supposed to be, a magic power was flowing regularly at a very high frequency, causing the part of the sword body to flash with a faint brilliance. Fergalaha. Wu Yan tightened his grip on the Nyandan Shana. An invisible blade? My Fergalaha isn't just a sword that can't be seen. The leader of the Holy Dragon Knights, Lorea, who was known as the Silent Night Saintess, explained indifferently. It's a 2D divine sword. The thickness of the blade is infinitely close to zero. The thickness of the blade is infinitely close to zero? Wu Yan looked at Yuzura in surprise. In other words, the blade of the Fergalaha is completely flat. Yuzura raised the 2D divine sword in her hand and pointed it at Wu Yan. No matter how hard the material is, the godly sword Fergalaha can cut it apart, even if it's holy knight armor. Wu Yan's face tensed up when he heard this. Wu Yan looked at Ursula, and then at Fergalaha before he mumbled to himself. Looks like it's going to be a little tricky. Unfortunately, Yuzura didn't give Wu Yan time to sigh. Let's begin. Leaving these words behind, Ursula suddenly raised his free hand. Roar! The holy dragon Galahad raised its head and roared. Its body, which was one size bigger than Guffrin, exploded with a powerful magical heat. Galahad stepped on the cracked ground with a heavy stomp. Like a heavy mountain, Galahad charged forward in a blur against the dense air pressure, and the heavy sound of the sonic boom. Guffrin, Galahad was 30 meters away a second ago, but now it's only 20 meters away. Wu Yan didn't dare to be careless. He stomped on Guffrin's head and through the will of the rider, he steered Guffrin forward. Roar! Gyuvlin immediately let out a roar, not to be outdone. He tilted his body, and the wings on his back flapped violently. Like a cannonball, he advanced instead of retreating, and met the oncoming Galahad head-on. In the next instant, the two holy dragons, whose sizes were definitely at the forefront of the dragon race, collided heavily with each other like a brawl. Boom! Instantly, a thunderous sound reverberated throughout the entire arena. The battle was about to start. Chapter 1347. Boom! A loud, dull sound exploded in the air, and also in the ears of the audience. The explosion made everyone's mind go blank. Even their vision was spinning, and their hearts were filled with horror. He actually chose a direct confrontation. In the VIP seats, Veronica covered her ears and head in pain as she forced out a laugh. "You've got guts." Roland, Lebecca, Sylvia, Yashur, and the others also had pained expressions, but they resolutely stared at the center of the arena, not relaxing for even a moment. Boom! However, right after the first boom, a second boom followed, shaking everyone so much that they almost screamed out loud. Their ears were already in a half-ringing state. Boom! 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 Under everyone's gaze, two streams of light shot out from the center of the arena, spiraling into the sky. As they flew, they collided with each other, causing the entire arena to resound with a deafening roar, piercing everyone's eardrums and causing many people to howl in pain. Everyone's face was pale as they watched the two streaks of light colliding with each other. It was as if the two streaks of light were colliding with each other. It was just a collision, but it was already so powerful. Boom! A muffled boom louder than ever before reverberated through the air like a sound wave. The audience was so frightened that they covered their ears in fright, and a riot almost broke out. Amidst the muffled boom, which was even louder than before, the two divine dragons collided with each other with greater force than ever before. Roar! The massive rebounding force sent the two holy dragons flying. Two cries of pain rang out as the distance between the two holy dragons widened. Wu Yan, who was standing on Guffrin's head, looked up at Galahad, who was also flying away. He grabbed Nien Temple Shana and shook it. Streams of air visible to the naked eye immediately wrapped around him, forming a halo of light. It flickered. Chaotic return. A cold shout reverberated in the air. Sky dance. The saber light, which was as red as the sky, left a long trail of fire behind. Like a surging wave, it broke through the space and the atmosphere and streaked forward. In the blink of an eye, it flashed in front of Galahad. Ursula didn't expect someone who wasn't wearing the paladin armor to be able to make such an attack. She looked a little surprised, but he quickly recovered. Staring at the ferocious blade light that was slashing at her, Ursula did not steer Galahad to dodge. Instead, she held the hilt of the divine sword in her hand, raised it above her head, and thrust it forward with all her might. Shortly after, the fiery red saber light collided with the transparent sword light. Thus, an inconceivable scene unfolded in midair. Poochie! The divine sword clashed with the saber light, and a tearing sound rang out. Under the stab of the divine sword for Galahad, the blade light that was as ferocious as magma spewing out came from the point of contact. It was cut into two halves, brushed past Ursula's shoulder, carried an astonishing impact, and shot into the distant sky without slowing down. Chaotic return to sky dance was directly cut into two halves. Wu Yan was shocked. The two-dimensional divine sword, for Galahad, can even cut off other people's attack? Good attack. Just when Wu Yan was surprised by the effect of for Galahad, Ursula's calm and almost indifferent voice came into his ears. You don't even have the paladin armor, but you can make such an attack. I've only seen it from Her Highness Veronica. Ursula leisurely stood on Galahad's head, holding the divine sword in her hand. Her sharp eyes swept forward. Next, it's my turn. Whoosh. As soon as her words fell, a whistling sound like a gust of wind turned into ripples, scattering in the air. Ursula and Galahad's figures suddenly disappeared. At the same time, Wu Yan's eyes turned cold, and he turned around abruptly. The Nyadan Shana, in his hand, burst into a ball of flame, rolling up the violent atmosphere, turned into a saber light, and shot out violently. Bang! An explosion reverberated in the sky, stirring up a frenzied impact that swept out. Unfortunately, that explosion was not the sound of chaotic return to sky dance hitting the target, but the sound of Fragalaha being cut into two by a transparent sword light and directly exploding. Your reaction is quite good. Wu Yan had already turned around, and the divine sword Fragalaha flashed a second ago. But Ursula's voice once again sounded behind Wu Yan. But it's still too slow. Along with this voice, a sharp sound of something breaking through the air assaulted Wu Yan. Clang! Amidst the crisp sound of the collision, traces of sparks shot out from the point of collision between the agile long saber and the transparent sword, bursting out bursts of ear-piercing sounds of metal scraping against each other. Ursula, holding the Fragalaha in her hand, slightly raised her head, her gaze pierced through the sparks bursting out from the collision between the two armaments, and looked at Wu Yan with a surprised expression on her face. He actually blocked it. Ursula was not surprised that Wu Yan could react at the critical moment and turn around to block her attack, but she was surprised that her Fragalaha was blocked by a strange long saber. In the past, if someone blocked the Fragalaha with a weapon, the opponent's weapon would have been destroyed long ago, and even the intrinsic magic device of the paladin armor would be directly cut off. The Fragalaha, which was known as the secondary divine sword, was blocked. This is the first time. This made Ursula feel a little unconvinced. She abruptly pulled back the divine sword in her hand, pulled it to the side, and in the midst of a sharp screech, the transparent sword made of magic power fiercely slashed towards the Nyama no Shana. Extremely sharp piercing sounds burst out. The transparent sword rapidly enlarged in Wu Yan's eyes. Such a fierce attack did not allow Wu Yan the slightest hesitation, so he clenched his teeth, held the Nyama no Shana tightly, and met the transparent sword head-on. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing once again reverberated in the air. But this time, Ursula did not compete with Wu Yan. Instead, with a cold face, she repeatedly slashed out with the Nyama no Shana in Wu Yan's hand, creating a series of sharp sword images, unceasingly slashing towards the Nyama no Shana in his hand. At this time, Ursula's opponent had already transitioned from Wu Yan to the Nyama no Shana. Clang 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 clang. One after another, the sword shadows landed on the same spot on the Nyendian Shana thin knife. Loud and clear clashing noises echoed in the arena, like the sound of a blacksmith hammering iron. The vigorous ripples of energy spread out rapidly along with the sounds of collision. The air in the entire arena was like the surface of a lake that had a stone thrown into it, creating a series of ripples. It was as if invisible fireworks were being set off in the air above the arena. Wave after wave of air ripples shook the place. Below the arena, the audience was already dumbfounded. In the VIP seats, Veronica's hand clenched on the armrest of her chair, a trace of excitement surging in her eyes. To be able to fight with Ursula for so long, that kid really has some skill. That weapon. Lebecca frowned, her expression somewhat uncertain. It can actually block the Fragalaha. It's very ordinary. It's indeed extraordinary. Veronica nodded in agreement, but she soon smiled again. But it's almost the end. A 2D divine sword isn't that easy to block. Just as Veronica finished her sentence, a different sound finally emerged from the continuous echoes of the collision in the air. Crack! The moment this sound rang out, Wu Yan's expression changed, but Ursula revealed a faint smile. Then the Fragalaha slashed down fiercely from top to bottom. Pa! After this sound, a small blade flew out of the air and fell to the ground. Wu Yan's pupils constricted. Nyama no Shana broke. A gold armament that only a Tier 9 powerhouse has the right to wear, and it's also a noble artifact, was broken by a single slash. Whoosh! At this time, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out in everyone's ears. A blurry shadow rushed out like a spirit snake and arrived in front of Wu Yan in the blink of an eye. Ursula raised her head. Her beautiful face that could overshadow the heavens and earth was exposed to Wu Yan's vision. But also exposed to Wu Yan's vision was a flickering sword light. Pft! With a tearing sound, dark red blood splattered across the arena. Chapter 1348. Roan, Lebecca, Sylvia, and Yashur turned pale with fright when they saw the crimson blood falling from the sky. They almost cried out subconsciously. In the arena, all the spectators were in an uproar. Without any consideration, their bodies moved on their own. In the end, all the spectators in the arena stood up at the same time. In midair, drops of blood slowly dripped down and landed on the arena below, forming a puddle of blood. Ursula looked at the blood dripping down, but there was no joy on his face. Instead, his expression changed slightly. Yes, the expression of the Saintess of the Silent Knights changed. This was because the two-dimensional godly sword, Fergalaha, which could cut through anything, was being held by a hand at this moment. The crimson blood had appeared when Fergalaha broke through the skin of the hand and dripped down. Everyone present could clearly see that the magic power carried by the blade of the divine sword Fergalaha was turning into pure heat, constantly calcining the hand that was spilling blood. Apart from the heat generated by the conversion of magic power, the heat generated by the intense friction caused by the slash of the divine sword was also burning the hand that dared to hold the transparent blade directly. The terrifying heat kept surging up, and the scalp-numbing sizzling sound kept coming from the divine sword in his hand. Wisps of smoke and the smell of something burnt lingered in the air. Just by looking at this scene, one could see that the divine sword was already burning. Everyone's hearts trembled. Just how painful would that be? That hand. Was it going to melt soon? However, what was even more frightening was the fact that the divine sword Fergalaha had been blocked. One had to know that the blade of the godly sword Fergalaha was a product of two dimensions. As long as it was a sword or a blade, no matter how thin they were still three-dimensional objects and could never break free from the shackles of the third dimension. Because no matter how thin they were made, there was always a gap between the two dimensions. There would always be a gap. However, Ursula's fall, Holy Dragon Galahad, had truly broken free from the shackles of the third dimension. It was a divine sword that had no width and was absolutely flat. That was the Fergalaha, because there was no width, the entire sword. Whether it was from the front or the side, it was a straight line that was thinner than a line. It was purely made of magical power. Therefore, Fergalaha could cut through anything. It was even a gold armament. Moreover, it was a noble artifact, but in the end, it couldn't escape the fate of being cut in half. Just think about it. Using one hand to block such a sword was a display of bravado and lack of strategy. A divine sword that could cut through any object. How could it not be able to cut through a hand? Therefore, they watched as Wu Yan directly blocked Fergalaha with his hand. Not to mention Lebecca, Sylvia, and the audience, even the commander of the Holy Dragon Knights, Loriaman, who was known as the Silent Saintess of the Knights, and Ursula, who was indifferent to people, changed their expressions. Ursula took a deep breath as she watched Wu Yan, who was holding Fergalaha so tightly that his hand was beginning to burn under the heat. Even his blood was no longer dripping. However, his head was lowered, and his expression couldn't be seen clearly. Using your hand to block my Fergalaha, this is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. As the sound of his voice faded, not long after, a soft laugh resounded clearly in the center of the entire arena, and was heard by everyone. Wu Yan slowly raised his head. His wine-red pupils met Ursula's clear eyes. The calmness in his eyes surprised Ursula. It was as if the hand that was gradually being burned wasn't his. Wu Yan glanced at it, and the corner of his mouth slowly rose. But didn't I block it? Ursula raised an eyebrow and she looked at Wu Yan with a deep gaze. Aren't you afraid that I'll cut off your hand? Afraid? Wu Yan chuckled as if he heard the funniest joke in the world. If I was afraid, I wouldn't have used this method. Ursula's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light when she heard Wu Yan's words. Her expression became serious. But if this goes on, even if I don't chop it off, your hand will be charred, and you will be completely crippled. Blocking Fergalaha with his hand was already an extremely ridiculous thing. Now Wu Yan's hand was still tightly gripping the sword, and it was already severely burned. If it was someone else, they would probably be in so much pain that their face would be distorted. As for their hand, they would probably lose all feeling, right? However, No matter how wise Ursula was, it was impossible for her to guess without knowing. Wu Yan wasn't a human. He was a true ancestor. A true ancestor who could be resurrected in an instant even if he died. Although his superpower was sealed, his physique as a true ancestor couldn't be sealed. Therefore, even if it was his head that was burned, it wouldn't matter, let alone his hand. Destroyed, huh? Wu Yan murmured and suddenly laughed. Wu Yan tightened his grip on the Vlakalaha sword. He ignored the smoke and blood that came out of the sword as he forcefully pressed the sword down on the ground. Although I don't really care, it will be troublesome. So let's get this over with. Roar! Guffrin roared and slammed into Galahad, who was right in front of him. Bang! Caught off guard, Galahad was sent flying by the impact. Ursula, who was standing on Galahad's head, was also forced to withdraw her for Galahad. She grabbed Galahad's dragon horn and put some distance between herself and Wu Yan. Get this over with. Ursula didn't care at all. Instead, she fixed her eyes on Wu Yan. You mean get rid of me earlier? Ursula's words echoed in the silent arena. Everyone looked at Wu Yan, waiting for Wu Yan's answer. Wu Yan didn't answer Ursula. Looking down at his hand, Wu Yan touched the star carving on the back of his hand, which was his seal. My fall is a little special. Special? Hearing such strange words, the audience was puzzled. Special? On the VIP seats lay Becca, Sylvia, and the others pricked up their ears and listened carefully to Wu Yan's words. When every dragon breeder first obtains a newborn, the newborn will be attached to the body of its owner. It will only be independent when it is born. Through the star essence path, it will obtain the star essence from its owner and survive in the world. Wu Yan's voice reverberated throughout the arena. But my fall is different. Wu Yan shrugged and explained. It can retain the ability to be a baby and stay in my body. Attach itself to your body. Ursula was surprised. There's a fall like that? Becca, Sylvia, and the others were also surprised. Looking at the astonished expression on the beautiful girl's face, he clenched his fist and a bright light flashed in his eyes. This is the first and possibly the last time I'll let you see me summon fall. So don't blink. As soon as he said that, dong dong. Before anyone could react, a strange wave of energy rippled out from Wu Yan, and it started spreading throughout the entire space. Dong dong. At the scene, everyone heard a sound that sounded like a heartbeat ringing in their minds. It started to vibrate rhythmically. Busy. Wu Yan's mana isn't too scary, but it's extremely dense. Like a flame, it attracted the attention of everyone who can sense his mana. Then they all saw it. Wu Yan's hand started emitting a bloody mist that slowly turned into a ghostly black color. Red veins started crawling up his arm. It's a terrifying sight to behold. Closing his eyes, Wu Yan channeled a tiny bit of his sealed mana into his blood, and awakened a certain consciousness slumbering in his blood. Wu. A dragon's roar that seemed to come from the endless sky shook the entire arena. In an instant, Ursula felt an inexplicable sense of danger, and she couldn't help but be startled. Then a voice sounded, "Descend." Chapter 1349. His voice was as delicate as flowing water. As if it had broken free from the shackles of space, it penetrated all the sounds in the stadium. The audience seemed to have sensed something. They shut their mouths out of reflex, and their breathing slowed down subconsciously. Their eyes were fixed on the figure standing on Guffrin's head, and they felt nervous for no reason. Even the ordinary audience reacted this way, let alone the powerhouses who could clearly feel the vast magic power emerging from Wu Yan. Becca, Sylvia, Veronica, Yashur, Yak, Jirian, and the others all tensed up. Ursula's grip on the divine sword for Galahad became tighter and tighter until her hands turned white. Her face was unprecedentedly solemn. Feeling the magic power rising from Wu Yan's body, Ursula's heart couldn't help but feel alarmed. Her heartstrings suddenly tightened. Ursula's intuition told her that something extremely frightening was awakening. Her clear eyes gradually changed as the alarm in her heart screamed frantically. Ursula's eyes were filled with uncertainty. She looked at Wu Yan, who was as calm as the calm before the storm. In the end, Ursula didn't choose to continue watching. If this continues, I will lose without a doubt. For some reason, Ursula had such a thought that she couldn't help but jump in fright. But Ursula didn't doubt it. Because with the passage of time, the frantic alarm in her heart had turned into a complete sense of crisis. No. I can't watch any longer. Otherwise I will lose. Yuzura's tense heartstrings completely collapsed under the urging of this thought, and her eyes became sharp. Ursula's eyes sharpened, and she grabbed the divine sword for Galahad. Galahad! Roar! The holy dragon Galahad, who also felt a sense of crisis, roared as soon as it received Ursula's order. As if it was released, almost all the remaining magic power in its body was detonated and exploded in the space around it. Galahad seemed to be equipped with some kind of engine. Under the impetus of the explosion of mana, it turned into a ferocious behemoth and flew out violently. In a flash he appeared in front of Gu Fulin and pressed his forelimbs on Gu Fulin's shoulder. Roar! At the same time, a burst of mana burst out of Gufran's body and landed on Galahad like a shockwave. Pung! A muffled sound exploded from Gahara's body, causing him to let out a low groan. At the same time his dragon eyes flashed with a fierce light. Like an injured beast, not only did he not let go of Gufran, but he also restrained him even more. So, while Galahad was restraining Gufran, Ursula flung the cloak on her paladin armor and shot out. His body turned into a bolt of lightning, and in an instant, he was surrounded by bloody mist. Wu Yan, whose eyes were closed, had one of his hands completely transformed into a ghost hand. Be careful. At the VIP seats, Rebecca, Sylvia, Yashur, and the others couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Huh. Ursula's eyes flashed with determination. She raised the VLA Galahad above her head and mercilessly stabbed it towards Wu Yan's chest. Tsh. The sound echoed between Wu Yan and Ursula. However, it wasn't the sound of the VLA Galahad piercing through Wu Yan's body. Instead, it was the sound of a ball of white flame that appeared out of nowhere. It was the sound of a ball of white flame burning. Yuzura's intrinsic magic device, the divine sword for Galahad, happened to stab into the white flame, but the white flame blocked it as if it was blocking it. What? Ursula's pretty face changed drastically. What is that? Rebecca, Sylvia, and the others couldn't help but look up from the VIP seats. White flame. Veronica frowned. A touch of surprise appeared on her face. Looking at the white flame that suddenly burned and blocked the divine sword for Galahad, like a flowing shield, Ursula constantly mobilized the magic power in the paladin armor to replenish the divine sword in an attempt to directly cut the white flame blocking the way in half. However, the small white flame was still burning there, completely unaffected by the divine sword for Galahad. Instead, it was the divine sword for Galahad itself, the blade made of pure magic power, that actually began to slowly incinerate from the tip of the sword that came into contact with the white flame. Ursula finally had a look of disbelief on her face. Don't worry. Ursula raised her head and looked in the direction of the voice. Ursula's face was filled with disbelief. In the next moment, Wu Yan's smiling face appeared in Ursula's vision. Because I didn't use my full strength, the power of my fall will decrease. However, the summoning time will also decrease a lot. You don't have to be in such a hurry. As he spoke, Wu Yan reached out and grabbed the white flame. The best part is yet to come. Wu Yan tightened his grip on the white flame, and the white flame exploded in an instant. Hum! The entire space in the arena trembled, and a blinding white light burst out. Boom! As if heaven and earth exploded. A violent roar turned into a shockwave that swept across the entire arena. Everyone's vision was taken away by the dazzling white light, and their hearing was robbed by the violent roar. Screams resounded throughout the entire arena. By the time the white light scattered, the rumbling noises had subsided, and the shock waves had also gradually disappeared. Everyone's faces were filled with shock as they looked towards the arena. However, the scene that appeared in front of everyone's eyes caused everyone's expressions to change. In the end, they became dull flames. White flames. Monstrous white flames. The entire center of the arena was covered in white flames. It turned into a sea of white flames. In the center of the sea of white flames, a figure floated there. Fluffy hair made of white flames fluttered along with the rolling flames. Two flame-like objects that looked like long whiskers and ribbons adorned between his eyebrows. They fluttered behind him, making him look extremely elegant. White arm-like wings spread out on both sides of his body with a pair of sharp dragon claws at the front. A similar flame-like object, but a much larger tail, mixed with white flames, fluttered back and forth behind him. Looking at the figure floating in the middle of the white sea of fire, everyone in the surrounding area became absent-minded at this moment. Elegant, elegant, smooth. These three words shouldn't have appeared on a dragon's body, but at this moment, they really did appear in everyone's heart. Everyone in the arena couldn't help but be immersed in the elegance of the white dragon. It took a long time for them to regain their senses. All of a sudden, a pair of sky blue eyes flickered like stars in the sea of flames around the body that was made up of pure white. They appeared from the eyes of the elegant giant dragon, becoming the only other color in the arena other than white, intoxicating the hearts of everyone. Woo! Raising its head, the white dragon let out a long dragon roar. Compared to the roars of other dragons, this long flute-like roar instantly conquered everyone. However, after a long and drawn-out dragon roar, the huge white dragon disappeared. The white flames that covered the entire arena disappeared without any warning. It was as if an illusion had been broken. The situation inside the arena was exposed. At this moment, everyone in the arena finally reacted and saw the scene inside the arena. Holy Dragon Gufflin was obediently waiting at the side like an obedient child. Below it, the Holy Dragon Galahad had fallen to the ground as if it had fainted. On top of Gufflin's head, Wu Yan was holding the unconscious Ursula in his arms. He had a helpless smile on his face as he looked around the arena. His dragon robe had been taken off at some point, and was now draped over Ursula, who was unconscious in his arms. That's because the unconscious Ursula's holy knight armor was completely gone. She was completely naked. If it wasn't for Wu Yan's dragon riding robe covering Ursula's body, Ursula's beautiful body that could captivate all the men in the world would be exposed. Everyone in the arena was silent as they watched the scene unfold. Looking in the direction of the VIP seats, Wu Yan saw that Rebecca, Sylvia, Veronica, and the others were still in a daze. The corner of his mouth curled up. Chapter 1350. In just one day, everyone in the Knight's Kingdom of Lorimon was shocked. The leader of the Lorimon Holy Dragon Knights, the most powerful Silent Knight Saintess, Yuzura Sarver? Sarver was defeated. On top of that, he was defeated by someone who was still a student of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. When this news spread throughout the Knight's Kingdom of Lorea within a day, all of the Knight's Kingdom of Lorea were dumbfounded. Yuzura's status in the Knight's Kingdom was not low. She was not the ruler of a kingdom, nor was she the beloved daughter of the ruler. Her status and background could not be compared to those princes and princesses from the royal family. But in terms of popularity and status, Yuzura was definitely the highest in the entire Lorimon Knight Kingdom. The Lorimon Knight Empire was the dragon-breeding empire, a country that coexisted with the dragons and was closely related to them. Yuzura, on the other hand, was the person who had walked the furthest on the path of dragon breeding, and had the most achievements. How could she not be famous? Moreover, not only did Yuzura have the beauty of a saintess, but she was also known as the strongest beauty in the world. Such an existence was very popular, and had a high status. It was easy to imagine. Just think about it, Rebecca's popularity in the Ansari Academy was already earth-shattering. Her identity as a holy dragon knight made her status comparable to that of a noble. Even Veronica, the first princess who supported the entire kingdom, could not forget Rebecca and hoped to recruit her. Then, in the hearts of the knight's citizens, Yuzura, who enjoyed the most popularity and was known as the strongest in the entire Lorimon Knight Kingdom. What was her status? To put it bluntly, she was like Rosa, who was worshipped by the entire Eluxtran continent. Like Maria, the people of Lorimon Knight Kingdom all viewed Yuzura as their idol from the bottom of their hearts. Her popularity was very high. At least, in the entire Lorimon Knight Kingdom, no one could compare to Yuzura. In fact, when people from other forces mentioned the knighthood of Lorea, the first thing they would think of would be dragons, and the second thing they would think of would not be anyone from the family of the knighthood. Instead, they would think of the leader of the Lorea Holy Dragon Knights, Ursula. L. Sarvin. And now, this national idol was in a duel with a student from the Dragon Cultivation Academy. He was defeated. Let's not talk about how many people in Lorea knighthood would believe this. Just this news alone was enough to shock the entire knighthood of Lorea. However, the news had only spread for a day. Although everyone in the Knights' Kingdom of Lorea knew about it because of the content, the authenticity of the news was still in doubt. In fact, many of the knights didn't even know who had defeated Ursula. As such, in the Knights' Kingdom of Loriaman, many well-known media and related personnel rushed to Ansari in order to obtain the authenticity of this news and the details of the inside story. I believe that it won't be long before all the people in Knight's country know about this, even those outside Knight's country. After all, on that day, in the arena of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, more than 1,000 citizens of Ansari had witnessed the entire duel with their own eyes. Even if he wanted to hide it, he couldn't. Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, reception room, sitting at the corner of a round table, Wu Yan's expression was slightly unnatural stare. Extremely strong gazes from all directions were like arrows piercing the heart, shooting straight at Wu Yan. Obviously, Wu Yan's seat was relatively difficult to notice, but everyone present didn't look at Veronica, who was sitting at the head of the table. Instead, they kept staring at him. Even Veronica narrowed her eyes and stared at him closely. The scene was bizarre to the extreme. What's even weirder is that this scene has remained the same ever since Wu Yan came in half an hour ago. It hasn't changed in the slightest. How could Wu Yan not feel unnatural? The fact that he didn't immediately run away from this strange scene was already praiseworthy. Under those intense gazes, Wu Yan felt a prickling sensation on his skin. Helplessly, he reached for the teacup on the table for the umpteenth time. He sipped on the tea as if he was trying to hide something. His heart was in a mess. Just like that, another 10 minutes passed, then 20 minutes passed, then 30 minutes quietly passed by. For an entire hour he was stared at without blinking. No matter how patient Wu Yan was, he couldn't take it anymore. I say. Wu Yan closed his eyes as if he's trying to express his resentment. He raised his voice and broke the eerie silence of the scene. If you have any dissatisfaction with me, can you please say it directly? Rebecca, Sylvia, and Veronica, who were sitting at the same table as Wu Yan, smiled. Their expressions said, I've been waiting for you to say this for a long time. Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched. Of course I'm not dissatisfied. Rather, I should say that your performance is way too satisfying. Veronica knocked on the table and said meaningfully. However, compared to satisfaction, there are many, many questions. Just because of this? Wu Yan felt a faint sense of melancholy. Just because of this? You stared at me for an hour without blinking? We were getting to know you all over again. Rebecca's expression was both teasing and serious as she spoke in an extremely contradictory manner. After all, you're the one who defeated Commander Ursula and became the strongest person in the world. Don't put such a big hat on me. Wu Yan hurriedly shook his head and waved his hand, looking like he's afraid he can't avoid her. This made Sylvia feel very confused. What's with that expression? This was the glory that all the dragon cultivators, dragon knights, and even the Saint Heaven's dragon knights of the Leon knighthood wanted to achieve. Along with the glory, there's also the biggest problem. Wu Yan replied without hesitation. I still want to live a peaceful life, so please don't make things difficult for me. Become the strongest in the world. While it sounds like a good thing, Wu Yan already tried it out in the Swordblade God domain world. He knows that fame is just as troublesome as it is. He doesn't want to have to choose a place where he can avoid the crowds and live by himself again. Unless it's like the later stages of Saw where he has a beautiful wife and cute little daughter to accompany him. Otherwise, he'd rather die than go through that again. Sylvia frowned when Wu Yan failed to evade in time. Your attitude is the biggest blow to those who dream of defeating Commander Ursula. You don't feel any glory for defeating Commander Ursula? I really wonder if you're a citizen of Raemon. Wu Yan rolled his eyes and didn't want to bother with him anymore. Veronica and Rebecca looked at each other and shook their heads. Originally, I wanted to use Ursula's hand to see if this kid is a holy sky dragon knight or not. At the same time, I wanted to see his fall. Veronica let out a rare bitter smile. In the end, we didn't find out if he's a dragon knight or not. Fall did see it, but I'll never forget the scene of this kid summoning Fall. That dragon is too strong, too beautiful. Rebecca looked at Wu Yan. Her emerald eyes glowed with curiosity. To be able to survive in its master's body as a newborn, possess such power, and have that white flame, what kind of dragon is it? Rebecca expressed the thoughts of everyone present. Unlike other ferocious-looking dragons, Wu Yan's Fall was simply too good-looking. Of course, good-looking was only secondary. More importantly, its power and white flame were simply too shocking. Everyone had no choice but to react that way. That was why Rebecca, Sylvia, Veronica and the others gathered here, hoping that Wu Yan could answer their questions. However, it was clear that they wouldn't be able to wait that long. Forget it. Seeing that Wu Yan didn't want to say anything, Veronica rubbed her forehead as if giving up. She stood up and walked outside. Seeing this, the others looked at each other and followed after him. Chapter 1351. Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, First School Building. Wu Yan, Rebecca, and Sylvia followed Veronica to the first school building where Sylvanus was parked. They stood in front of the first school building and looked at Veronica. Veronica's purpose in coming to Ansari was to comfort the citizens who had been frightened by the Corpse Ash Dragon's attack. Secondly, she wanted to personally investigate the Corpse Ash Dragon's attack. Perhaps there was a third reason, which was to see Sylvia. Now, including the last unknown purpose, all three purposes of coming to Ansari have been completed. It's time for Veronica to leave Ansari. Unlike Sylvia, who is still a student, Veronica has to deal with state affairs and can't stay in Ansari for too long. If it wasn't for the duel between Wu Yan, Sylvia, and Yuzura and Wall, Veronica wouldn't have stayed here for 3 days. Now it's been a day since the duel ended. In other words, Veronica has been in Ansari for 5 days. That time was simply too long, so it's time to leave. In front of the first school building of Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, the mayor, the dean Yashur, and Yak formed a group again. They came to see Veronica off. Apart from them, in front of Sylvanus on the empty ground of the first school building, Gulian led a group of personal guards and their Fall. They lined up neatly and prepared to escort Veronica. At the center of these holy dragons, there was a holy dragon that was more than twice the size of the other holy dragons. Its aura was ferocious, and it was the most eye-catching one. It attracted the attention of more than 80% of the people present. Holy Dragon Galahad, Lorium and Holy Dragon Knights Commander Yuzura, L. Sarvan's Fall. The famous Silent Knight Saintis was also present. It would be better to say that 80% of the attention on the scene was actually focused on the legendary figure, who was standing in front of Gaharad. Her appearance was stunning, and she was as holy as a saintess. However, when Wu Yan arrived, everyone's attention was on him, including Yuzura. No matter how big the commotion caused by Ursula's defeat was, everyone in the Ansari Federation knew about it. It was this person who defeated the invincible Yuzura and pulled her down from her pedestal. So, everyone was curious about Wu Yan. Yuzura's eyes lit up when she saw Wu Yan walking towards her. Her lips curled into a grin. The saintess's smile made everyone present dazed. Yuzura? Veronica was surprised to see Yuzura here. Veronica was a little surprised. Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to rest? Your Highness Veronica. Yuzura stopped looking at Wu Yan and bowed to Veronica. Thank you for your concern, Princess Veronica. I'm fine. Yuzura looked straight at Wu Yan. Her clear eyes rippled with rich light. The moment the Holy Knight armor was shattered, Lord Lune stopped his attack. That's why I didn't suffer any injuries. I just fainted. She fixed her gaze on Wu Yan's face as she spoke. Her clear eyes are like sweet fruit wine, it's easy to lose yourself in them. Being stared at by such a beautiful girl. Even Wu Yan couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Everyone in the surroundings had also quieted down. They looked at the man and woman who had been opponents yesterday, and secretly guessed what kind of friction would occur between the two of them. Under everyone's gaze, Yuzura lifted her feet and slowly walked in front of Wu Yan. Rune-sama, thank you for going easy on me yesterday. Yuzura looked at Wu Yan in the eye and she sincerely thanked him. I said that I wouldn't be merciful, but in the end, Lord Rune, you showed me mercy. I'm ashamed. Shouldn't I be the one ashamed? Wu Yan looked away awkwardly. He didn't dare to look into Yuzura's clear and beautiful eyes. Not only because Yuzura is extremely beautiful, but also because from Wu Yan's point of view he could see a pair of round breasts hidden under the paladin armor. Wu Yan couldn't help but recall the scene where he incinerated her paladin armor. He saw her beautiful body in a sea of white flames and his heart started to heat up. He could only look away to prevent himself from losing his composure. It's a pity that I can't witness Lord Lune's full strength. Ursula, who had no idea that her entire body had been seen, or perhaps she knew but did not mention it, said in a regretful tone from the bottom of her heart. If possible, I really want to fight Lord Rowan with his full power. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow when he heard that. How can you be sure I didn't use my full power? Lord Rowan's fall, that white dragon definitely has more power than that, I can feel it. Yuzura said solemnly. Besides, Lord Rowan didn't equip the paladin armor. Lord Rowan held back too much in yesterday's battle. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Indeed, Wu Yan didn't equip the paladin armor from beginning to end, but he still defeated the world's strongest Yuzura. Then how strong was this person's true strength? Thinking of this, everyone could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. You make it sound like I'm a saintly dragon knight. Wu Yan blinked. Maybe I haven't gotten Fall to submit to me yet? If even my lord can't make your viewer submit, then there won't be any holy sky dragon knights in the entire Loriaman knighthood. Ursula gave what could be said to be the highest evaluation. Her eyes were shining brightly, and she seemed to be in a good mood. With a faint smile, Yuzura slowly extended her hand to Wu Yan. If there's a chance, Lord Rowan, please fight me again. Ignoring the shocked crowd, Ursula looked at Wu Yan with sincerity. You're the only one who can defeat me. I hope to see your full power. A silent atmosphere suddenly descended in this world, causing everyone to hold their breaths as they stared blankly at the two people in front of them. Wu Yan looked at Ursula's bright eyes and solemn expression. He couldn't help but sigh. Wu Yan couldn't see any dejection or unwillingness in Ursula's eyes. Instead, he could see excitement and optimism coming from the bottom of her heart. So what if she's famous? So what if she's beautiful? Invincible? Strongest? This also means that there are no like-minded friends who are qualified to stay by his side. It means that he's lonely. In the end, this girl who's been rumored to be a goddess is just a lonely person. I understand. Wu Yan retracted his smile and reached out his hand to shake that soft and jade-like hand. Next time, I will defeat you in an instant. It's not a declaration of war, it's a declaration of victory. Wu Yan is telling Yuzura that she's not alone in this world. For a moment, Yuzura smiled. She smiled so beautifully that all the colors in the world were concentrated on her beautiful smile. Everyone around, regardless of whether they were men or women, was mesmerized by that unbelievably beautiful smile. Thank you. Yuzura bowed respectfully, flung her cloak, and walked back to Veronica's side with her head held high and her chest puffed out. Her steps were extremely light. The dream that she thought she had lost once again returned to her heart. This time Yuzura's dream, her goal, is to surpass this man who declared victory. Lebecca, Sylvia, Veronica, and the rest couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Ursula glowing from head to toe. It's worth coming to Ansari this time. Veronica chuckled, then looked at Wu Yan. So Lormon, do you really not intend to join my Lormon Holy Dragon Knights? Chapter 1352. Join Loriaman's Holy Dragon Knights? Hearing Princess Veronica's invitation, everyone's eyes focused on Wu Yan. When she first came to the Ansari Academy, Veronica also invited Wu Yan once. But that time Wu Yan refused. Now Veronica sent out an invitation again. But this time no one was surprised by Veronica's invitation. Although the Lormon Holy Dragon Knights were the most famous and glorious knights in Lormon, not just anyone could join them. At the very least, if one wasn't a dragon knight, then they definitely wouldn't be qualified to join. But would Wu Yan not be qualified to join? He was someone who could even defeat the commander of Loriaman's Holy Dragon Knights. If even someone like him wasn't qualified to join Loriaman's Holy Dragon Knights, then as Ursula said, no one in this world was qualified. I hope you can think about it. Veronica's face was unprecedentedly serious. It could even be said that she was sincere. You're really strong, not just in terms of strength. You're also outstanding in terms of logical thinking. It's a waste for someone as talented as you to stay in the academy. I think so too, Lord Loriman. On the side, Ursula couldn't help but change her indifferent attitude and sincerely tried to persuade Loriman. To be honest, I've always felt that it's not a good choice for me to be the commander of Loriaman's Holy Dragon Knights. Although I have the power to deter my subordinates, in terms of management, I'm really not good at it. After saying that, Ursula seemed to think that her words weren't shocking enough, so she didn't give up until she was shocked to death. If you're willing to join Loriaman's Holy Dragon Knights, Ursula is willing to step down and give you the position of commander. Lord Loriman. When these words came out, everyone's expression changed. Veronica was also silent. Obviously, Veronica didn't have any objections to Ursula's words. Become the commander of Loriaman's Holy Dragon Knights? Yashir was shocked. Loriman. Sylvia slightly shifted her gaze to Wu Yan. In her heart, she was happy for Wu Yan's honor, but there was also a trace of reluctance that even Sylvia didn't notice. Commander. Rebecca lowered her head and pondered for a moment before looking at Wu Yan. Loriman, you should really consider Highness Veronica's words. This is a rare opportunity. When she said this, she felt a stab of pain in her heart. She didn't want to admit that she had such a stupid idea, but she wanted to keep Wu Yan by her side. She didn't want him to leave with Veronica. But Rebecca still decided Lord Loriman Dragon Knights. After all, Loriman was the commander of the Holy Dragon Knights. Whether it was status or reputation, he was second only to one and above all. At the very least in the Kingdom of Knights, apart from the Night King and Veronica, no one could make Ursula kneel. Even the Night King and Veronica could only make Ursula kneel on one knee. If Wu Yan could become the commander, he would reach the heavens in a single bound. As if he saw through everyone's thoughts, Wu Yan glanced at the crowd and sighed. Veronica. Wu Yan didn't address Veronica as Her Highness anymore. He called her by her name. Veronica wasn't displeased at all. Instead, she looked straight at Wu Yan. Veronica knew that Wu Yan didn't have any respect for her. Their usual honorifics were nothing more than a casual way of addressing each other. This also meant that once Wu Yan called her by her name, it was time for Wu Yan to get serious. Thank you for your invitation. Wu Yan glanced at the impatient yak. However, I have my own reasons for staying in the academy. Hearing Wu Yan's rejection, the people around him sucked in a deep breath. They didn't think that there would be someone in Loriman who would refuse to become the commander of the Holy Dragon Knights. Wasn't this a little too foolish? Even Ursula felt pity for Wu Yan. Only Rebecca and Sylvia heaved a sigh of relief, and their expressions eased considerably. Veronica's expression didn't change. She probably expected Wu Yan's answer. It seems that subduing you is much harder than I thought. Veronica shook her head and stared at Wu Yan. Since you won't accept my invitation, then you'll have to accept the other thing. Wu Yan and Co flinched when they heard this. Sylvia's eyes, which were the same color as Sylvia's, gradually focused. Sylvia suddenly reached out her hand to Gulian. A sword. Yes. Gulian respectfully bowed, and handed a luxurious golden knight's sword to Veronica. Veronica grabbed the sword and pulled it out of its scabbard. She slowly walked towards Wu Yan. Your Highness Veronica? Royal sister? Rebecca and Sylvia were rather shocked at this sight. The people in the surroundings began to clamor as well. Could it be that Her Highness Veronica is angry because of Wu Yan's repeated rejections? Wu Yan frowned but didn't do anything. Instead, he silently watched Veronica approach. Veronica nodded and raised her voice as if she was announcing something. First year of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy's advanced course, Rune Randall. In the name of Veronica Yamamoto, I hereby appoint Veronica Yamamoto. In the name of Loriaman, I hereby appoint you as a Dragon Knight. A Dragon Knight? Rebecca, Sylvia, and the others' eyes lit up. They finally understood Veronica's actions. There were different levels of masters who had dragons as their partners. The most basic of all was to obtain a dragon cultivator who had successfully obtained fall. Following that was the dragon knight. The difference between a dragon knight and a dragon breeder was the state of ball. When a dragon was born, it was divided into 3 forms: a pterosaur, an earth dragon, and a water dragon. However, in the process of being nurtured by humans, they had a chance to evolve into a holy dragon based on their master's ability and the bloodline growth of the pterosaur, earth dragon, and water dragon. The moment a dragon breeder, ball, transformed into a holy dragon, a dragon breeder would have the right to become a dragon knight. At that time, the royal family of the Knights of Lorimon would summon the outstanding dragon breeder and give him a silver pocket watch called the Dragon Knight's Certificate, officially appointing him as a dragon knight. That was what Veronica was doing right now. As for whether Wu Yan's ball was a holy dragon or not, there was no need to prove it. If a dragon that wasn't a holy dragon could defeat Ursula, it would truly be heaven-defying. Rune Randall. Veronica rested her knight sword on Wu Yan's shoulder. Are you willing to swear an oath and sacrifice everything you have in the name of a dragon knight to protect the knighthood of Lorimon? Looking at Veronica's grim expression, Wu Yan bitterly laughed inside. He knelt down on one knee and with a completely formulaic tone, he made a statement that didn't even scratch an itch. I am willing to bet my star carving and ball. Very good. Veronica sheathed her sword in satisfaction and took out a silver pocket watch with the royal family of the Knights of Lorimon engraved on it. She handed it to Wu Yan. From today onwards, you are a dragon knight of Lorimon. Yes. Following the procedure that every dragon breeder had to follow, Wu Yan took the silver pocket watch from Veronica and placed it on his chest where his heart was. Clap, 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 clap. Immediately, a warm round of applause could be heard from all directions. It was rare to be able to witness a dragon knight's appointment ceremony with one's own eyes. Well then, it's time for me to go. After announcing the end of the ceremony, Veronica turned her head and looked at Sylvia. Her gaze suddenly sharpened. Sylvia, since you've grown a little, I'll acknowledge you this time. But if I hear even the slightest bit of bad news about you, you know the consequences. Under Veronica's sharp gaze, Sylvia shrunk her neck in embarrassment. But when she saw Wu Yan's smiling eyes, she calmed down and puffed out her chest. I won't let you down, royal sister. Veronica curled her lips and a smile appeared on her face. Chapter 1353. Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, Apollyon. Cheers. Inside Wu Yan's dorm room, Rebecca, Sylvia, Cosette, Yashuyak, and the others gathered at the dining table in the middle of the room. They raised their cups filled with fruit wine, and they clinked them against Wu Yan's cup before he could react. With a ding sound, they downed the wine. Yak was the first to finish the large cup of fruit wine in her hand. She couldn't wait to look at the dishes on the table. Can we eat now? At the side, Yashio picked up a handkerchief and wiped the fruit wine from the corner of Aika's mouth. You haven't congratulated Roland yet. Tisk, humans sure are troublesome to the core. Aika pursed her lips in displeasure. She looked at Wu Yan unwillingly. Congratulations on becoming a dragon rider. Congratulations, Roland. Congratulations. Rebecca, Sylvia, Yashur, and the others also smiled and gave their congratulations. Even Cosette smiled and raised his cup to express his congratulations. Well, thank you guys. Wu Yan said that, but he still couldn't let go of the burden on his face. But it's only becoming a dragon rider. Is there a need to go to such lengths to celebrate? What do you mean only becoming a dragon rider? Sylvia was the first to put on a serious face. A dragon rider is not only the national treasure of Loriaman, it's also the #1 dream of every dragon breeder. Even our academy only has 5 dragon riders. Including you, there are 6 in total. Isn't that worth celebrating? In the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, every dragon breeder par's birth has to be celebrated, let alone the birth of a dragon rider. Rebecca winked playfully. When I became a dragon knight, everyone in the dormitory gathered to celebrate. The entire dorm? Wu Yan looked at Rebecca in surprise. The entire dorm is considered pretty good. Rebecca glanced at Sylvia in amusement when she saw Wu Yan's surprised expression. When Sylvia became a dragon rider, it was even more exaggerated. Not only was the entire academy celebrating, but the entire royal family also spread the word of Loriaman. The Night Royal family has also spread the news to the entire Night Kingdom of Lorraine, causing more than half of the Night Kingdom to fall into a festive mood. Isn't that a little too exaggerated? Wu Yan was speechless. Dragon cultivators who could obtain fall were extremely rare, and those who could make fall evolve into a holy dragon and become a dragon knight were even rarer. Even in the entire Ansari Academy, there were only 5 or 6 of them. It was easy to imagine just how many dragon knights were there. However, in the entire Lormon knighthood, there were still quite a lot of dragon knights compared to the truly rare existence of the holy sky dragon knights. So, it was indeed a bit exaggerated for the entire country to celebrate the birth of a dragon knight. I didn't want to. Sylvia's expression turned ugly as she recalled what happened back then. But in the royal family of Loriaman, now I'm the only one with par. Plus, I'm the 4th princess. Father, sister, and the others all said they should celebrate and report the good news to the entire kingdom. In the end, it became like that. Now, the royal family of Loriaman had 5 members. They were the royal family of Loriaman, the 1st princess Veronica, the 2nd princess, the 3rd princess, and the 4th princess Sylvia. Originally, there were 7 members of the royal house of Lormon, but the Queen Sylvia's birth mother had passed away. Prince Julius had also been executed for the crime of slaying a dragon. Without those 2, the royal house of Lormon was left with only 5 members. Among the 5, Sylvia was the only one who was reborn at the age of 7 and became a dragon breeder. In the end, she became a dragon rider. It was understandable that the royal family of Loriaman would want to celebrate. If we really want to count it, it's actually a very small celebration with just the few of us. Rebecca rubbed her chin and pretended to be serious. You're now a member of the student council. You're also the one who ended the undefeated legend of Commander Yusula. Shouldn't we publicize it, and at least let the citizens of Ansari celebrate? I think it's a good time to celebrate. Without hesitation, Wu Yan raised his glass and said resolutely, I'll accept your blessings. Cheers. Then, as if afraid that Rebecca would regret it and die, Wu Yan drank the fruit wine in his glass in one gulp. He almost choked. Everyone in the dorm couldn't help but laugh. Ugh. While Wu Yan choked on his food, Yak, who sneakily reached out to grab the food on the table and swallowed it in one gulp, also whimpered and rolled her eyes. Hey. Didn't I tell you to eat later? Yashur patted Yak's back in a flurry. You're not the main character today. Why do I feel like you're busier than anyone else? Yak, who finally caught her breath, glared at Yashur fiercely. As a holy and noble dragon, I'm already giving face by coming to this stupid, ignorant and stupid human's party. Do you still have a problem with that? You. Yeshu immediately smiled dangerously. That stupid, ignorant and stupid human. You speak of defeated the strongest Saint Dragon Knight in this world. If you're too arrogant, be careful that he doesn't release that dragon. Upon hearing that, the image of the white dragon's burning flames graceful figure and terrifying white sea of fire flashed across Yak's mind. Her aura instantly weakened. What? At that moment, Aika stammered weakly and powerlessly. If it's me, I can do it too. Yes. Yashur brushed her off disapprovingly. Yak almost went berserk. Corset had no choice but to step forward and mediate the situation. Lord Yashur, no matter what, today is a celebration. Just let Yak eat to her heart's content. Dragons are the symbol of the knighthood. Sylvia also stood on Yak's side. Even if Yak isn't the main character, Yak should still be the most distinguished guest. Sylvia and Corset are the most sensible. Yak instantly nodded, causing Yashur to be slightly unconvinced. If you guys spoil her like this, be careful that she doesn't take advantage of you. Bang! Before Yashur could finish speaking, Aika ruthlessly kicked him in the chest. Goo! Yashur let out a strange howl as he was sent flying and heavily crashed into the wall. The impact caused the entire room to shake. Some of the items placed on the table, and the bed fell to the ground and scattered all over the floor. You guys. Are you really here to celebrate with me? Wu Yan was dumbfounded. I strongly suspect that you guys are here to tear down my house. Yak snorted and turned her head away. A mere watchdog. If I don't teach him a lesson, he'll really climb over my head. Looks like I haven't taught him enough. Train. Sylvia's face instantly turned red as she glared at Yashur, who was wailing in grief. Why, you guys are doing something unhealthy. You're the shame of our Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. I can roughly guess what you're thinking, but I'm sure your imagination is wrong. Lebecca said in an outsider's tone. Besides, even though Yak is in human form, her power is truly of the dragon attribute. Even if Yashur wants to, I don't think he has the guts. Pervert without the guts. Cosette chuckled. It was unknown whether he was taking pleasure in Yashur's misfortune, or adding insult to injury. Lord Yashur, you're surprisingly useless. Being attacked both physically and mentally by everyone at the scene, Yashur was so angry that he fell unconscious on the ground. Serves you right. AI mercilessly added another stab. At this moment, an item that fell to the ground due to the tremors entered Yak's sight. Her eyes lit up, and she cried out in surprise. Wah! With lightning speed, Alec leaped over and picked it up. What is this? It's so cute. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at the object in AI's hand and saw the full appearance of the object. It was an extremely cartoonish dragon-shaped plushie. Sylvia trembled as she looked at the dragon-shaped doll. It was as if she was struck by lightning. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Chapter 1354. Lebecca looked at the dragon-shaped plushie in Yak's hands with curiosity in her emerald eyes. It's quite cute, but why is there a plushie here? Isn't this the plushie Sir Roland always hung by his bed? Corset, who had become Wu Yan's personal maid in the morning, immediately recognized the plushie and tilted her head. I've always thought this plushie looked familiar. I think I've seen it somewhere before. Lebecca and Yak nodded nonchalantly at Cosette's words, and didn't take it to heart. Only Sylvia's eyes flickered violently as she stared at the dragon-shaped doll. You too. Wu Yan snatched the dragon-shaped plushie from Yak's hands and curled his lips in annoyance. Not only are you planning to tear down my house, but you're also interested in my stuff? You're a man, what are you doing with a plushie? Lebecca's expression turned strange. Roland, don't tell me you actually like dolls and stuff like that. I feel like there's more to your words. Wu Yan rubbed his temples and raised the dragon-shaped plushie. Someone gave me this plushie. Gave. Lebecca and Corset looked at each other with interest on their faces. Gave. Sylvia abruptly took a step forward and asked with an agitated expression. Who gave it to you? When did you give it to me? Where did you give it to me? Sylvia, Her Highness? Sylvia's agitated expression made her even more agitated. Lebecca, Cosette, Yak and the others were surprised. What's wrong? Wu Yan looked at the doll in his hand with a doubtful look. He asked in a doubtful tone. Is there something wrong? Don't worry about it. Tell me. Sylvia became more and more agitated and her eyes reddened. She grabbed Wu Yan's hand with all her might. This is very important to me. Please tell me. This. Lebecca, Corset, and Yak looked at each other when they saw that Sylvia seemed to be on the verge of hysteria. After this period of time, everyone present knew that although this princess was a little immature, she was still very much in line with her identity in other aspects. But now Sylvia's behavior, wasn't this already related to making trouble out of nothing? Why were they so excited? Wu Yan frowned. Staring into Sylvia's eyes, looking at the uncontrollable excitement on her face and the wavering in her eyes, he was extremely puzzled, but he did not choose to hide it. This was about 9 years ago. At the larval ritual in the Abayan forest, Zhang Lixing, a little girl I met, gave it to me. 9 years ago. Abayan forest? Youngling ritual? Sylvia's expression changed drastically. She grabbed Wu Yan's hand tighter and tighter. A trace of hope appeared in her icy blue eyes. She was a little nervous. With a hint of nervousness, Sylvia's gaze seemed to want to burn a hole in Wu Yan's face. It became extremely intense. Then do you remember when it was 9 years ago? Yes. Wu Yan felt Sylvia's strange and passionate gaze and nodded with difficulty. He scratched his face. It was at the juvenile ritual in the moon of Aries. Before he finished, Wu Yan's eyes widened and he panicked. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? After hearing what Wu Yan said, Sylvia actually shed tears. Your Highness? What's wrong? Don't cry. Rebecca was so shocked that she even used honorifics. Yak was also nervous and clumsy as she stuttered. Corset, on the other hand, was stunned. 9 years ago on the moon of Aries? With a face full of astonishment, Corset opened her mouth in astonishment. Your Highness's birthday was on the moon of Aries. She was 7 years old 9 years ago. What? Rebecca was shocked. Sylvia's birthday was on the moon of Aries. She was 7 years old 9 years ago. Wu Yan's dragon-shaped plushie was given to him by a little girl at the youngling ritual in the Abian forest on the moon of Aries, coupled with Sylvia's abnormal behavior. Could it be? Yak seemed to have come to the same conclusion. She looked at Wu Yan. Sylvia didn't give you this cute plushie, did she? Wu Yan slowly opened his mouth. His mind was in a mess when he saw Sylvia crying uncontrollably. It can't be that coincidental, right? Sylvia was the little girl he met 9 years ago. The one who failed to be selected in the youngling ceremony, and was given a youngling by him? Wu Yan didn't know what to do. Looking at the man in front of her who was at a loss of what to do, Sylvia's memories, which had become blurry after nearly 10 years, regained their clarity once again. Sylvia could still remember that 9 years ago, she had failed to be chosen by the Mother of Dragons during the youngling ritual. Just as Sylvia wept helplessly, a big brother who should not have appeared in the youngling ritual, and should be in his teens or 20s appeared before her, granting her youngling and miraculously making her a dragon breeder. Due to the passing of nearly a decade, and the fact that she was still a child at the time, Sylvia didn't remember the big brother's appearance very clearly. The only thing she remembered was the name that big brother left behind before he left. Wu Yan. Sylvia looked up and stared into Wu Yan's eyes. You're Wu Yan. When he said that, everyone quieted down, and Wu Yan confirmed his suspicions. Sylvia was the little girl from back then. You really are that little girl from back then? Wu Yan laughed bitterly. How could there be such a coincidence? Wu Yan. Rebecca looked at Wu Yan meaningfully. Is that your real name? Rebecca, Sylvia, Cosette, Yak and Yashua, who was still clutching his chest, looked at Wu Yan. No one here knew about Wu Yan's background. However, they already knew that Rebecca was the one who gave Wu Yan his name. It wasn't his real name. Thus, everyone was curious about Wu Yan's name. This was especially true for Rebecca and Sylvia, whose eyes were burning with passion. Of course, the reason was different. Rebecca was excited because she could finally understand some things about Wu Yan. Sylvia was excited because she wanted to confirm whether the person in front of her was the one who gave her a new lease on life. Wu Yan sighed when he saw everyone looking at him with different natures, but similar gazes. There's nothing to hide. Indeed, my real name is Wu Yan. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. It's really you. Sylvia looked at Wu Yan in a daze. But, that's not right. Sylvia didn't remember the big brother who gave her life clearly because too much time had passed, but she at least remembered that he was a big brother in his teens or 20s. As for Wu Yan, he looked to be in his teens or 20s. Could it be that Wu Yan's appearance didn't change at all after 10 years? He even became her classmate? Sylvia wanted to laugh, but she couldn't bring herself to do so. Of course, Wu Yan knows what Sylvia is thinking. This is also the reason why he didn't know what to do when he found out that Sylvia is the little girl from back then. He quickly pulled Sylvia over and turned around with his back facing everyone. Sylvia, I was already like this when you saw me as a child. Please, don't tell anyone about this. Sylvia wanted to ask why, but when she saw Wu Yan's pleading expression, her heart softened. I understand. Sylvia clenched her teeth and agreed. She didn't know what kind of emotion she was feeling. I'll say that you're from the same batch of children as me to participate in the youngsters' ceremony. That's good. Wu Yan nodded gratefully at Sylvia and explained to Rebecca and the others in distress. Sylvia looked at Wu Yan the entire time. She didn't shift her gaze for a single moment. Chapter 1355. Ansari State Dragon Riding Academy. Epona. Sylvia was lying on the bed in her revealing white pajamas, unable to fall asleep for a long time. Raising her head and looking at the bright moon and stars hanging high in the night sky outside the window, such a peaceful scene was unable to calm the restless heart in Sylvia's heart, causing her to sigh repeatedly. Sitting up from the bed, Sylvia lowered her head and looked at the star carving that was slightly above the center of her chest. She could not help but reach out and stroke it. This star carving shouldn't have appeared on Sylvia's body. After all, Sylvia didn't make it to the youngling ritual. However, that man had given Sylvia hope, a miracle that she had thought was impossible to obtain. Even now, Sylvia was still puzzled. Why is it that after almost 10 years, Wu Yan still looks so young? With that appearance, even if she didn't know his exact age, she could still pass as a student. Also, wasn't the Mother of Dragons the only one who could give a human youngling life? Why was Wu Yan able to give her a youngling? Thinking about it, Sylvia realized that her understanding of Wu Yan was close to nothing, be it in the past or the present. However, it was the same. Be it in the past or the present, Wu Yan helped Sylvia regain her new life. During the youngling ritual, he gave her a youngling and made her a dragon cultivator. When the youngling went berserk, not only did he save her, he even gave her a slap and helped her walk out of her misconceptions. During the corpse ash dragon's attack, Lancelot had personally taught him a lesson, telling him what courage was, what strength was. When Veronica arrived, she gave her a chance to prove herself, helped her become stronger, and helped her obtain unimaginable achievements. Even now, Sylvia still couldn't believe that she relied on her own strength. She defeated one of the top 20 dragon knights in the world. However, the method of using the dance of the penetrating dragon's breath that entered her mind told her that it was all true. The past returned to Sylvia's mind one by one. She realized that without Wu Yan's help, she was nothing. He had already sworn an oath during the ceremony of youth. She swore to become an outstanding knight, and not let down Wu Yan's kindness. But in the end, without Wu Yan's help, she wouldn't be where she is now. If Wu Yan didn't come to the Ansari Dragon Academy, then she would still be like before and close herself off to the path of becoming an outstanding knight. She was still that aggressive and unreasonable Princess Blue Ice, wasn't she? Of course, if that was the case, she wouldn't have friends like Rebecca, Yak and Yashur. Furthermore, when the corpse ash dragon attacked Ansari, she could only hide in the academy and tremble in fear. After that, when Sister Veronica came to Ansari, she wouldn't admit that she was like that. She would think that Sylvia was a disgrace to the Wang family and marry Sir Jirian, so that she could become a breeding tool. So it was because of him that I could walk the path of becoming an outstanding knight. Sylvia could feel the warmth from Wu Yan's body through the star carving on her chest. Her face started to burn. Of course, what Sylvia isn't sure about is how she's going to face Wu Yan with these complicated feelings in the future. Actually, Your Highness, you just need to face your own feelings. Just as this thought surfaced in Sylvia's mind, a voice that seemed to have seen through her thoughts, and as if it had been calculated, rang out in a timely manner. It was a pity that the timid Sylvia was frightened by this sudden response. She wanted to scream, but a soft hand covered her mouth and stuffed her words in her throat. Shortly after, the owner of the voice didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I thought Your Highness would have changed a lot by now. Who knew that your reaction would still be so timid? This time, Sylvia finally heard the voice clearly. She turned to the source of the voice and her eyes widened slightly. Cosette. Yes, it's me. Cosette smiled helplessly and Sylvia complained angrily. Please, can you not scare me when you know me well? Your Highness, you didn't recognize my voice. Not only did Cosette not admit her mistake like a subordinate, she even made a false accusation. If Your Highness hadn't been thinking about Sir Roland, you wouldn't have failed to recognize my voice. What? Sylvia stared blankly for a moment before her face flushed red, and she started stammering. Who's thinking about Roland? Your Highness, don't even think about hiding it from outsiders, let alone me. Cosette clicked his tongue and shook his finger. Princess, if you plan to hide it from me, then there will be no one to help you. Sylvia was at a loss for words. She pursed her lips and mustered up her courage. Cosette, what do you think I should do? Before asking what to do, Your Highness, you should answer a question of mine. Cosette didn't hide her curiosity at all. Your Highness, do you like Sir Roland? Like. Sylvia's cheeks were so red that water was about to drip out. She lowered her head and shyly pointed her fingers together. I don't know. Then, Your Highness, think about it carefully. Sir Roland treated you so well. Cosette said with a smile. Think about the way Lord Roar saved you when the baby dragon went berserk. The way he rode Lancelot and carried Her Royal Highness to bravely suppress the corpse-grey dragon. The way he helped Her Royal Highness become stronger, and obtained Her Royal Highness Veronica's approval. Also, the way Lord Roar interacted with you during the juvenile ritual. Hearing this, Sylvia couldn't help but recall the various things that she had just recalled, and a dazed smile unknowingly appeared on her face. Seeing this scene clearly, Cosette laughed slyly. It seems that Your Highness has already understood your feelings for Sir Roland. Sylvia was startled. Looking at Cosette's teasing expression, she suddenly felt ashamed and rolled her eyes at Cosette. So what? It's very simple. Cosette's next words almost made Sylvia jump up in fright. Your Highness, just go down and confess to Sir Roland. Why? Sylvia's eyes widened. She looked at Cosette in disbelief. Why you want me to? Confess? That's right, Cosette said in a seemingly kind manner. Since Your Highness understands your feelings, you should confess as soon as possible. Otherwise, look at Lord Loon. He has an invincible dragon riding skill and invincible strength. Even Captain Yuzura is no match for him. He's also a good cook. With such good qualities, he'll attract other girls sooner or later. The other girls? This time, Sylvia had no choice but to hesitate. Look at President Lebecca. She seems to be interested in Sir Roland as well. Cosette struck while the iron was hot when she saw Sylvia wavering. Although I don't want to deal a blow to Your Highness, are you confident that Your Highness can win against that President Lebecca? Sylvia was speechless. Although Lebecca was only a noble and couldn't compare to the fourth princess, Sylvia had been born as a princess, while Lebecca had relied on her own talent and hard work to become a one-in-a-million Saint Sky Dragon Knight, an achievement she had achieved on her own. Coupled with her outstanding looks, hot body, transcendent temperament and perfect upbringing. Compete with Lebecca? Sylvia had no confidence at all. Fortunately, President Lebecca doesn't seem to have completely fallen. She only has a good impression of Lord Loon. Cosette analyzed. This is a good opportunity for Your Highness to seize. But Sylvia wavered. Your Highness, you don't even dare to confess? Cosette gave her a final dose of ruthless medicine. If Her Highness Veronica finds out, she'll think you're useless again. Sylvia's expression changed and her eyes instantly turned vicious. Chapter 1356. Ansari Dragon Academy. Apollo Lodge. Apollo Lodge was very quiet at night. It was so quiet that even the chirping of cicadas could be heard as a lullaby, lulling everyone in Apollo Lodge into a deep sleep. Or rather, it was already so late at night. As long as they had a normal routine, they would be asleep at this time. However, at this time when everyone was supposed to be sleeping, two girls were quietly walking along the corridor of Apollo's abode, heading straight in a certain direction. These two girls were none other than Sylvia and Cosette, who had just been exchanging thoughts in the Epinache royal family's private room. If others knew that the dignified fourth princess of Lorea knighthood actually brought her personal maid to sneak into the boys' dormitory at night, it would probably cause a huge uproar in the knighthood of Lorea knighthood. Then Veronica would fly over and punish this princess who ruined the reputation of the Wang family. There was only one reason why Sylvia and Corsette snuck into the male dormitory at night when others were sleeping. Corsette watched as Sylvia sneaked into Wu Yan's room. Corsette walked briskly without making any sound. He let out a soft sigh. Although I did say that we should seize the opportunity and confess as soon as possible, Your Highness, you don't have to be so quick, right? Can't you wait until tomorrow? Shut up. Sylvia turned around and glared at Corsette. Her ears were flushed red. Who do you think did this to? I only said to confess as soon as possible. I didn't say to confess immediately. Corsette said impudently. Your Highness, you rushed over after hearing my words. I couldn't stop you even if I wanted to. As if. If you wanted to stop me, why couldn't you stop me? Sylvia exposed Corsette. You just wanted to watch a good show, so you chose to watch from the sidelines. But Your Highness, you were the one who rushed over. What? What can I do? Who would have thought that after hearing what you said, I would feel anxious and unknowingly run over here? I regret it now. That's right. Your Highness, it's not too late for you to retreat, right? Sylvia stopped in her tracks when she heard that, and a conflicted expression appeared on her face. Why didn't I think of that? In front of love, women are blind. Corsette shrugged his shoulders. I didn't believe that before. Now I do. Sylvia glared angrily at Corsette. She turned around. All right, let's hurry up and leave this place before anyone notices us, she finished. Sylvia lifted her feet and walked towards the entrance, but she had only taken 2 or 3 steps when a strong hand grabbed the back of her collar. Since you're already here, how can you just run away? Corsette had a frightening smile on her face. Corsette used a gentle yet unquestionable strength. She dragged Sylvia towards Wu Yan's room. Wait. Poor Sylvia, without Lancelot, her combat power is only at 5 points. Compared to Corsette, who is extremely proficient in espionage and combat techniques, even if she struggled with all her might it would be useless. She couldn't even scream, so she could only be dragged to the door of Wu Yan's room with grief and indignation. We're here, Your Highness. Corsette stood in place and looked at Sylvia with a kind expression. Please come in. Corsette opened the door to Wu Yan's room. Sylvia was stunned. Or doesn't he lock the door when he sleeps at night? Your Highness, have you forgotten that I come here every morning to bring breakfast to Lord Lune? Corsette opened her palm. There was a key lying in her palm. So I already have the key to Lord Lune's room. Is that so? Although I didn't get Lord Lune's permission. Isn't that trespassing? Don't mind these trivial matters. Corsette took a step back and opened the door before speaking to Sylvia with a grin. As Your Highness, please come in. Me. Sylvia had a bad feeling about this. What about you? Although I like to play, I don't want to be a light bulb. Corsette smiled meaningfully. If I'm here, I might disturb the two of you. It's better if I stay here and wait for Your Highness. How? How can that be? Sylvia was in a sorry state. Without you I have to be alone with Lune, right? Era. Corsette looked at Sylvia in surprise. Her eyes were full of smiles. Isn't it better for the two of you to be alone? Maybe after the confession, Her Royal Highness and Lord Roland will do something that I can't watch. If I'm there, won't it ruin things? Zhang Tai thought to himself. You. Steam rose from Sylvia's head. She wanted to shout at Corsette, but she was afraid of being discovered. She could only hold back her tears and turn her head to look at the dorm room whose door was wide open. Thump, thump, thump. Sylvia could only see the scene in the room and a figure lying on the bed. Her heart started beating violently. Perhaps if the confession is successful, it will be like what Corsette said. They will do something shameful. Who knows? Besides, even if Sylvia didn't have such thoughts, if Wu Yan wanted it, with Sylvia's current feelings for Wu Yan, she wouldn't be able to refuse, right? In other words, the distance between the two of them will be infinitely close tonight. At the thought of this, Sylvia's heart started beating at an unprecedented speed. The frequency of her heartbeat made Sylvia afraid that her heart would jump out of her chest. Your Highness. Corsette giggled. Even I can hear your heartbeat. Sylvia gave Corsette a hateful look. Throwing caution to the wind, She rushed into the room and came to Wu Yan's bedside. At night, Wu Yan's window was closed. But he didn't close the curtains. The weak moonlight shone in from the window. It was projected onto the bed, exposing the scene on the bed to Sylvia's eyes. He didn't put on his pajamas. Wu Yan took off his jacket and with a calm breath, he fell into a deep sleep with a serene expression on his face. The moonlight shone on Wu Yan's body. At this moment, Wu Yan was like a cloak made of gauze. He blended in perfectly with the moonlight. The temperament of a vampire ancestor was vividly displayed in the room. He was like the king of the night. Looking at this beautiful scene, Sylvia was mesmerized and intoxicated. Cosette waited outside the door for a full 10 minutes, but didn't hear anything from the room. She was surprised. With doubts in her mind, Cosette pushed open the unlatched door, walked into the room, and came to the bedside. The next moment, the scene in front of her made Cosette stunned on the spot. Wu Yan was still lying on the bed, sleeping peacefully. Sylvia, who was supposed to wake Wu Yan up and confess her love for him, somehow slipped under the blanket. She laid in Wu Yan's embrace with one hand hugging Wu Yan, and the other hugging the dragon-shaped plushie that originally belonged to her. With a smile on her face, she fell asleep peacefully. Cosette didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, she snuck into the male dormitory just to sleep with her sweetheart? Your Highness, really? Cosette gently sat on the edge of the bed and helped Sylvia pull up the blanket. She looked at Wu Yan and hesitated for a moment before reaching out to touch his cheek. In fact, Cosette didn't know why she encouraged Sylvia to confess to Wu Yan. She only knew that if Wu Yan was really with Sylvia, it would be the best outcome for her. In that case, Cosette would be able to serve Wu Yan legitimately and no longer be his personal maid in the morning. Cosette was very loyal to Sylvia. She was so loyal that even when Veronica wanted to put her in an important position and other nobles wanted to poach her, they were all mercilessly rejected by her. That's why Veronica was so surprised when she heard that Cosette was serving Wu Yan. Originally, Cosette thought that she only needed to serve Sylvia for the rest of her life. She didn't need a second master at all. In the beginning, she said that she was Wu Yan's personal maid in the morning. In fact, that was just a joke. Other than making breakfast for Wu Yan, Cosette didn't do anything else that resembled serving him. Making breakfast wasn't really serving him, was it? But recently, Cosette started to do more and more things while helping Wu Yan make breakfast. She even helped Wu Yan get dressed and washed his face in the morning. This was completely within the scope of serving him. Cosette didn't know why this was. Her loyalty didn't allow her to serve two people. But if Wu Yan and Sylvia could become a couple, then Wu Yan could also become her master and be served by her. With this thought in mind, Cosette unconsciously started to encourage Sylvia. Perhaps, Cosette should also ask herself the same question she just asked Sylvia. Like? Cosette murmured to himself. Chapter 1357. That night, Wu Yan slept exceptionally soundly. Not for anything else, but during his sleep, he didn't know when it started, but there were two extremely pleasant fragrances that accompanied Wu Yan throughout the night, and they went into his nose without any explanation, making him feel as if he was bathing in a sea of flowers, and his entire body and mind became comfortable. Wu Yan didn't know how to describe that fragrance, but he felt that it was particularly pleasant, and it smelled even better than the fragrance of the plants that he smelled in the bathroom of Sylvanus, that could calm one's mind. Therefore, that night, not only did Wu Yan sleep particularly well, but he also had a very good night. It was also because of this that when the night passed, and the morning sun shone through the window and domineeringly into the room, Wu Yan slowly opened his sleepy eyes. Although his wine-red pupils were still a little confused, they didn't have the laziness that they should have when he slept in the past. He slept until the sun rose, and he slept until he woke up naturally. This made even Wu Yan, who liked to sleep in very much, wake up early. He was in a particularly good mood, and he didn't have the mood to sleep in anymore. He directly woke up, and he couldn't help but smile. Unfortunately, this smile quickly froze on Wu Yan's face. The fragrance that accompanied Wu Yan all night, even the cold air brought by the appearance of the morning, couldn't be removed. It still lingered around Wu Yan, and with Wu Yan's breathing, it entered his body, making Wu Yan's body relax. But now Wu Yan no longer had the time to pay attention to it, and it made him have a good dream. The fragrance of a good night. He could clearly feel that the bed, which should have been able to easily fit his body, had become a lot more cramped today. Of course, the crowding wasn't the main point. The main point was that Wu Yan could feel that his spread-out hands. It seemed that he was holding two extremely soft things, one big and one small, on the left and the other on the right. Realizing this, Wu Yan fell silent, although he didn't know what was going on. The crowded feeling, the familiar feeling of the two soft lumps in his hand, and the fragrance that kept drilling into Wu Yan's nose were all telling him. It seems like I've entered some kind of interesting plot again, after all. That soft touch. It's not the first time he's felt it from the girls who shared their lives with him. That pleasant fragrance, it's something that the girls have on them as well. Wu Yan, who used to experience this feeling almost every day in the past, can't help but feel a little relieved. How could he not be familiar with it? In addition to his past experience and the faint intuition in his heart, coupled with little guesses and analysis, Wu Yan had a pretty good idea of what happened here. Maintaining his silence, Wu Yan slowly lowered his head and looked into the blanket. Then, Wu Yan's vision was completely occupied by two familiar and beautiful faces. Phew. With gentle and sweet breathing, the two beautiful young girls leaned their heads against Wu Yan's chest. The distance between their faces was extremely close, almost touching each other, and their lips were connected. The first rays of the morning sun shone through the window onto the two girls' hair of different colors. One of them shone with a dazzling golden light, while the other emitted a gentle purple light. There was a smile on their faces, and their fair faces seemed to add an unexpected charm, making people's hearts beat faster. At the same time, these two uninvited girls who came at an unknown time, and even snuggled into Wu Yan's blankets, snuggled into his embrace and entered dreamland. Their voluptuous bosoms, separated by the academy uniform and the maid uniform respectively, fell into Wu Yan's grasp. In other words, Wu Yan was holding the two girls' soft breasts in each hand while lying on the bed, and these two girls were lying in his arms, sleeping soundly. If it wasn't for the fact that the three of them were well dressed except for being a little messy, even Wu Yan himself would have suspected that he had unknowingly done something outrageous last night. Looking at the two extremely unexpected faces that shouldn't have appeared not only leaning against his chest, but also imprinted into his eyes, Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched slightly. He exhaled a complicated breath and looked at the ceiling. Can someone tell me what's going on? Wu Yan mumbled as if he's asking for help. Why did Sylvia and Corset come to my bed and give me benefits? Lucien asked. This question didn't elicit an answer from the heavens, but a murmur that sounded like someone talking in a dream. Roland. Sylvia rubbed against Wu Yan's chest and murmured Wu Yan's name with a blissful expression, causing Wu Yan to be filled with shock. This Sylvia murmured my name even in her dreams and looked so happy. Could it be that she has taken a liking to me? While Wu Yan was having such thoughts, another similar murmur caused him to lose his composure. Lord Roland. Corset frowned and her cheeks began to blush. No, not like this. At least, not there. Listening to Corset's murmur that could definitely cause normal men and normal women, and even abnormal men and abnormal women to have unhealthy fantasies, Wu Yan was embarrassed. Corset, what kind of happy, no infuriating dream are you having? No, now is not the time to think about this. With his mind in a mess, Wu Yan began to unconsciously knead the two plump mounds in his hands, causing Sylvia's pretty face to blush like Corset's. Corset began to breathe delicately, filling the warm space with a pink atmosphere. Perhaps because Wu Yan's movements were too violent, or perhaps because Corset's combat strength was high and her senses were sharp, Corset slowly opened her eyes with a soft groan. She woke up the moment she sensed the abnormality in her body. She raised her head and met a pair of wine-red eyes. Wu Yan looked at Cosette, and Cosette looked at Wu Yan. Both of them could see their own reflections in each other's eyes. Even their breaths intertwined with each other. They were so close to each other that they fell into an eerie silence that lasted for a long time. In this strange atmosphere, Wu Yan also saw that Corset's pretty face was blushing at a speed visible to the naked eye, However, while her face was blushing, Corsette's expression showed a slightly playful smile as usual. "Good morning, Lord Roland." Good. Good morning." Wu Yan nodded with a blank face. When he came back to his senses, his first reaction was to ridicule. "Is this the time to say good morning?" "What else?" Corsette blinked and said in a teasing tone. "Lord Roland, do you want to take the opportunity to do something else?" Well, Corsette not only didn't seem to care, but also seemed to be flirting with him. Wu Yan couldn't help but become bolder and resumed his kneading. "Not now, I don't know later." Wu Yan's kneading caused Corsette's expression to change slightly. Her purple eyes suddenly became blurred. Looking at Corsette's blurred appearance, Wu Yan couldn't help but feel a fire in his heart. With tacit understanding, the two looked straight at each other as if they could only see each other. Then, the two faces slowly began to close the distance. "Yu." Just as Wu Yan and Cosette were about to kiss each other, a melodious voice came from the other side, causing the two to stiffen up in an instant. "Yu." Another whimper. Sylvia finally woke up. Perhaps because she hadn't completely regained her consciousness, Sylvia raised her head and rested her chin on Wu Yan's shoulder like the most intimate of lovers. Her soft long hair fluttered down and sprinkled on Wu Yan's face. She murmured in a confused tone, "Corsette, are you up?" It seems that Sylvia mistook Wu Yan for Corsette, but soon, a strange feeling rose in her heart. Because compared to Corsette, Sylvia's shoulder was undoubtedly more robust, and faintly carried an unfamiliar aura. Sylvia's misty eyes regained their brightness as she abruptly looked over. Then Wu Yan's face appeared in front of her eyes. "Yo!" Wu Yan smiled bitterly. "Good morning." Sylvia was stunned, and then her face flushed red. "Yu." A sharp and piercing scream echoed through the sky. Chapter 1358. Sigh. Wu Yan sighed tiredly on his way to the lecture hall. "I finally had a good morning, but it turned into a farce in the end? Why do I have to be so tired?" Thanks to Sylvia's shrill scream and her tearful, disheveled appearance as she ran out of Apollo's cottage, the boys of Apollo's cottage, who had heard the noise and seen the whole process, were in an uproar. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a girl running away after being violated. Therefore, even though it was a bright and pleasant morning, all the boys in the Apollo dormitory seemed to have gone crazy early in the morning, and were in a mess. Then, all kinds of rumors started to spread. For example, after defeating Captain Yujura, the Protoss horsemen got too complacent and decided to rape the fourth princess of the Night Kingdom of Lorimon. Well, another example was, Her Highness Princess Sylvia fell in love with Roland, the man who defeated Captain Yujura, and became the strongest in the world. She tried to confess her love to him, but was rejected. She suffered a severe blow and was too ashamed to stay on the scene. Another example would be, during the banquet to celebrate Roland becoming a dragon knight, Roland and Her Highness Sylvia both violated the school's rules and secretly drank. In the end, after getting drunk, they had a wonderful night. After waking up, Her Highness Sylvia could not accept reality and escaped from Roland's room. Good bad guest made up. In just one morning, all sorts of rumors entered Wu Yan's ears. Yashu even ran over to Wu Yan and asked him about what happened with a hesitant look on his face. Yak also came to ask if he did something worse than a beast. Even Raymond and the others came over. Just dealing with these people is enough to squander away his good mood from this morning. At the same time, he also squandered away his stamina and energy. Sigh. When he thought about how this matter might spread to the entire Ansari Academy, he knew he would have to deal with more trouble. Wu Yan sighed again with a sad face. Mama, Lord Roland, cheer up. It's worth mentioning that after Sylvia ran away in tears, Corsette didn't chase after her. Instead, she stayed by Wu Yan's side. Just like usual. As if nothing had happened. She helped Wu Yan dress, wash his face, and make breakfast. She didn't seem to be affected at all. Another thing worth mentioning was when Wu Yan was being questioned by Yashur, Yak, and the others. The cute maid also stayed by his side. She's not trying to help Wu Yan explain himself. She's gloating over his misfortune. Thus, when he saw Corsette's beaming face, he felt the energy in his body flowing faster. Who do you think is to blame for this? Cosette tilted his head, pretending to be confused, and asked in disbelief. Is it my fault? Shouldn't it be your fault? Wu Yan didn't even have the strength to complain. This was originally caused by you guys invading my room. Aren't you guys afraid of being caught and treated as female perverts? Ma, it doesn't matter. Cosette smiled perfunctorily. As long as you don't get caught. Even the laws of the Night Kingdom of Lorea can't find a reason to punish you. And Cosette raised her index finger and blinked her eyes. Lord Roland, don't you like it? Wu Yan couldn't help but take a few more glances at Cosette's cute and playful actions. He rolled his eyes at the same time. Do you think you can get away with it by acting cute in front of me? Can't I? Cosette was surprised from the bottom of her heart. Then her expression changed. A faint blush appeared on her face. Her moist lips slightly exhaled a sweet breath. Her little tongue licked the corner of her mouth. It was as if she had changed into a different person. In other words, compared to this cute action, President Lebecca's provocative action is more to Lord Roland's taste, right? Wu Yan was a bit flabbergasted by Cosette's astonishing transformation. It's a pity you didn't go into acting. Even if I go into acting, Cosette will still act as a maid. Cosette chuckled and changed the topic. By the way, Lord Roland, what do you think about Her Highness sleeping next to you? Wu Yan stopped in his tracks when he heard that. He quickly regained his composure and shifted his gaze to the other side. What do you mean, what do I think? Isn't that an accident? Rune-sama, you are surprisingly mean. Even Cosette couldn't help but feel helpless after hearing Wu Yan's response. I don't believe Lord Roland can't see the change in Her Highness, especially in her attitude towards you. And Wu Yan glanced at Cosette with a faint smile. Do you want me to take the initiative and pursue Sylvia? Yes. It would be best if that's the case. Cosette sighed and her expression turned serious. But no matter what, I only hope Lord Roland can be as natural as before when facing Her Highness. As natural as before? Wu Yan was stunned. You should be able to see that Her Highness looks strong, but she's actually very delicate, right? Cosette stared into Wu Yan's eyes. As long as Lord Long's behavior is a little strange, Her Royal Highness will definitely realize what happened in the morning. She will start to worry that Lord Long will hate her. In the end, she will either not dare to face Lord Long anymore or be lost and run away in shame. So instead of that, why don't you face Sylvia with a normal attitude like before, right? Wu Yan looked at Cosette with an amused expression. It seems like you are very loyal to Sylvia. Of course. Cosette raised her head without hesitation. She made a rare arrogant reply. She looked deeply into Wu Yan's eyes before opening her mouth with a tone full of ambiguity. Perhaps in the future, I will have to change from 1 to 2. Oh, Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. Will you really serve 2 people at the same time? Yes. If Her Highness becomes Lord Roland's partner, then she will become my master. Cosette pursed her lips and said with a seductive smile. By that time, I will have to obey Lord Roland's every command. Is that so? Wu Yan pursed his lips in a nonchalant manner. He didn't notice the serious look in Cosette's eyes despite the grin on her face. There it is. While Wu Yan and Cosette were chatting happily, a scream suddenly sounded in front of them and attracted their attention. When Wu Yan and Cosette looked up at the source of the sound, the scene in front of them stunned them. What really appeared? Lord Roland. Lord Roland. A series of crazy screams resounded in the sky above the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. It was as if they wanted to shatter the eardrums of others. It shook Wu Yan's ears and made him see stars. Rumble, 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 rumble. Along with the screams, the ground started shaking like an earthquake. It's getting closer and closer to Wu Yan. The screams that resounded through the sky came from the female students of all grades, all dressed in the academy's uniform, who filled the entire area in front of them. The trembling sound was caused by the female students who filled the entire field of vision. They rode their respective dragons and charged towards Wu Yan with hearts in their eyes. Wu Yan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he watched the sky-covering scene of the female students riding on pterosaurs, earth dragons, and water dragons charging towards him. His face is full of shock. What's going on? Cosette also recovered from the shock, revealing a wry smile. Lord Roland, it seems like your fan club has finally appeared. Fan club? Don't forget that you're the one who defeated Captain Ursula and became the strongest dragon knight in the world. Is it strange that those girls who are attracted to you have become your fans? Cosette smiled gloatingly. You have to be careful. The female students in our academy are very open. Be careful not to be pushed into bed by your fans. I.e. Wu Yan's curses were mercilessly drowned out by the deafening screams and the rumbling sound that shook the ground. Chapter 1360. The seventh dragon house's rooms were very spacious. After all, this was a place for holy dragons to rest in. Even the youngest dragon whelp was larger than an adult earth dragon, water dragon, or winged dragon. If the place was too small, it would be impossible for them to live in it, let alone an existence like Gyuvlin, who was close to the largest holy dragon. Gawaine's room wasn't small either. With Gawaine living in it, more than half of the room was empty. Faint light poured in from the window and shone on Gawaine, who was curled up on the ground, making his silver fur sparkle. However, if one looked closely, they would discover that Gawaine's eyes were only half closed. There was still enough light left for him to see what was in front of him. At the same time, he could clearly see the elf-like girl who was cowering in front of him, not daring to step forward. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene. That fairy-like girl with pointy ears should be Gawaine's master, right? In other words, this girl was the one who had ridden Gawaine and fallen off his back. She was the one who had been afraid of Gawaine and was rejected by Gawaine. This girl had probably appeared here to figure out why Gawaine had rejected her in an attempt to win him back. Wu Yan didn't know if this girl knew why Gawaine had rejected her. However, Gawaine had been pretending to be asleep the whole time, but he had been observing her. It seemed that Gawaine was also testing his master. Look at her. Has he walked out of the shadows? If she had, Gawaine would have responded to this girl immediately and reconciled with her, right? However, looking at the girl's behavior, Wu Yan began to sigh inwardly. Her shoulders were trembling slightly. Although there was longing for Gawaine in her eyes, there was also an indelible fear. She kept a distance from Gawaine. She wanted to go forward, but she didn't dare. This kind of behavior, this kind of distance, was too unnatural for a dragon knight and her ball. At the very least, as his master, the girl could go forward. She could rub Gawaine's fur to express their closeness. The girl seemed to be thinking the same thing, but she kept hesitating on the spot. She seemed to be struggling. With Gawaine's proud personality and consideration for his master, he definitely wouldn't accept her, right? The girl's goal in coming to the dragon house. In the end, if nothing unexpected happened, it would end in failure. She had no idea that her goal had been seen through. Even the result was predicted. Her eyes were filled with struggle. She raised her foot. She put it down, then raised it again. She put it down again, repeating it over and over again, her shoulders trembling. After a long time, the young girl still didn't choose to go forward. Her hands tightly gripped the uniform on her body as she softly called out. She called Gawaine. When Gawaine heard the girl call his name, but did not step forward, a trace of imperceptible disappointment flashed across his eyes. He opened his eyes and looked coldly at the girl before him. He looked. Gawaine was Gawaine. No. Under Gawaine's cold gaze, the fairy-like girl's hands began to tremble. She took a step back, tears welling up in her eyes. Gawaine. The girl sobbed and called out sorrowfully. I beg you, don't do this. I can't live without you. Rejected by her own ball and not even allowed to get close to him? For a dragon knight, this must be a very painful thing. In particular, her image was extremely lovable, making people unconsciously want to protect her. With that helpless and sad look on her face, no matter how hard-hearted a person was, their heart would soften for a second or two, right? However, Gawaine had a heart of stone. He didn't even bother to respond. He turned his head away and acted extremely cold. Why did you reject me? Seeing Gawaine's indifference, the girl's tears began to roll down her face. I've always treated you as my family. Why did you reject me? Treat me as your family? Then why are you afraid of me? Why are you riding me with fear? Why don't you dare to approach me? Should I be afraid of my own family? Roar. Gawain couldn't help but feel sorrow and anger. He raised his head and roared at the girl. The girl took a step back in fright. She looked at Gawain, who was roaring at her, as if she was an enemy. Sorrow welled up in her heart. She couldn't stop her tears. She turned around and tried to escape. Bang! However, just as the young girl turned around and ran out, she suddenly bumped into something. With a cry of surprise, she fell backwards. Just as the girl was about to fall to the ground, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed her, pulling her back. The girl jumped in fright. She hurriedly raised her head and looked in front of her. She was stunned. That was because there was a person standing right there. Clearly, the thing she crashed into was the person in front of her. Are you all right? Wu Yan scratched his face and asked apologetically. I'm sorry. I didn't know you would suddenly turn around and run. By the time I wanted to avoid you, it was already too late. I'm fine. The girl mumbled. She quickly reacted and wiped her tears. She lowered her head. She probably didn't want others to see her cry. As long as you're fine. Wu Yan smiled and glanced at Gawain. Gawain didn't expect him to appear at a time like this. He shook his head with a smile. That? Wu Yan pretended to be confused. He looked at the girl. That's your fall, right? Hearing this, the girl's slender shoulders trembled violently, as if they would break at the slightest touch. She fell silent. However, Wu Yan had no intention of letting her go. Since it's your fall, why don't you go over? The girl was silent for a moment. She raised her head and looked at Wu Yan. Her eyes were filled with sadness. I wanted to go over, but Gawain wouldn't let me. Is that so? Wu Yan looked at the girl, and then at Gawain, whose head is full of question marks. He grabbed the girl's hand. The girl was stunned. She wanted to struggle, but before she could, Wu Yan pulled her towards Gawain. Wait a minute. The girl quickly reacted and shouted. Don't get close to Gawain. He won't let anyone get close. Be careful not to get hurt. Roar. Gawain immediately roared. However, he didn't sound as fierce as before. Instead of calling it a threat, it sounded more like confusion. The girl who heard the change in Gawain's voice was stunned. Wu Yan took this opportunity to pull the girl to Gawain's side. Gawain immediately turned to look at the girl. His eyes were fierce, but he didn't try to threaten her. Instead, there was a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. His dissatisfaction was naturally directed at Wu Yan. Gawain didn't want his master, who was afraid of him, to get close. However, Wu Yan brought her over. How could Gawain not be dissatisfied? If it weren't for Wu Yan, Gawain would have yelled again to intimidate him. The girl knew that Gawain would do that. She stood there in a daze, unable to react. Why won't Gawain refuse you? Wu Yan didn't answer the girl's question. Instead, he patted Gawain's head. You come and touch him. What? The girl was shocked. I said come and touch him. Wu Yan looked into the girl's beautiful eyes. Even I touched him. As his master, shouldn't you touch Gawain? The girl's expression changed. She couldn't help but look at Gawain. Resistance appeared in Gawain's eyes. However, Wu Yan slapped him on the head. You don't make a sound. Gawain immediately stopped responding. The girl looked at Wu Yan in astonishment. She's also very surprised. Gawain was actually so obedient to him. Then can I, also? A trace of hope rose in her heart. The girl finally reached out to Gawain. However, at this moment, a scene appeared in the young girl's mind. It was the scene of her falling off Gawain's body. The girl stopped abruptly. Fear appeared in her eyes. Roar. Seeing the girl like this, Gawain finally couldn't take it anymore and roared, waking the girl from her fear. You. The girl cried again. She turned around and rushed out of the dragon house without looking back. Looking at the girl running away, Wu Yan rubbed Gawain's head. He looked at Gawain, who was looking at him with a sad expression, and didn't say anything for a long time. Chapter 1361. There were a total of 4 student dormitories in the Ansari Academy. The male dormitory for the advanced class was called the Apollo dormitory. It was where Wu Yan and Yashur lived. The female dormitory for the advanced class was called the Epona dormitory. It was where Lebecca and Sylvia lived. Of the 2 dormitories for the basic class, the female dormitory for the basic class was called the Maeve dormitory. There was no one in the Maeve dormitory at the moment. It was almost time for class. As students of the basic class, this was the time for them to lay down a solid foundation for their path as dragon cultivators. Therefore, there was no one in the Maeve dormitory. They were all in their own classes at the moment. However, in such an uninhabited dormitory, a burst of messy footsteps abruptly sounded in the corridor. If one looked closely, one would see a person running down the corridor. This person was the fairy-like girl who escaped from the 7th dragon dormitory. She was Gawain's master. Gawain was a true holy dragon. In other words, this girl was also a true dragon knight. However, this dragon knight with such extraordinary abilities was, in fact, only a student of the basic course. How could she become a dragon knight when she was still in the basic class? Her talent wasn't bad. However, the fairy-like girl didn't have the slightest bit of pride. As a dragon knight, she was refused a ride by her own fall. She even refused to get close to him. How could she have the leisure to be proud of herself? She recalled how Gawain roared at her like she was an enemy. She felt sorrow in her heart. Tears flowed down her cheeks. She ran back to her room without looking back. Bang! With the sound of the door closing, the girl came to her room and leaned against the door. Her expression was filled with sorrow. Her sparkling tears were abnormally bright in this dark room that was completely blocked out. They shone and dripped onto the floor. After crying silently for a while, the girl raised her hand. She wiped the tears from her face and looked up. Her delicate face was filled with sadness as she faced her own dormitory. This room was very different from an ordinary student's room. All sorts of potted plants were placed around the room. It was unknown whether they were placed randomly or according to their habits, but they were placed in a very orderly manner in this space that was neither too big nor too small. It didn't look like a normal girl's room at all. The room was filled with the fragrance of various plants. Except for a round table in the middle of the room, the rest of the furniture was basically filled with potted plants. The number of potted plants was astonishing. From the wall to the window, there were traces of plants everywhere, giving people the feeling that they had stepped into a small forest. And in the middle of the room, there was a coffin with white flowers at the bottom. There were potted plants all around, and in the center was a coffin. It was absolutely not an exaggeration to describe this feeling as strange. Perhaps it was because this scene was too strange, or perhaps it was because there were so many potted plants. But in this basic course dormitory where 3 people were supposed to share a room, only this fairy-like girl occupied this room alone. This could be considered the benefit of a dragon knight. The girl had lived in this room for nearly 3 years, so she didn't feel anything strange about it. She looked around at the tightly drawn curtains that didn't let in a single ray of light. It was very dark in the room. The girl casually took off her uniform and exposed her body to the air. Exquisite doll-like facial features, amethyst-like eyes, sharp ears, a delicate body that looked like it would shatter at the slightest touch, and a pitiful and mysterious charm. Such a delicate body could be said to be against the rules. It didn't look like it belonged in this world. The young girl didn't put on any other clothes and just walked into the coffin that was covered with white flowers. She hugged her knees and curled her fair body into a ball. Her purple eyes were filled with confusion about the future. The girl's name was Luca. Shalanin was a third-year student of the Ansari Dragon Academy's basic course. He was also a member of the Yekibrad clan, known as the Forest Fairies, the Yekibrad people. The Yekibrad clan. They were commonly known as the Forest Fairies. Since ancient times, they had lived in the forest and lived in the forest. They were a race that was generally outstanding and beautiful, and Luca was a famous genius in such a clan. Just by looking at Luca's appearance, you could tell. Her sharp ears, delicate face, and imperfect but extremely alluring body were exactly the same as the fairies in fairy tales. In addition to the potted plants around her, she was known as the Forest Fairies in reality. In the knighthood of Loriman, the Yekybrad clan was also a very famous clan. In addition to their beautiful appearance, they were also proficient in herbology. They were definitely the best in the world when it came to herbs. The effects of the Yekybrad's herbs were unanimously praised by people all over the world. The prices of their herbs were always high in the market. However, the Yekybrad people weren't famous for their beautiful appearance or their profound knowledge of herbology. Instead, they were famous for their fighting prowess as dragon knights. In the past, the Yekybrad clan was famous for producing excellent dragon knights. Their people weren't that outstanding when it came to raising dragons, but they had unimaginable talent when it came to riding dragons. Among them, the most famous was the magical dragon riding skill that only the Yekybrad clan leader could use. It was passed down from generation to generation, the dragon dance. It was a dragon riding skill that, once completed, could activate all kinds of magical effects. It was a flying dragon riding skill. Luca slipped up when she was practicing the dragon dance and fell off Gawain's back, resulting in the current situation. Today, the heroic legend of the Yekybrad people had become a legend of the past. The lifespan of the Mother of Dragons was coming to an end, and the dragons were gradually declining due to the lack of star essence. As a result, the decline of the dragons led to a sharp decline in the number of dragon nurturers among the Yekybrad. Without the dragon breeders, there would be no more dragon knights. Naturally, the Yekyblade race, which was famous for producing many dragon knights, would decline. Luca was the only Yekyblade student in the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. Therefore, Luca, who had become a dragon knight in the basic course, was not only directly appointed as the next patriarch, but also received the qualifications to learn how to ride a dragon and perform a dance. She was also placed high hopes on by the Yekyblades. How disappointed would the Yekyblades be if they knew that their fall had refused to ride Luca, and that her star essence path had been cut off, and that she was facing the danger of death. Luca felt an unprecedented pressure when she thought of this. The reason why he had sealed himself in a room without any light was probably due to the immense pressure he was under, right? Under such circumstances, it was easy to imagine how helpless Luca would be. She wanted to go back in time and fly in the sky like Gawain. However, Gawain kept rejecting her. Luca didn't understand why Gawain kept rejecting her. She only knew that if this continued, Gawain would one day die due to the lack of star essence. At that time, she wouldn't even be a dragon breeder, let alone a dragon knight. How cruel would that be to Luca, who had high hopes placed on her? If Luca could confess to others that she fell off Gawain's back, they might be able to figure out why Gawain refused her. The problem was that the Yekybrad people were a superior race when it came to riding dragons. Falling off a dragon's back was a great humiliation to them. There was no way Luca could tell others about this. She walked into a dead end. Luca didn't know how many times the helplessness and bewilderment in her heart had visited her heart, making her almost shed tears again. Gawain, she softly muttered Fall's name. Gawain's face appeared in her mind. Suddenly, the image of the figure who pulled Luca close to Gawain and made Gawain obey flashed across Luca's mind, startling her. How could he make Gawain obey him? Oh. Chapter 1362. Ansari Dragon Riding Academy Student Council Office. The Student Council President, Lebeka, the Disciplinary Committee member, Sylvia, Yashu, Mascot Yak, and Wu Yen sat around the table in silence. Corset was standing behind Sylvia, pouring tea into a cup of water. At this time, Lebeka was dealing with some written documents. Yashur was helping her organize and arrange them. Ak was sitting there with a bored expression. Compared to Lebeka and Yashur, she was simply bored to death. Aside from Yak, there were two other people in the student council office who were also bored to death. Uyen. Sylvia. One of them was clearly an assistant who was supposed to help Rebecca, the president, but instead he threw the job to Yaksu while he sat in his seat with a face full of fatigue. The other was a member of the Conduct and Discipline Committee. She had no fate with this kind of written work, so she also sat in her seat with an unnatural expression. Because of this, the entire student council office was filled with an awkward atmosphere. In the past few days, This awkward atmosphere had been playing out in the student union office for a while almost every day. It was extremely annoying. The main reason was because of Sylvia. Maybe Sylvia is still holding a grudge over the fact that she snuck into Wu Yan's room and slept in his bed for a night. That's why she's still holding a grudge. In the past few days, other than the student council office or the classroom, Sylvia would never appear in front of Wu Yan. Even in the student council office or the classroom, Sylvia would choose to sit in the seat furthest away from Wu Yan. Sometimes when they accidentally bumped into each other, they would rarely talk, making the atmosphere very awkward. Unlike Sylvia, Corsette was the exact opposite. She always appeared around Wu Yan, and was no longer limited to the morning. Sometimes she would even stay in Wu Yan's room at night. It was very suggestive. However, only Wu Yan knew that the reason Corsette appeared in his room at night was because she wanted Wu Yan to find a way. She wanted him to return to the state where he could talk to Sylvia naturally. As for other times, why would Corsette appear beside Wu Yan from time to time? Even Wu Yan and Sylvia didn't know the reason, let alone outsiders. Of course, the main reason for this situation was Sylvia. She couldn't converse normally with Wu Yan, and every time they met, she would run away with a red face, causing the atmosphere to become awkward. As for Wu Yan himself, he had his own troubles. Sigh. Sitting in his seat, Wu Yan propped up his chin with one hand and looked out of the window. He let out an extremely sad sigh, like an old man with one foot in the grave. Here, Sir Lun. Corsette, who had come to Wu Yan's side, put a cup of black tea on the table in front of Wu Yan with a funny expression. Have a cup of black tea to refresh yourself. Thank you. Wu Yan replied in a weak tone. He picked up his cup of tea and sipped it in a bored manner. Corsette laughed even harder and Rebecca looked up at him. She first looked at Wu Yan, and then at Corsette. She spoke to Corsette meaningfully. Corsette, I feel like you're becoming Wu Yan's personal maid. Are you planning to abandon Sylvia? How could that be? Corsette paused for a moment before answering with a smile. I'm just doing my duty. Duty? Rebecca asked curiously. Even if you're doing your duty, shouldn't you be doing your duty to Sylvia? Why is it Lun? What's the difference? Corsette said with a smile on his face. Sir Lun will become my master sooner or later anyway. Rebecca didn't know what was going on, and was surprised. Become your master? Yes, after all, Her Royal Highness and Sir Lun. PFFF, Sylvia, who was drinking black tea, spat it out and sprayed it all over Yashur, who was still sorting out the information. Yashur was stunned on the spot. However, Sylvia didn't even pay attention to Ashur. Her face flushed red as she frantically yelled at Corsette. What are you trying to say, you talkative maid? Mama. Corsette covered her mouth and giggled. Her Royal Highness is shy. Sylvia was immediately flustered. Her suspicious reaction caused Rebecca's beautiful eyes to narrow slightly as she put on a fake smile. Looks like I've missed out on something interesting during this period of time. Then, she looked at Wu Yan. Wu Yan is still as listless as ever, as if his soul has left his body. It's not that I'm scolding you. Rebecca rolled her eyes. You've been like this for the past few days. You're making people sleepy. Sleepy? Wu Yan leaned on the table in distress. I even feel like fainting right now. What's wrong with you? Rebecca couldn't bear to see Wu Yan like this. Is it because of those crazy fans? What? That shouldn't be the case. Yashur took out a handkerchief and wiped the tea that Sylvia sprayed all over his face as he explained in a muffled voice. The Student Council and the Board of Governors have already issued a ban. If those fans are too extreme, they'll be expelled. That shouldn't be the case, right? That's true. That's true. The fans are no longer as crazy as they used to be. Wu Yan's face turned green at the mention of this. But what about moderate? Moderate. A place that is not too extreme? Rebecca, Sylvia, and Yashur exchanged glances. They were all confused. That so-called don't go overboard. Corsette, on the other hand, had an obviously knowing expression as he squatted down. By the time he stood up again, a large box that was half the height of a person had already appeared in his hand, and he slammed it on the table. That's it. Rebecca, Sylvia, Yashur and even Yak, who was bored out of her wits, turned their gazes to the wooden chest. The wooden box, which was half the height of a person, was filled with letters of different colors. This is. Rebecca picked up one of the letters in the box and looked at the red hearts on the cover. There were even some lip prints. She immediately understood. This is a love letter, right? Love letter. Yashu and Yak widened their eyes. Love letter. Sylvia, on the other hand, was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She abruptly jumped up from her seat and ferociously pulled out a letter from the wooden box. When she saw the red hearts and lipstick marks on the letter, her pretty face flushed hot. How shameless! Resisting the urge to tear the love letter in her hand into shreds, Sylvia's eyes burned with raging flames. The beautiful blonde hair on her back seemed to be fluttering, making one think of an enraged male lion. As a student of the Ansari State's Dragon Riding Academy, how could you? Seemingly triggered by the lipstick print on the cover of the love letter, steam began to rise from Sylvia's head. She stomped her feet on the ground, causing the floor to resound loudly. Not perfect. Not perfect at all. Your Highness, don't you think your reaction is a little too extreme? Yashu asked carefully. It's just a love letter. Compared to the fans who declared their desire to be Rune's mistress in public, this can only be considered moderate. Right? Sylvia lowered her head in embarrassment. She couldn't explain herself. She glanced at Wu Yan, who was sprawled on the table, and vented her anger on him. Did you hear that? It's just a love letter. Why do you act like you've gone 300 rounds with Commander Yuzura? 300 rounds with Yuzura? Wu Yan snickered as if he's broken. I'd rather fight Ursula for 3,000 or even 30,000 rounds than see these love letters again. Your Highness. Cosette spoke up helplessly. Actually, these days, Lord Lune has to deal with 10 love letters almost every day, just like the ones in this big box. 10 a day. Sylvia froze. That's a ridiculous amount. Rebecca flipped through the love letters in the wooden chest with interest. Even I haven't received this much before. Halfway through her sentence, Rebecca suddenly froze in place, a look of astonishment appearing on her face. Taking out a letter from the wooden box, Rebecca actually cried out in surprise. It's her. Chapter 1363. WH. What's wrong? Rebecca's sudden exclamation startled everyone in the student union office. What's wrong? Wu Yan, who was lying on the table like a corpse, straightened up and looked at Rebecca with a frown. Is there something wrong? Rebecca didn't answer the question immediately. Instead, she frowned and flipped through the love letter in her hand. Her eyes and face were filled with doubt and disbelief. No. Impossible. With that child's personality, why would she write a love letter to someone of the opposite sex? And in that state. Wu Yan, Sylvia, Cosette, Yashu Yak and the others looked at each other in confusion. They looked at the love letter in Rebecca's hand that she's flipping through. Compared to the other love letters in the wooden box, the one in Rebecca's hand didn't seem like a love letter at all. There was no fancy cover, no heart or lip prints. The surface was white and flawless. It was very clean. It looked like an ordinary letter. It didn't look like a love letter to the opposite sex at all. Even the ink pad was just ordinary ink pad. There was nothing special about it. Could this be a letter to the wrong place? Sylvia tilted her head and said, affected by the first impression she had of the love letters. It doesn't look like a love letter. It's not just that it doesn't look like a love letter. The person who wrote this letter is the one who wrote it. The person who wrote it isn't someone who would be bold enough to write a love letter to someone of the opposite sex. Rebecca shook her head with a frown on her face. She handed the letter to Wu Yan. Maybe it's just an ordinary letter and not a love letter. Look at it yourself. Looking at the letter in Rebecca's hand, Wu Yan thought about the love letters he had dealt with in the past few days. He couldn't help but resist. He took the letter from Rebecca. He looked at the signature. Luca. Shalanin. Wu Yan grabbed his hair as he read the name. Who is it? Luca? Shalanin? Yashur grabbed his hair as well. What a strange name. It doesn't seem like a name that someone from the Knight's Kingdom of Lorimon would come up with. Luca? Shalinin. Unlike Wu Yan and Yashu, Sylvia and Cosette were rather surprised. Obviously, they should know this person called Luca. Shalinin is a girl's. Why are you all so surprised? At the side, Aika grumbled unhappily. Since you know her, then tell us who she is. Why are you so surprised? Lebecca. Wu Yan raised the letter in his hand. She looked at Lebecca suspiciously. This person, you all know him? I should say, it's strange that you two don't know her, right? Lebecca smiled helplessly. Luca is a celebrity in our academy. She's the youngest dragon knight in history, and she's also the secretary of our student council. How can you not know her? The youngest dragon knight in history. Yashur was shocked from the bottom of his heart. And she's from our student council? Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. Now that Lebecca mentioned it, Wu Yan recalled that there are two members of the student council who haven't been on duty. One is the vice president, and the other is the secretary. It's because these two haven't been on duty in the student council that Wu Yan has an extra, assistant position. He's responsible for helping the vice president and secretary with their work. In other words, this person was called Luca before? Shalinin's job as secretary fell on Wu Yan's shoulders because of her absence. Also, Rebecca had just said Luca? Shalinin was the youngest dragon knight in history. In the entire Ansari Academy, including Wu Yan, there were only 6 people who were qualified to be called dragon knights. Lebecca was a dragon knight. Calling her a dragon knight would be belittling her. Wu Yan and Sylvia were real dragon knights with the title. Of the remaining 3, one of them should be Luca? Shalinin? Although there were 3 dragon knights left, Wu Yan couldn't help but think of one possibility. Luca? Shalinin's person. A few days ago, in front of Gawain's dragon room, the fairy-like girl who tried to win Gawain's heart but failed. Wu Yan flipped the letter back and forth between his fingers. He pondered for a moment before speaking. Lebecca, has this girl called Luca lost her ability to control fall recently? She asked with a frown. Lost her ability to control fall. Yashu and Sylvia held their breaths. Lebecca turned around and looked at Wu Yan with narrowed eyes. Looks like you already have a clue as to why Luca wrote to you. If I'm not mistaken. Wu Yan pursed his lips when he heard Lebecca's tacit agreement. He opened the letter and took out a small piece of paper. Lebecca, Sylvia, Corset, Yashu and Yak immediately gathered behind Wu Yan. They didn't try to avoid arousing suspicion, and openly read Luca's letter to Wu Yan. The content of the letter was like this. Lord Loon, I have a favor to ask of you. Please come to my humble abode when you see this letter. Thank you very much, Luca Shalinin. Greetings, Luca Shalinin. So that's how it is. Wu Yan rubbed his forehead and he had a funny smile on his face. Just like that troublesome dragon, it's causing trouble for others. Should I say as expected of its owner? Troublesome dragon? Sylvia looked at Wu Yan curiously. Are you talking about this child called Luca's Fall? Luoang. Lebecca hesitated for a moment and asked with uncertainty. Do you know Gawain? Know him? Wu Yan scratched his face. I do know him. After all, ever since Luca and Gawain's astral essence path was cut off, I've been taking care of Gawain. I've been feeding him things that contain a lot of astral essence to keep him alive. The astral essence path was cut off. Sylvia's expression changed slightly. Could it be that Luca lost her ability to control fall because her fall refused to let her ride it? How could that be? Yashu muttered in disbelief. Once a dragon refused its owner, it would be impossible for it to obtain astral essence from its owner. Although this was unpopular knowledge, there were actually quite a few people who knew about it. People like Lebecca and Sylvia, who had outstanding academic results, naturally knew about it. Only problematic students like Yashur were still in the dark. Even Yak knew what was going on, and her little face tensed up. There must be a reason why a holy and noble dragon would be the first to break the contract. His words sounded like he was trying to protect her, but he was accidentally poked by Ai Ku. A sinister look appeared on his face, but in the eyes of outsiders he looked cute. Did Luca do something that humiliated the dragon race? Is that why it would rather die than let her ride it? Don't jump to conclusions, Yak, Rebecca said calmly. Well, I can't say for sure that it's not Luca's fault. The real reason is still a mystery. We can't just blame Luca. President Rebecca is right. Sylvia stood up solemnly. A dragon wouldn't refuse its owner for no reason. Perhaps there's another reason. Rune. Rebecca looked straight at Wu Yan. You're saying that you've been taking care of Gawain's diet. Does that mean Gawain has accepted you? You've tamed it? You can say that. Wu Yan shrugged. Although it was difficult at the beginning, but now even if I ride it, that fellow won't reject me. Then. Rebecca's eyes lit up. Do you know why Gawain refused Luca's ride? I guess you can say that. Wu Yan poured a bucket of cold water on Rebecca when he saw her smile. But the situation isn't as easy to solve as you think. The smile that had just appeared on Rebecca's face collapsed. How should I explain this? Well, it's a bit complicated to explain. Wu Yan picked up the letter Luca wrote to him. He read the letter, and his wine-red eyes turned around. Anyway, let's go meet this Luca first. Chapter 1364. Ansari Dragon Academy Mafi Lodge. Isn't that President Rebecca? Where? It's true. President Rebecca came to Mafi Lodge. And Her Highness Princess Sylvia. Her Highness Princess Sylvia came too. That man. Is he Lord Rune? Lord Rune? Heavens. Even Lord Rune came. Lord Rune. When Wu Yan, Rebecca, and Sylvia arrived at Mafi Lodge, the girls in the basic course class noticed them. When they saw Wu Yan, they went into an uproar. Since Mafi Lodge was a female dormitory, it wasn't convenient for boys to enter. Thus, apart from Wu Yan who was invited by Luca, only Rebecca and Sylvia accompanied her. Yaksu was very concerned about Luca losing her ability to control fall. But since the famous horsemen of the divine race, Empress True Red, and Princess Blue Ice, were all here at the same time, a half-baked problem student like him wouldn't be of much use. So he reluctantly left with Yak. Cosette didn't follow them either. She went back to prepare lunch. Thus only Wu Yan, Rebecca, and Sylvia came to Mafi Lodge. Originally, the boys wanted to enter the female dormitory. They had to get the approval of the student council president first. Then the president had to inform the warden before they could enter. But since Rebecca came personally, why would she need approval? At the entrance of Mafi Lodge, Rebecca communicated with the warden. Then the three of them went to Luca's room. As a result, a girl from the basic course class appeared in the hallway and saw Wu Yan, Rebecca, and Sylvia. She exclaimed, causing all the girls in Mafi Lodge to come out of their rooms. They lined up on both sides of the hallway and looked at the three of them with love in their eyes. Immediately, the entire Mafi Lodge fell into a wave of cheers and support for these girls who were still in the basic course class. Whether it was the perfect student council president of the academy or the fourth princess of the Knight royal family, both of them were the targets of their dreams. As for Wu Yan, he even defeated the commander of Loriaman's Holy Dragon Knights, Ursula. Sarvin was a legend. In the hearts of these young girls, the fact that a senior from the same school was the strongest existence in the world was enough to make Wu Yan their Prince Charming. Now, all of a sudden, the object of their yearning all came to their dormitory. These girls were so crazy that even the dormitory supervisor could only stay downstairs. He could only smile bitterly as there was nothing he could do. Looking at the girls with hearts in their eyes and shrieking at the top of their lungs as if they would pounce on him at any moment. Wu Yan, who was already traumatized, shrunk his neck and angrily increased his pace. Haha. Rebecca laughed mockingly. I remember that not long ago, you were still regarded as a cheating student, who got in through the back door by the students in the academy. Who would have thought that the cheating student is now the most popular person in the entire Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, and even the entire Lorimon Knight's kingdom? Stop it. Let's not talk about it anymore. I'm starting to regret it. Enduring the screams and heated gazes, Wu Yan lowered his voice. His voice was full of frustration. In the knighthood, the most popular people are the powerful Dragon Knights and Saint Sky Dragon Knights. Although Captain Yuzura is very beautiful, the reason why everyone in the knighthood of Lorimon is because she is the most powerful Saint Sky Dragon Knight. Sylvia exclaimed with pride. Now that Roland defeated Commander Ursula, it's only natural that he's so popular. I already said that I'm starting to regret it. Wu Yan slapped his forehead as if he had a headache. So all of you should stop talking. Rebecca and Sylvia looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Rebecca seemed to have come to the Maeve house to look for Luca. Under her lead, and with the support of the girls in the foundation class, the three of them soon arrived at the end of the third floor. They stopped in front of a door at the end. Above the door, there was a door plate with only one name on it. Luca? Shalinin? In the dorms of the foundation class, regardless of whether it was the male or female dorms, 3 people would share a room. The nameplate should have 3 names as well. However, Luca's room only had her name on it. Luca must be living alone. Although Wu Yan was curious as to why a girl in the foundation class would want to live alone, it wasn't the time to be concerned about such trivial matters. Luca, are you there? Rebecca started knocking on the door as if she was already used to it. Respond if you're there. I've brought the person you want to see. However, there was no response from the other side of the door. What's wrong? Sylvia poked her head out from behind Rebecca's back. You're not here? No, Luca is a true homebody. She doesn't like to go out, and after what happened, she's become even more reclusive. She hasn't even gone to class in a long time. There's no way she's not in her room. Rebecca shook her head. I think she's probably asleep. Asleep? Luca has a bad habit of being hard to wake once she falls asleep. Rebecca revealed a doting smile as if she was talking about her mischievous younger siblings. She took out a key. Looks like I made the right decision to take the key from the dorm warden just in case. She inserted the key in her hand into the keyhole of the door in front of her, and turned it gently. With a click, the door was unlocked and Rebecca pushed open the door. In the next instant, a different smell assaulted Wu Yan and Sylvia's nostrils. This is... Wu Yan sniffed at the odor coming from the room in surprise. Is this the smell of herbs? That's not right. Sylvia gave a different answer. It should be the smell of herbs. Sylvia's words were suddenly stuck in her throat as she looked at the scene in the room. Her eyes widened, and her expression became one of terror. Wu Yan flinched when he saw this. He looked inside the room in confusion, and his jaw dropped in the next moment. In the dimly lit room, a coffin placed in the center of the room entered everyone's sight. It was a long, luxurious, 6-diamond coffin that only vampires would lie in. The surface of the coffin flickered with a bright luster. It should be made of iron. The lid was nowhere to be seen, and the insides were filled with white flowers. Inside the white flower bed, there was a beautiful, elf-like girl with sharp ears. She was wearing a revealing nightgown. Her hands were clasped together on her chest as she lay inside the bed. No matter how one looked at it, there was only one word to describe the girl in such an environment. A corpse. Luca dead? Are you kidding me? Sylvia's body stiffened and her face paled. She couldn't help but take a step back. No. That's not right. For a moment, Wu Yan was shaken, but he soon realized something was wrong. Her chest is still rising and falling and her face is very red. Rather than saying she's dead, it's better to say she's sleeping. Rebecca giggled as if she was watching a good show. Don't worry, Luca isn't dead yet. She's just sleeping. Rebecca walked to the edge of the coffin and crouched down to shake Luca's body. Luca, get up. We're here to see you. You. Luca's sharp ears trembled. She looked like a rabbit and was very cute. She slowly opened her eyes and looked at Rebecca in confusion. Rebecca. Luca. Rebecca smiled warmly. Good morning. Luca nodded in a daze. She slowly straightened her back and stretched. Oh. An extremely cute yawn was let out by Luca. As she yawned, she rubbed her eyes. She had a sleepy appearance. The straps of her nightgown slid down from her shoulders. It was extremely alluring. Even Wu Yan couldn't help but be captivated by her beauty. Chapter 1365. Bang. Just as Wu Yan was staring at Luca's body that was faintly visible below her collarbone due to her shoulder strap slipping off, a muffled sound and a sharp pain came from his abdomen at the same time, causing his face to almost distort. Umph. On the side, Sylvia expressionlessly withdrew her elbow strike and coldly snorted, causing Wu Yan to be a little angry. Your Highness, when did I offend you? To the person who kept looking at his junior sister's body with a perverted gaze, Sylvia cast a cold gaze at Wu Yan. I don't think there's a need to explain. Who's looking at his junior sister with a perverted gaze? Wu Yan immediately retorted, causing Sylvia to glare angrily at him. If you do something wrong, you have to be brave enough to admit it. This is the family rule of Knight Loriaman's Wang family. I didn't do anything wrong. In that kind of situation, those who don't look are abnormal men, right? How? How dare you say something like that? Can you still be considered a student of the Ansari Dragon Academy? Huh. All right, you two stop arguing. Rebecca, who had unknowingly arrived between Wu Yan and Sylvia, placed one hand on each of their shoulders and forcefully separated the two who were arguing. Arguing in someone else's room. Luca doesn't know what to do because of you two. Hearing that, Wu Yan and Sylvia were slightly stunned. They turned around and looked at the coffin. Only then did they see Luca rubbing her small fists, not knowing what to do. Clearly, Luca was a little panicked by the sudden argument between Wu Yan and Sylvia. Sorry. Wu Yan and Sylvia awkwardly apologized. They couldn't help but look at each other. Their faces darkened and they snorted at each other. They turned their heads away. Rebecca found it funny that they were quarreling with each other like children. That. Luca stole a glance at everyone present. Then, she fixed her gaze on Wu Yan. Her purple eyes lit up slightly. He climbed out of the coffin. Luca suddenly walked in front of Wu Yan. He actually sat down on his knees. He bowed so deeply that his head hit the floor. Lord Lun. What are you doing? It wasn't just Wu Yan. Rebecca and Sylvia were startled by Luca's actions. Last time. I'm really sorry. Luca raised her head. His eyes were fixed on Wu Yan, and a pitiful aura emanated from his body, making Wu Yan feel guilty, as if he had done something wrong. Why are you apologizing? Even Wu Yan panicked when faced with this situation. He quickly crouched down and held Luca's shoulder. Wu Yan felt her smooth touch through his hand. Wu Yan wanted to help Luca up, but that unbelievably smooth touch tugged at his heartstrings. For a moment he forgot to do so. Sir Long had helped me so much last time, but I didn't recognize him. If I didn't ask around, I wouldn't have known that the person who helped me was Sir Long. Luca apologized from the bottom of her heart, as she lowered her head again. Sir Long. Luca apologized from the bottom of her heart, and lowered her head again. Please forgive my rudeness, Lord Lun. No, I didn't take it to heart. Wu Yan froze when he saw Luca pressing her forehead to the floor like a servant who had done something wrong. He didn't know what to say. It was just that she didn't recognize him. Even if Luca's performance last time was indeed a little rude, there was no need for her to be so respectful just for an apology, right? Isn't this a little too much? Don't mention Wu Yan. Even Sylvia, who has been in a high position for a long time, felt that Luca's way of apologizing was a bit too exaggerated. She opened her mouth but no words came out. Rebecca, on the other hand, seemed to have thought of something. She put her mouth next to Wu Yan's ear and whispered a sweet explanation. Luca is a member of the Yekyublade clan. The Yekyublade clan is best at dragon riding and they have their own pride in dragon riding. However, because of this, the Yekyublade clan will give the highest respect to those who are also outstanding in dragon riding. You have the title of Divine Rider, and your dragon riding skill is already recognized as unparalleled in the world. I'm afraid that Luca has already treated you as the most respectable person in the world. There's something like that. Wu Yan didn't know if he should laugh or cry at the same time. He thought that Luca knew who he was, and that he was the one who defeated Ursula. That was why she was so respectful. He didn't expect that she was only interested in his dragon riding skills. Even Gawain didn't refuse Lord Lun. He even listened to Lord Lun. Lord Loon's dragon riding skills must be superb. Luca clasped her hands together and placed them in front of her chest as if she was worshipping something. However, her face was always weak, making people want to protect her and bully her at the same time. I didn't recognize Lord Roland last time. I deserve 1,000 deaths. Isn't that too much of an exaggeration? Wu Yan's expression turned bitter. He ignored the slippery feeling in his hand and helped Luca up. All right, I didn't take it to heart. You don't have to worry too much. Oh, really? Luca carefully looked at Wu Yan. She only relaxed when she confirmed that Wu Yan didn't blame her. That's great. You're the one who's exaggerating, Luca. Wu Yan scratched his cheeks and he followed Luca's example. He sat down on the floor and cut to the chase. I've already read your letter. I can roughly guess why you've asked me to come here, but let me listen to your reason. Rebecca and Sylvia also turned serious as they looked at Luca. They were probably very worried about Gawain's condition as well. Luca lowered her head and fell silent. It took her a while to muster up the courage to meet Wu Yan's eyes. I hope Lord Roland can teach me how to not be rejected by Gawain. Teach you how to not be rejected by Gawain. Wu Yan closed his eyes. Why? Luca didn't know what to say. Because Gawain has been rejecting me. So I thought. Don't tell me. Wu Yan interrupted Luca. His wine-red eyes exuded a sense of pressure that made Luca shiver. Have you never thought about why Gawain rejected you? Reason. Luca was stunned. Let me tell you the truth, Luca. Wu Yan spat it out in a merciless manner. Strictly speaking, I'm on Gawain's side. What? Luca's slender shoulders trembled. On Gawain's side? Rebecca, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. In other words, the reason why Rowan and Gawain rejected Luca was because of Luca? It's because of me. Luca couldn't stop herself from wavering. It's just as Sylvia said. A dragon wouldn't reject its master for no reason, let alone use its own life to reject its master. Wu Yan stared at Luca until she lowered her head in fear. Gawain might be a proud dragon, but he cares about Luca more than anyone else. Luca, I don't believe you don't understand this. Of course I understand. Luca's expression carried a hint of grievance. But Gawain won't talk to me. He should have at least told me why he rejected me. Gawain has gone overboard. Wu Yan shook his head. Luca, because of me last time, Gawain controlled his bad temper and allowed you to get close to it. At that time, I also let you touch it, but why did you stop halfway? All of a sudden, Luca froze on the spot as if she had been struck by lightning. That's right, last time, I could have touched Gawain. Why did I stop halfway? Until she stopped, Gawain clearly didn't reject her. Looks like Roland was right. Sylvia's expression tensed up when she saw Luca's reaction. The problem is most likely with Luca herself. Luca's expression changed drastically. Her large, watery eyes were filled with frustration. Chapter 1366. Just as Wu Yan said, as Gawain's master, it was impossible for Luca not to know how much Gawain cared about Luca. She had been connected to Gawain's consciousness almost every day as his rider. That was why Luca was so upset when Gawain refused to let her ride him. It wasn't just because Luca had to bear the pressure of the high hopes of her clan. It was also because Gawain, who Luca saw as her family, refused to ride her. It wasn't that Luca didn't consider why Gawain would refuse her. It wasn't that she didn't think it was because of her. However, when she realized the truth, Luca still couldn't hide the sadness in her heart. Not only did Gawain refuse her because of her, he even cut off his celestial essence path and put his life in danger. To Luca, this was no different from her causing Gawain's death. Roan. Rebecca couldn't help but speak to Wu Yan when she saw the sadness in Luca's amethyst-like eyes. It's not a good idea to continue like this. Why don't you help Luca again? Hearing Rebecca's words, Luca realized that now isn't the time to be sad. She lifted her head, and she looked at Wu Yan with a hopeful expression. As Gawain's owner, Luca was well aware of how difficult it was to deal with Gawain during this period of time. He never took a step out of the 7th dragon house. He didn't even leave his room. His body was getting weaker and weaker, but he refused to be examined by any experts. If anyone approached him, Gawain would threaten them. In the past, Gawain had reluctantly accepted Long Ding's care for a limited period of time because of food and shelter. But recently, Gawain would not even allow other dragons to get close to him, let alone Long Ding. He was like a severely injured beast or an animal that had just given birth to its offspring, extremely aggressive. At first, Luca was worried. If this continued, Gawain might even starve to death, let alone wait for his celestial essence to run out. That was until she heard from Long Ding that someone else was taking care of Gawain. Luca was relieved. A while ago, Luca met Wu Yan. Because Wu Yan seemed to be able to handle Gawain. That was why Luca wanted to get help from Wu Yan and have Gawain acknowledge her again. After asking around a little, it was only then that Luca realized that the person who had been taking care of her fall and the person who had helped her that day was the horseman of the Protoss. Rune. Randall. Like Lebecca said, as a Yakublidian, she was influenced by the culture of the Yakublidians. Lebecca, the president of the student council, praised Luca's dragon riding skills as unparalleled. Wu Yan, the rider of the gods, couldn't help but respect her. Therefore, after learning that the person who helped her approach Gawain that day was the Protoss rider, Luca hurriedly wrote a letter out of respect. However, Corset, who was helping Wu Yan deal with love letters, mistook it for a love letter and threw it together with the big box of love letters, ready to get rid of it. Fortunately, Rebecca accidentally discovered Luca's letter. Otherwise, Luca's letter would have been thrown away by Corset as trash. Now, to exaggerate, Gawain only acknowledged Wu Yan in the entire world. He allowed Wu Yan to approach him, and even seemed to listen to Wu Yan's every word. If Wu Yan could help her, then her chances of getting Gawain's acknowledgement would be much higher. Roland, please help her if you can. Even Sylvia lowered herself and pleaded for Luca in a soft voice. The dragon is the symbol of our knight's kingdom. As the fourth princess of the knight's kingdom, I can't just sit by and watch a dragon die in front of me, let alone a precious holy dragon. Roland, please help Luca this once. Lord Roland, please help me. Luca placed her hands on the floor in front of her and bowed respectfully. She pressed her forehead against her hands and bowed deeply. I don't want to lose Gawain and I can't live without him. I want to return to the past with Gawain. So Lord Roland, please. Why do I feel like I'm playing the bad guy? Lebecca, Sylvia, and Luca are all begging him for help. Wu Yan rolled his eyes when he saw the three beauties begging him for help. I didn't say I wouldn't help, did I? I wouldn't be here if I didn't want to help, would I? Yes. Luca abruptly lifted her head and looked at Wu Yan with a joyful expression. In other words, Gawain has a bad temper but he and I get along quite well. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken care of him. Wu Yan shrugged. If you want me to watch it die, of course I can't do it. If you want me to help you, I will definitely help. But don't celebrate too early. Wu Yan added coldly when he saw Lebecca, Sylvia, and Luca smiling. You know that Gawain rejected you mainly because of your own problems. I can be your middleman, but whether or not Gawain will acknowledge you again depends on you. Luca hesitated. Why are you hesitating? Sylvia frowned. Your fall is facing the threat of death because of you. Now that you have a solution, shouldn't you go forward bravely to overcome all difficulties and save Fall's life? Luca shrieked when Sylvia reprimanded her. She shrunk her neck in fear. Sylvia, don't get too worked up. Luca has a very delicate personality. If you scare her like this, it will have the opposite effect. Rebecca pressed on Sylvia's shoulder and walked up to Luca. She held her hand and spoke softly. But Sylvia is right. Luca, you can't hesitate anymore. Gawain is waiting for you to save him. Lebecca. Luca took a deep breath. She finally regained her composure and nodded. I understand. Luca turned to Wu Yan and spoke respectfully again. Then, Lord Lune, I'll have to trouble you. Well, just leave Gawain to me. Looking at Luca's respectful yet weak demeanor, Wu Yan rubbed Luca's head. It's up to you whether or not we can succeed. Luca blushed, but she didn't break free from Wu Yan's hand. Instead, she narrowed her eyes and revealed a shy yet enjoyable expression. Her pointy ears even twitched. She looked very cute. Luca's cute appearance made Wu Yan unable to resist moving his hand away from Luca's head. Instead, he touched Luca's pointy ears. Something unexpected happened. Ugh. Luca shivered and let out a cute whimper. Her face turned pink and her body became weak. She fell forward and into Wu Yan's arms. She gasped for breath. My ears. Luca's reaction startled Wu Yan. Wu Yan felt Luca's white and smooth body falling into his arms. Her cheeks were red, and she was gasping for breath. She looked like she was at his mercy. He couldn't help but think of a prank. Therefore, Wu Yan didn't let go of Luca's ear. Instead, he pinched her other ear with his other hand. No. You can't. Luca shuddered. Her delicate body suddenly tensed up, and the blush on her face deepened. And Luca's performance naturally attracted a certain wolf's gentle and unbridled kneading. Wu Yan started to rub her pointy ears as if he was harassing her. Yunn. Luca felt like she was struck by lightning. Her tensed-up body turned limp as she laid in Wu Yan's arms. She kept panting, causing the air around them to be tinged with a pinkish hue. Wu Yan found this rather amusing. Just as Wu Yan was about to take it one step further, the temperature around him suddenly dropped to the lowest point, as if it had frozen over, startling Wu Yan from his enjoyment. Wu Yan finally remembered. There were two other people at the scene. Tomorrow morning, 7th Dragon House. I'll take you to see Gawain. Wu Yan realized the danger and his face tightened. He left those words and ran out of Luca's room like a gust of wind. Stop right there. You shameless bastard who dares to touch your junior. Sylvia clenched her fists and her face darkened. She chased after Roland like a madwoman. Huh. Rebecca had a gentle smile on her face, but there was no trace of a smile in her eyes. She slowly walked out of Luca's room. Lord. Roland. Luca was the only one left. She was panting and lying on the floor. She looked like she was tortured. Chapter 1367. It was a night filled with dense dark clouds but with a bright moon hanging high in the sky. This was one of the few commercial cities in the Knights Nation of Loriman, Dambailey City. In this city surrounded by thick city walls, what could be seen everywhere was not tourists from home and abroad like in Ansari City. Instead, there were famous or unknown merchant guilds and cunning merchants. Unlike Ansari City, which was known as the Academy City, and had a tranquil atmosphere. Although Dambailey City was filled with a noisy and lively atmosphere on the surface, and the streets were also filled with sharp-tongued merchants, in fact, this was a city with many hidden dangers. It was because when Dambailey City became a famous commercial city, in order to promote the circulation and convenience of goods, it was also very convenient to open to the outside world, and did not set up any defenses. Therefore, Dambailey City was also a famous mixed city of various ethnic groups. Walking on the streets of Dambailey City, one could easily see some ethnic groups who did not look like citizens of the Knights Nation. For example, tall people who looked extremely barbaric, ordinary people who wore strange clothes, and people with dark skin who wore revealing clothes. If such a person were to walk in Ansari City, he would more or less attract some attention, but in Dambailey City, the pedestrians did not even give him a second glance. Therefore, people who did not look like citizens of the Knights Nation could walk here without worry. Naturally, there were also some ethnic groups who were more radical and wanted to rebel against the Knights Nation of Loriman. This also included people like Anya who had joined the Sepharo's empire. On the bustling street, Anya lowered her head and used the scarf around her neck to cover her face as she walked forward. In Dambailey City, it was fine even if an outsider like Anya was exposed under the sun. However, hiding her appearance, it had almost become an instinct of Anya's. Keeping her head down and burying the lower half of her face in the scarf, Anya walked on the street with ease. It was obviously not her first time in Dambailey City. She turned into an alley from the main road. She walked all the way into the alley, when there was no one around. Only then did Anya raise her head to reveal her face. In front of him was an ordinary building. He appeared in front of Anya. It was a secret stronghold set up by the Sepharo's empire within the borders of the Knights of Loriman. Generally speaking, some of the secrets and urgent matters that had been discovered by spies in the Knight of Loriman were all delivered and discussed here. Although the Cypheros Empire had set up many secret strongholds like this within the borders of the Knight's Kingdom of Lorimon, recently, due to a person with a relatively strong background living here, this place had become a place of more frequent activity. Anya, on the other hand, was here to meet this so-called important person. She pushed the door open and walked inside. She walked up the stairs and nimbly moved up the stairs until she was in front of a door. Anya, come back and report. Come in. Almost at the same time, a voice entered Anya's ears, causing her heartbeat to involuntarily quicken. She hurriedly took a deep breath, suppressed the nervousness in her heart, pushed open the door, and walked in. Behind the door was a room that was decorated like a study. It wasn't very big. Inside the room, behind a desk, a silver-haired man with a mask on his face was leisurely sitting on a chair. It was the one who revived the corpse dragon and escaped from Wu Yan's grasp, Mycavez. Looking closely, one could see that Mycavez's artificial limb that was broken by Wu Yan was now in perfect condition. It seems like he had a new artificial limb installed. Anya? Makawos shifted his gaze to Anya. From the looks of it, you seem to have gained something. Yes, Lord Mycavez. Anya respectfully bowed. I have infiltrated the Ansari state. I see. Mycavez nodded. Then, have you investigated the matter I asked you to investigate? Yes. We are still investigating, but we have preliminary information. Anya took out a document from her waist bag and placed it on the desk. This is information about the boy who defeated the corpse dragon and the girl who was swallowed into its stomach. Please take a look, Lord Mycavez. Makawos nodded casually. He picked up the document on the table and began to read it. Anya hesitated, as if she had something to ask, but in the end she didn't ask. Actually, Anya was very confused. She wondered why Mycavez was investigating Yak. Investigating Yashur was excusable since he defeated the corpse dragon Mycavez awakened, but why would he investigate Yak who was swallowed by the corpse dragon? Was it because she was a dragon in human form? Anya didn't quite understand, but since Mycavez asked her to investigate, she could only do her best. After a while, Mycavez lifted his head from the document in his hand and looked at Anya. Then, what about the student who stopped us? For a moment fear flashed through Anya's eyes. I've collected it too. Her face that was originally filled with determination turned pale. She gritted her teeth and handed another document to Makawos. Mycavez didn't seem to notice the change in Anya's expression. He took the document and began to read it, but not long after he frowned in surprise. Defeated Loriamon's Holy Dragon Knight Commander Usula? L. Sarwin? Why yes. Anya's expression turned ugly. That was an open duel. I was there at the time. This is interesting. Mikawise narrowed his eyes under the mask, looking at the document in his hand with a serious expression. However, Makawos was stunned by what he saw. A white dragon that wields white flames. Hearing Makawos' words, Anya's body trembled violently, and the expression on her face became even uglier. This time, even Makawos noticed Anya's strange behavior. Anya, what's wrong? Lord Mycavez. Anya was hesitant like never before. She clenched her teeth and spoke softly. Do we really have to go against Roland? Against Randall? Mycavez didn't answer. Instead, he looked straight at Anya. Are you afraid? Anya wanted to deny it, but she couldn't. Why? Mycavez continued to stare at Anya. As a warrior, you're not even afraid of death. Why are you afraid now? Anya's pretty face became bitter as she took out a crystal from the bag at her waist. It's a product developed by the Empire that can store images. Lord Mycavez, do you want to see Roland personally? Randall and Usula? L. Sarwin's duel will make it clear. With that, Anya placed the crystal on the table. An arc of light flashed across the surface of the crystal, and an image appeared. It's an image of an elegant white dragon bathed in a sea of white flames. In the image, the white dragon was extremely elegant and graceful. Under the rendering of the white flames, it looked like a sage walking in the world, giving people a good impression of it. However, looking at the white dragon in the image, Makawos' scalp suddenly went numb, and his eyes were filled with horror. That dragon. Makawos couldn't help but take a step back. His face was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Just now, when he saw the white dragon's burning flame in the image, Makawos was actually scared. That's right. He was scared. He was scared for no reason at all. That's impossible. Anya didn't know, but Mikovez knew he wasn't an ordinary person. In this world, there wasn't a single dragon that could instill fear in him. Not even the last descendant of Avalon's holy dragon royal family, Yak. But it's undeniable that Mikovez was scared when he saw the white dragon. No, it's impossible. Makawos held his head in pain, causing Anya to become somewhat anxious. Lord Mikovez, are you all right? I'm fine. Mikovez stopped Anya, who was about to approach him. He turned around and his breathing calmed down. After a while, Mikovez spoke. Let's go. To Ansari. Chapter 1368. Does Luca really want to reconcile with Gawain? Wu Yan quietly climbed up the stairs of Maffei House. He grumbled to himself as he made sure not to be discovered by the girls in the basic class. It couldn't be helped. They had made an appointment to meet Gawain today, but even a lazy sleeper like him was dragged out of bed by corset, while Luca still hadn't arrived at the 7th Dragon House. What was going on? There were still classes to attend today, so Luca and Gawain had to meet earlier to avoid clashing with the class schedule. Everyone woke up early with the same thought in mind. Even Yasho and Yak were there, but Luca was still nowhere to be seen. Although Luca was very cute, everyone had woken up early because of her. However, she hadn't shown up all this time. Wasn't that a bit too much? Of course, Rebecca still gave an explanation. Luca has always been a homebody. In the past, other than when she was with Gawain, Luca always stayed in her room. According to her, she could only feel at ease in a room filled with the smell of herbs. Therefore, it was not easy to drag her out of her room. Due to this reason, Wu Yan was assigned the task of calling Luca over. It was because Luca respected Wu Yan the most. Rebecca, Sylvia, and the others had to inform the academy first. When dealing with an uncontrollable dragon, the slightest mistake could lead to danger. Furthermore, once the dragon went berserk, the buildings and whatnot would be destroyed without restraint. Without the consent of the academy, the student council would not be able to escape the blame if such a thing were to happen. So Rebecca brought Sylvia to greet the academy first. Yashur and Yak, on the other hand, remained on standby since they had never seen Luca before. Wu Yan was the only one who could come to Luca. Thank goodness it's still early. Those girls should still be sleeping. Otherwise, I would definitely be surrounded. Wu Yan had only been here once yesterday, so he didn't forget the way. It took him some time. He arrived at Luca's room. Luca. He extended his hand. Wu Yan knocked on the door and raised his voice. Are you up? He waited for a while, but there was no response. Wu Yan's lips twitched. Is she really sleeping? Rebecca said that Luca wasn't easy to wake up from her sleep. Moreover, there was a special sleeping incense in her room. With that, Luca wouldn't be easily woken up. At the very least, it would be impossible to wake her up through a door. Looks like I was right to borrow this from the dormitory supervisor just in case. Taking out a key from his pocket, Wu Yan couldn't help but recall the time when he used the student council's name to request to enter the female dormitory. Just in case, he also asked for a spare key. The dormitory supervisor seemed to be on high alert about something. Shaking his head, he cleared his mind of distracting thoughts. He inserted the key into the keyhole and turned it as he spoke. Luca, I'm coming in. Wu Yan pushed open the door to Luca's room. A room filled with unknown plants entered Wu Yan's sight. Along with it, there was a fragrant smell of vanilla. It floated out of Luca's room. This light smoke should be the incense that Rebecca had lit, right? Indeed, smelling this fragrance was like smelling the fragrance of the plants in the bathroom of Veronica's Sylvanus. It made one's mood tend to calm down involuntarily. At first, Wu Yan felt calm when he smelled the incense. When Wu Yan saw the scene next to the coffin that acted as Luca's bed, his calm demeanor was tossed out of the window. Lord Loam? In the center of the room, On the edge of the coffin, Luca wasn't sleeping like Wu Yan expected. She's already awake. However, the timing of Wu Yan's arrival. How should I put it? Very good. The room was filled with light smoke from the burning incense. Coupled with the surrounding forest-like scene, it was like a fog pervading the forest. The entire room was shrouded in a hazy environment, just like a fairyland. Luca stood in the middle of the drifting white fog. When she saw Wu Yan barge in, she was stunned. Her porcelain-like delicate body was faintly discernible in the light smoke of the incense, flashing with an inconceivable arc of light. It was like a pure pearl, extremely easy to attract people's attention, and also extremely easy to make people feel a burst of blood vessels. Her slender waist was drawn in a beautiful arc, leaving behind a flawless curve. Her delicate collarbone was as thin as a wing, and her shoulders were as fragile as porcelain. Although her delicate figure was definitely not outstanding, it was definitely full of charm. A set of nightgowns slid down her body, forming a circle around her body. It was obvious that it had just been taken off by its owner. To put it simply, Luca was now completely naked. Wu Yan froze. Lord Long? Luca, on the other hand, walked over to Wu Yan after a brief moment of surprise. Unfortunately, Luca had forgotten one thing. That was at her feet. The clothes that had just been taken off, with her body as the center, slid to the floor. In the next moment, one of Luca's feet was hooked by the clothes on the ground. Ah! With a cry of surprise, Luca's body suddenly tilted and fell down diagonally. Watch out! Wu Yan reacted in time. He didn't care about Luca's naked body. He rushed forward and hurriedly caught her petite body. The fragrance of herbs wafted into his nostrils. Then, because of the impact, both of them lost their balance. Ah! With a scream, Wu Yan and Luca fell into a ball. They rolled like gourds and hit the wall not far away. Of course, Wu Yan was at the bottom of the pile. However, Wu Yan found that things were not good. Whoa! Something soft pressed on Wu Yan's mouth and nose. Even if he wanted to speak, he couldn't. He could only whimper. Luca, in her naked state, rode on top of Wu Yan's head. The thing that blocked Wu Yan's mouth was Luca's lower body. Ah, no. I can't breathe. I've been blown away. Luca raised her head and let out a delicate moan. Impossible. How could such a melodramatic thing happen to me? With this thought in mind, Wu Yan widened his eyes and unconsciously moved his mouth. Ah! Luca's body started to tremble violently. Her two smooth thighs suddenly clamped Wu Yan's head with great force. Her unique body temperature and body fragrance were transmitted to Wu Yan's senses. Wu Yan felt that he had no more regrets in this life. Ah! No. Don't. Can't. Luca suddenly tensed up her body. Her whole body trembled violently as if she had exhausted all her energy. Her slender and delicate body fell limply onto Wu Yan's body. She started gasping for breath. Her cheeks were flushed red and her elf-like ears were dyed pink. Her amethyst-like eyes were filled with a misty color. It wasn't until Luca collapsed that Wu Yan's mouth and nose finally got some relief from their stuffy state. However, he looked like his soul has left his body. His face is blank and lifeless. In the past, Wu Yan didn't imagine that he would be like the male lead in anime. With a welfare halo, he could even get benefits from opening a door. But he didn't expect that this day would actually come. Moreover, it was a great benefit. Until now, Luca's smell was still rushing back and forth in his mouth and nose. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh foolishly. Soon after, a strong murderous aura rushed towards him from the direction of the door. Wu Yan shivered violently. He didn't know what to think, but his forehead was covered in sweat. Hee. At the door of Luca's room, Rebecca sneered. Veins popped up on Sylvia's forehead. Billowing black smoke rose from their backs as they walked towards Wu Yan. Chapter 1369. Ansari University Dragon Riding Academy, 7th Dragon House. In the empty space in front of the 7th Dragon House, Yak had her hands on her waist. She narrowed her eyes and stared at the strange scene in front of her. Sylvia's delicate body was trembling and her face was ashen. She looked like she was about to explode in anger. Rebecca maintained her elegant posture. Her every move was filled with a natural and noble aura. She had a smile on her face, but there was no smile in her eyes. Luca was bashful. Her entire face was bright red. Her amethyst-like eyes were filled with tears. She was acting very weak, and her eyes kept sneaking glances to the side. And in front of Luca's eyes, there was an expressionless Wu Yan. His background was dark, and he looked like he had just escaped from hell. Yak's narrowed eyes were filled with annoyance. She didn't hold back as she cursed at them. You just came back from the hospital, right? Don't say any more, Yak. Yashu pulled Yak away in fear. It feels very dangerous. You must not provoke them again. Yi Zichen said. Look at how useless you are. They are just a few female human creatures. Why are you so scared? Yak curled her lips in disdain. Do you think you have the right to call yourself my slave? I hate that right. I really don't want it. What did you say? All right, calm down. Yak seemed to want to send Yashu to the hospital as well. Rebecca let out a sigh of relief. She recovered her perfect image as the student council president and spoke calmly. Don't forget that we have more important things to do. We can't be like a certain someone and take advantage of a junior at a time like this and forget about the important things. I already said that it was a misunderstanding. Wu Yan subconsciously refuted, but in the end he sighed bitterly. Forget it. No matter how I explain, you won't listen. On the side, Sylvia suppressed her anger and snorted. Taking action against a junior? What a shame. You are the public enemy of all females. As for the public enemy of all females, the iron fist of justice must be punished. This is the family rule of the royal family of Lorimon. Before Sylvia could finish, she was interrupted by Wu Yan's imitating tone, and he added in a weird tone. I've heard this sentence countless times just now. Unfortunately, you're no match for me. You can't punish me. Hearing this, Sylvia immediately glared at Wu Yan, but there was nothing she could do. Her face was red with anger. This is outrageous. Be like a real dragon knight, and be brave enough to take responsibility. Your so-called responsibility is to let you punch me a few times, right? Wu Yan grinned and said, I'm sorry. This responsibility is too heavy. I can't bear it. That. Seeing that Wu Yan and Sylvia were about to quarrel, Sylvia hesitated. Luca was about to cry. It's all my fault. Please don't quarrel. That's enough. Let's stop fooling around here. Rebecca stopped them. No matter what, let's deal with Luca and Gawain first. That's right. Yashu also stopped them with a resentful expression. If we leave Gawain alone, Luca will be too pitiful. Lord Loon. Luca looked at Wu Yan anxiously, a trace of pleading in her eyes. Sigh. Seeing how easily Luca was aroused, Wu Yan rubbed his forehead. You're right. Let's not waste time. Let's go in. Rebecca, Luca, Yashu and the others immediately responded. Sylvia nodded solemnly as well. Then the 6 of them entered the dragon house. We're here. Under Wu Yan's lead, the group arrived at the innermost dragon room of the 7th dragon house. Inside the room, Gawain was lying on the floor weakly. His silver fur looked dull due to his weakened state. He didn't look like a holy dragon at all. Just by looking at Gawain, the group could tell that he wasn't in good shape. Hey Loon. Seeing how weak her kin was, Yak couldn't bear to see him like this. Are you able to cure it? Gawain's current condition isn't caused by his illness. In fact, if he was sick, it would be much easier. Wu Yan shook his head. The main reason why Gawain is so weak is that the star essence road between him and Luca has been cut off. He has lost a lot of star essence, and the energy needed for his life activities. Therefore, as long as he can replenish a lot of star essence, Gawain will recover immediately. However, that level of astral essence replenishment isn't something that can be obtained by eating food with a high amount of astral essence. Wu Yan glanced at Yak. Unless Gawain swallows a human. That way, he'll be able to replenish his astral essence. Don't say such a terrifying thing. A chill rose in Yak's heart, and her expression became ferocious. The holy and noble dragons would never do such a thing. Then let's quickly connect Luca and Gawain's astral essence path again. Wu Yen turned his head and looked at Luca from the corner of his eyes. In any case, we can only rely on Luca. Go. Laika. Rebecca's heroic voice reverberated through the air. No matter what, let's greet Gawain first. And me? Luca shrunk her neck and looked at Wu Yen. It wasn't until Wu Yen nodded at her that Luca nervously clenched her fists and walked forward timidly. However, halfway through, Luca suddenly stopped and didn't go forward. It seemed like Luca wanted to talk to Gawain at this distance. Isn't this a little too far? Sylvia couldn't help but voice her own opinion. Since she's talking to her ball, she should be closer. Gawain hasn't woken up yet. He didn't refuse either. Luca stopped herself. Rebecca frowned thoughtfully. It seems like the problem lies with Luca herself. Is there a reason why she can't get close to Gawain? Everyone looked at each other in silence. Wu Yen is the only one who kept looking at Luca. No one knows what he's thinking about. Gawain. After a while, Luca finally called out Baal's name and woke Gawain from his slumber. However, when Gawain saw that it was Luca who called out to him, his eyes turned cold. He turned away and closed his eyes again, not noticing that there were other people present. Gawain. Luca lowered her head when she saw this. She was dejected. What kind of attitude is that? Sylvia was also angered by Gawain's attitude. Is that the attitude he should have toward his master? Has he rejected Gawain to this extent? Rebecca's expression darkened. The situation is worse than we thought. She's still as bad-tempered as ever. Even Wu Yen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There's no need for this, Gawain. Luoang. Rebecca pursed her lips at Luca and Gawain. I think you'd better go help Luca. I guess that's all I can do for now. Wu Yen shrugged. He walked past Luca and headed towards Gawain. Follow him. Luca froze out of reflex when she heard Wu Yan's words. When she came back to her senses, she started hesitating. Follow him? Does he want me to follow Gawain? But will Gawain agree? Luca felt uneasy when she thought of this. Wu Yan's voice drifted into Luca's ears. If you don't even dare to get close, both you and Gawain are doomed. Luca's heart tightened. She looked up and saw Wu Yan approaching Gawain. Her heartbeat quickened. Gawain. Luca kept repeating Boer's name in her heart. She clenched her hand into a fist and placed it on her chest as if she was cheering herself on. She mustered her courage and finally lifted her foot. Slowly, she approached Gawain's direction. However, if one were to look closely, they would notice that Luca's feet were trembling slightly as she moved forward. It was as if the one approaching wasn't Baal, who was destined to be with her for the rest of her life, but a terrifying prehistoric beast. Chapter 1370. As Wu Yen and Luca got closer to Gawain, the atmosphere felt like a volcano is about to erupt. Rebecca, Sylvia, Yashu Yak, and the others felt like their nerves were about to explode. Gawain seemed to have sensed a familiar presence approaching, and abruptly opened his eyes. When he saw Wu Yen and Luca approaching him together, Gawain paused and began to hesitate. Should he continue to refuse his master's approach? However, the friend of his benefactor who had helped him was also present. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to reject him like this? After hesitating for a while, Gawain still couldn't come to a decision. His dragon eyes were filled with displeasure, and he shifted his gaze to Wu Yen, silently complaining about Wu Yan's actions. He clearly knew his situation and promised not to interfere, but he still interfered. Gawain didn't know how to speak the human language, but his displeased gaze revealed his thoughts. Wu Yen was amused. What's with the tantrum? He's still a young dragon after all. With that in mind, Wu Yen chose to ignore Gawain's displeasure and brought Luca to Gawain's side. Go, Gawain. Luca hid half of her body behind Wu Yan's back. She looked at Gawain timidly. Gawain's cold stare made Luca's mood plummeted. Gawain watched as Wu Yen brought Luca closer to Gawain. Gawain didn't show any obvious signs of rejection. Rebecca, Sylvia, and the others couldn't help but sigh in relief. Roland really managed to tame that Gawain. Rebecca said with a sigh. Gawain may still be a young dragon, but his abilities aren't inferior to Lancelot's at all. His personality is also rather difficult to deal with. I didn't think he'd actually be tamed. Roan didn't disappoint his title of Rider of the Divine Race. Lancelot is still a young dragon. Sylvia retorted unhappily. Also, Lancelot has mastered the flying method of speed burst, and I'm getting more and more familiar with the dance of piercing dragon's breath. Lancelot's strength is also much stronger than Gawain's. Indeed. Gawain doesn't have speed burst and Luca doesn't know the dance of piercing dragon's breath. If they really fight, they'll be defeated in an instant. Rebecca looked deeply at Luca, who was hiding behind Wu Yan. A meaningful smile appeared on his face. But if you underestimate Luca, you will suffer a great loss. Don't forget, Luca is the next leader of the Yekoblad tribe. Patriarch of the Yekoblad tribe. Sylvia seemed to have remembered something, and her expression froze. Dancing on a dragon? If Luca can master the dragon dance, who will win? That's hard to say, Rebecca said before turning her gaze to the front. Of course, the prerequisite is that Luca has to gain Gawain's approval again. While Rebecca and Sylvia were talking, Wu Yan patted Gawain's neck and shook his head when he saw the displeasure in Gawain's eyes. I know that you don't want me to interfere in your affairs, but it's definitely not a solution for you to continue like this. I also know that you don't care whether you can keep your life or not, but think about it yourself. Once Luca loses you and fall, how desperate would she be? Don't forget, Luca's an existence that her own race has high hopes for. Wu Yan stared at Gawain's pupil-less purple dragon eyes. Once she loses the qualification to become a dragon knight, or even a dragon breeder, Luca's position in her tribe will undergo drastic changes. In that case, she might as well be dead. Do you want that to happen? Gawain's gaze immediately changed. If Luca can overcome her weakness and return to her previous state, wouldn't it be the best of both worlds? Wu Yan patted Gawain's neck. At least give Luca a chance. This time the displeasure in Gawain's eyes disappeared, only hesitation remained. Of course Gawain, who was willing to risk his life for Luca's safety, didn't want to see Luca face the situation that Wu Yan mentioned. But overcome. Can she overcome it? Gawain. Luca mustered up her courage and looked at Gawain with a pleading gaze. I don't know what I did wrong, but at least give me a chance. Give me a chance to talk to you. You. Gawain lowered his head. His dragon eyes were filled with uncertainty. It's too hard for you to make such a choice at your age. Wu Yan stroked Gawain's dragon horn. Just do as I say, Gawain. You don't have to do anything. Just sit here. Gawain shifted his dragon head and looked at Wu Yan. He then glanced at Luca, who had a hopeful look on her face. He turned his head away as if he couldn't care less, but he obediently laid back down on the ground. What a prideful dragon. Wu Yan rubbed Gawain's head as if he's trying to soothe him. He bent down and his expression turned serious. Luca touched Gawain. Lord Loon. Luca was a little happy to see Gawain lie back down on the ground after Wu Yan's words. But when she heard Wu Yan's instructions, she became nervous again. Touch Gawain like before. Wu Yan looked disdainfully at Luca, whose forehead was covered in sweat. This is your chance. After today, even I might not help you anymore. Luca raised her head in shock. Wu Yan's expressionless face entered her field of vision, telling her that he wasn't joking. Luca was given the chance. Whether she could grasp it or not was up to her. If she couldn't grasp it, then everything Wu Yan did would have been in vain. Luca clenched her fists and shifted her gaze to Gawain. She twisted her hands a few times, and a wavering expression appeared on her doll-like face. After a long while she walked out from behind Wu Yan. She stood in front of Gawain and looked at his body that was within reach. She raised her hand and slowly moved it towards Gawain. Rebecca, Sylvia, Yashur, Yak, and the others gradually became nervous. Gawain slowly opened his eyes, but he didn't look at Luca. Under everyone's gaze, Luca's hand came closer and closer to Gawain. Just as Luca's hand was about to touch Gawain, her pupils suddenly shrunk to the size of a needle. The memory of that day surfaced in Luca's mind once again. The panic when she lost her center of gravity. The fear when she lost her balance. The helplessness when she fell from Gawain's back. The despair when she saw Gawain getting farther and farther away from her, and the ground getting closer and closer to her. She couldn't reach Gawain even if she extended her hand. Russell. Luca's pretty face instantly turned deathly pale. She drew back all her hands, hugged her own body, and stepped back with a face full of fear and trembling. Luca. Rebecca, Sylvia, and the others were shocked. Roar. Gawain suddenly raised his head and let out a roar filled with anger and disappointment at Luca. It turned into a sound wave that blew towards Luca. Ah! Luca finally reacted. Tears welled up in her eyes as she looked at the roaring Gawain. She turned around and chose to run again. However, Luca's footsteps soon stopped. This was because Rebecca and Sylvia were standing side by side in front of Luca, blocking her path. Luca. Rebecca's expression was unprecedentedly serious. Why did you suddenly stop? Why don't you dare touch Gawain? Why did you suddenly run? The three whys were like sharp arrows, piercing Luca's heart and making her body tremble. Luca. Sylvia raised her voice with a sharp glint in her eyes. Don't tell me you're afraid of Gawain? Afraid? Of Gawain? Luca was dumbfounded. I'm afraid of Gawain? In other words, Gawain rejected me because I'm afraid of him? How? As if she had lost all her strength, Luca's body softened and she knelt on the ground. Her expression was stupefied. Rebecca and Sylvia glanced at each other and lowered their heads in silence. In the dragon house, Wu Yan stroked Gawain's head. He looked at the kneeling Luca and slowly closed his eyes. The atmosphere in the dragon house was heavy. Chapter 1371. Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, Student Council Office. Wu Yan, Sylvia, Yashu Yak, and Cosette are all gathered here. Other than Cosette, who is standing behind Sylvia, the rest of them sat around the table. None of them looked any better than the others. Obviously, at this moment, everyone present was in a very bad mood. Even Yak, who usually liked to cause trouble, had a gloomy face, completely devoid of vitality. Because of this, the entire student council office was filled with a gloomy atmosphere. It was deathly silent. After who knows how long, the door to the student council office was pushed open. Rebecca walked in valiantly. However, her face no longer had that confident and charming smile. It was rare for her to have a gloomy expression. Her emerald eyes were filled with worry and even a trace of exhaustion. Cosette. Wu Yan sighed when he saw the unconcealable exhaustion in Rebecca's eyes. Pour a cup of tea for Rebecca. Yes. Cosette smiled and poured a cup of black tea on the table in front of Rebecca. Just whose maid are you? Sylvia was dissatisfied and powerless when she saw Cosette obediently follow Wu Yan's orders. However, she didn't say anything else. After all, it wasn't the time to care about these things. Thank you. Rebecca finally squeezed out a smile and picked up the black tea in front of her. After taking a sip, his condition had more or less recovered a little. How is it? Wu Yanyan asked in a concise manner. Although his words were concise, everyone present understood what Wu Yan was asking. They all looked at Rebecca. I've already sent her back to Mufush. Rebecca bitterly smiled. But as soon as I returned to the room, Luca closed the door and ignored my shouts. I think she must have suffered a great blow. Of course. Sylvia said with some indignation. Who would be refused to ride by their own fall, because they are afraid of their fall? That's unimaginable, right? Don't be so sure. Wu Yan waved his hand at Sylvia. Luca also has her own reasons. Don't use your own views to generalize others. If Luca was really afraid of Gawain, she wouldn't have tried so hard to get him back. You mean? Rebecca, who was drinking her tea, paused and frowned. Luca is afraid of Gawain for another reason? No. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. Instead of saying that Luca is afraid of Gawain, it's better to say that Luca is afraid of riding Gawain. Afraid of riding Gawain? Everyone froze for a moment, and even Sylvia furrowed her brows. What's the difference? The difference is huge. Wu Yan shook his head. He hesitated for a moment. Actually, the reason why Gawain rejected Luca and why Luca was afraid of riding Gawain is because there's a big story behind it. With that, Wu Yan began to recount what he had learned from Gawain. Luca rode Gawain. She practiced the dragon dance that was passed down from generation to generation in the Yekybrad clan. Only the patriarch could learn and perform the dragon dance. Due to the difficulty of performing a dance while riding a dragon, he fell from Gawain's dragon back. She also suffered from psychological trauma after falling from Gawain's back. She began to fear riding Gawain. In the end, Luca forced herself to continue the dragon dance. Gawain was worried that Luca's life would be in danger if she continued to ride the dragon while suffering from psychological trauma, so he rejected Luca's request. He was willing to sacrifice his own life to ensure Luca's safety even at the cost of severing his celestial essence path. After hearing the whole story, Rebecca, Sylvia, Yashur, Acker, and even Cosette were all speechless. I didn't think there would be such a big reason behind this. Rebecca looked at Wu Yan with a complicated expression. She was also touched by Wu Yan's words. That's why you said you were on Gawain's side, right? Gawain's method was a bit extreme, but it was the best way to protect Luca. Wu Yan rubbed his forehead. To be honest, I'm also frowning. As expected, psychological trauma can't be removed so easily. I think Luca should have already vaguely sensed the reason why Gawain would reject her. She just didn't want to admit it. Why? Sylvia was perplexed. No one will laugh at her. It's normal to fall from a dragon's back. Is there a need to not admit it? The Yekybrad clan is best at dragon riding. You can see that from the dragon dance. Rebecca was the one who answered Sylvia. For the Yekybrad clan, falling from a dragon's back is the most humiliating thing. So that's why Luca hid the fact that she fell from Gawain's back. She didn't want to admit that she was afraid of riding Gawain. Sylvia finally showed an expression of relief, but soon, a troubled expression appeared on her face. This is going to be troublesome. Like Wu Yan said, psychological problems aren't something that can be solved so easily. Otherwise, Mikoto wouldn't have sunk into a state of extreme distrust towards humans and extreme disgust towards men for half a year, just because her reputation was tarnished. Meijio's thoughts may be too extreme, but it's also true that she was hurt. In the end, she even suffered from psychogenic voice loss. Who can say that it's not a big problem? If it wasn't for Wu Yan's subconscious desire to protect the elves, Meijio would still be treating humans like toys. She wouldn't be able to make a sound even now. Something will definitely go wrong if this continues. Rebecca straightened her back. Her eyes were sharp. Let's not talk about Gawain for now. Luca is so talented, and her clan has high hopes for her. Sooner or later, she will be active in the Kingdom of Knights as a Dragon Knight, or even a Saint Sky Dragon Knight. It will be a great loss for her if she is restricted by such obstacles and stagnates. The student union must give her some help. I agree. Sylvia was the first to react. Her face was serious. The Yekybrad clan has always been a clan with many talents in the knighthood of Lorimon. It's also because of their prowess on the battlefield that the knighthood exists today. Since Luca is the next leader of the Yekybrad clan, she will definitely be one of the strongest fighters in the knighthood in the future. As the fourth princess of Lorimon, I can't just sit by and watch. I agree. Yashur clenched his teeth. His face was filled with determination. Although I don't have the same perspective as President Rebecca and Her Highness, I used to be called a problematic student. I don't have the feeling of fall. I've experienced it for 3 years now. I can't bear to see Luca being looked down upon like I was in the past. That's why I can't just sit by and watch. Rebecca looked at Sylvia and Yashur with gratification and praise. Then she looked at Wu Yan. I have stated my reason from the start. I can't just watch that dragon die like that. Wu Yan rapped his knuckles on the table as he scanned the crowd. Looks like the student council really has to intervene this time. Everyone smiled bitterly. However, there was a hint of joy in their eyes. They looked like they were enjoying themselves. Wu Yan couldn't help but pour cold water on them. I can understand everyone's feelings, but it's also a fact that we can't help. Everyone's expression stiffened. They looked at each other. I think it's better to ask the Academy's experts for help, right? Yashur voiced his opinion, but it was rejected by Rebecca. Someone already thought of this from the beginning. The Academy's experts wanted to examine Gawain from the very beginning. However, Gawain refused to let anyone approach him. They couldn't do anything. Can't Roan make Gawain listen to him? Sylvia was unsure of what she was talking about. With Roan around, the experts should be able to examine Gawain, right? But Gawain's problem is that he doesn't have enough star essence. Rebecca shook her head again. I think that even if the experts approached Gawain, they wouldn't be able to find a way for Gawain to replenish enough star essence. Otherwise, the dragons wouldn't have fallen to the point of having to contract with humans to survive. Immediately, everyone revealed a distressed expression. Chapter 1372. In the end, 3 days passed, but there was no progress in the matter between Luca and Gawain. During these 3 days, Rebecca and Sylvia went to Mafesh more than once. They wanted to know Luca's current situation with the excuse of visiting. Unfortunately, every time they went to Mafesh, the door was closed. They couldn't even see Luca's face. Luca also took away the spare key to the dormitory. The two had no chance at all, and could only retreat. In other words, Luca had stayed in her room for 3 whole days and didn't take a step out. Originally, if she let Wu Yan go to Mei Fusha, based on Luca's longing for Wu Yan, and the fact that he helped her a while ago, Luca should be willing to let Wu Yan talk to her. However, Gawain's situation was also a problem. Without Wu Yan's care, Gawain's condition would definitely worsen. Left with no choice, they could only let Wu Yan take care of Gawain's matters while Rebecca and Sylvia continued to focus on Luca's side. This made Yeshu and Yak very dissatisfied. After all, the two of them had not been of any help from the start to the end, nor had they been assigned to any side by Rebecca. They could only watch as everyone busied themselves while they watched from the side, unable to do anything. However, there was nothing they could do about it. Mafesh was a female dormitory, and it wasn't convenient for boys to enter. Wu Yan took advantage of Luca several times when he went in. Rebecca and Sylvia naturally wouldn't allow Yeshur to take advantage of Luca or the other girls. As Yeshur's fall, Yak couldn't act on her own, so the two of them couldn't interfere with Luca's matters. As for Wu Yan's side, regardless of whether Gawain was willing or not to let Yeshu take care of Gawain, Yak herself was very unwilling. According to Yak's original words, as a holy and noble dragon, even if the other party was of the same race, she wouldn't allow herself to do such a thing that only a servant would do. She didn't even allow Yeshu to do the same. The reason was that as his servant, the only person Yaksu could serve was Aiku, and so, on Gawain's side, Yaksu and Yak also forfeited. In the end, they could only watch from the side. Actually, Wu Yan really wanted to refute. What do you mean by servants? What did it mean to serve? All he did was cook a meal for Gawain, and give him a small amount of star essence without anyone knowing. From an outsider's point of view, he was just providing food for Gawain. Is providing food for others something that only servants should do? You call this service? How could those chefs endure this? Although Wu Yan was not a chef, providing food for the dragons was a piece of cake for him. With his current culinary skills, as well as his physical abilities, he could easily prepare the food for Guthrum, Lancelot, and Gawain in a matter of minutes. It was not as easy as drinking water, but it was not much harder than eating rice. Therefore, it was not a big deal for Wu Yan to go to Luca's side while maintaining Gawain's life. However, Wu Yan had already taken advantage of Luca. Rebecca and Sylvia refused to let him go to Mafesh no matter what. This made Wu Yan extremely dissatisfied. Sylvia had a reason to stop him from going to Mafesh. After all, Corset had hinted that Sylvia was interested in him. But what about Rebecca? Was it purely because she didn't want to see her cute junior being taken advantage of? Or was Rebecca interested in him as well? Perhaps only Rebecca herself knew the answer to this question. Moreover, what time was it now? The matter of taking advantage of her should be placed at the back. The important thing should be the right thing to do, right? What are you up to? Thinking of this, Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh. Lord Roland sighed. Really? He really sighed. I really want to sit in front of Lord Roland and be blown away by his breath. Yua, I can't believe you have such a perverted idea. But I also want to. listening to a group of girls gathering in a corner of the classroom, sneakily and brazenly looking at him while shrieking without bothering to hide their volume. Wu Yan lost at least 80% of his strength. Even the classroom can't be peaceful? At this moment, a loud voice echoed from the entrance of the classroom. Lord Roland, someone is looking for you. Someone. In an instant, the classroom fell silent. Someone is looking for Roland? In a corner of the classroom, Sylvia lifted her head from her book and looked towards the door. In the next moment, Sylvia held her breath, and everyone in the classroom fell silent. At the door of the classroom, a petite figure seemed to be hiding behind the door. She was looking into the classroom uneasily. It was a young girl with slightly curly platinum hair that reached her shoulders. The young girl was wearing a female uniform unique to the academy. Her appearance was like a sculpture, extremely exquisite. Her pair of amethyst-like pupils were very conspicuous. Her entire body exuded a delicate and fragile temperament like porcelain that made people want to protect her. Her pair of sharp ears were much longer than the average person's. She was like a fairy that had walked out of a fairy tale, beautiful and fresh. It was Luca who had been hiding in her room for the past 3 days. Luca! Sylvia exclaimed. It's you. Wu Yan was also surprised. Not only Wu Yan and Sylvia, the entire classroom seemed to be in an uproar as they started discussing the matter. Isn't that the third-year Luca from the foundation class? Shalanin? Luca? Shalanin? Are you talking about the Yekoblad? The youngest dragon knight in history? It's her. I recognize her. She's Luca? Shalanin. That Yekoblad genius actually came to the classroom to look for Lord Loon. Luca might not be as popular as Lebeka in the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, but she was definitely not at a disadvantage compared to Sylvia. She was a member of the Yekublade clan, the youngest dragon knight in history. Coupled with her delicate appearance and gentle temperament, many male students in the basic and advanced classes were her fans. Naturally, there were fans of Luca here as well. Luca's visit to Wu Yan would cause a stir no smaller than Lebeka's visit to Wu Yan last time. Luca, on the other hand, didn't realize why she's being stared at by so many people. She had a timid look on her face as she scanned the classroom. When she saw a surprised Wu Yan, Luca's eyes brightened up. Lord Loon! Luca! Wu Yan reacted and he quickly stood up. He came in front of Luca, and he frowned when he saw how skinny Luca looked. I have a lot to say to you, but let me hear the reason why you came to see me first. Why yes. Luca shrunk her head when she saw Wu Yan's angry expression. But she knew what was going on. Wu Yan was angry because he was worried about her and her fall. She, on the other hand, acted so shamefully when this lord was helping her. How embarrassing. With such thoughts in mind, Luca lowered her head like a child who did something wrong. She tried her best to explain the reason why she came looking for Wu Yan. That. Although I know it's unreasonable, I have one more thing that I want to ask Lord Long for. Is that so? Wu Yan didn't ask and continued to look at Luca. That. Luca's cheeks suddenly blushed, and she shyly lowered her gaze. Seeing that Luca seemed to have something difficult to say, the students immediately held their breaths and quieted down the classroom. Even Sylvia, who had wanted to come over, stopped in her tracks and stared at Luca closely. That. After a long time, Luca carefully raised her head. With a nervous expression, she said something that made the entire place freeze. Can you let me spend the night in Lord Loon's room tonight? Ha. Wu Yan was stunned. What? The whole class froze on the spot. Spend the night. Sylvia, on the other hand, widened her eyes as if time had slowed down. It was only when she finally reacted that she cried out in shock. Spend the night. In an instant, the temperature of the classroom dropped to the lowest point, as if it had been frozen, and an icy silence descended upon the entire classroom. Chapter 1373. Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. In the night, the stars dotted the sky and the moon shone brightly. The cold air mixed with the moonlight spread across the entire world. It was like a mist dotted with starlight, permeating the silent Ansari University's Dragon Rider Academy. At this time, There were only a few lights in the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. The 4 student dormitories were all in darkness. One could faintly hear a lot of gentle breathing coming from inside the windows, proving that the students of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy had fallen into a dream. The 7 dragon houses had all lost their light. All the dragons had fallen into a deep sleep. They let out a snort that was much louder than a human's. It was very rhythmic in the silent night, as if the dragons were singing a song. Although it wasn't pleasant to hear, it was very easy to calm one's mind. However, tonight, the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy was destined to not be peaceful. Near the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, there was a building. It was a very old-looking sacred hall. In the middle of the sacred hall, there was a bell tower made of stone bricks. And on the bell tower of the sacred hall, one was tall and one was short. One big and one small, one male and one female, 2 figures stood there. The male's face mask could cover the area above his nose, leaving only 2 eye sockets. It was a cold mask. The female wore revealing unique clothes with a scarf around her neck. Her skin was dark and her long black hair was tied into a ponytail. It was Mycavez and Ania who came from Danbailey City. Standing at the highest point of the bell tower that was enough to have a panoramic view of the entire Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, Mycavez looked down at the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy that had fallen into darkness as the lights gradually faded. In his eyes, a trace of nostalgia actually flashed through. Ania guarded behind Mycavez. Her delicate figure was straight, as she also looked down at the academy. Therefore, she didn't see the nostalgia in Mycavez's eyes. Otherwise, she would be shocked. The moonlight poured down without any hindrance. The moonlight shone on Mycavez and Anya. Bathed in the moonlight, Mycavez's cloak fluttered slightly in the night breeze. He was like an assassin in the dark, causing Anya to feel a chill in her heart from time to time as she stared at his back, but she quickly regained her senses. After an unknown amount of time, Makawos finally withdrew his gaze that was filled with nostalgia. He exhaled and couldn't help but sigh. It's as peaceful as before. Same as in the past? Ania was startled and looked at Makawos suspiciously. Mycavez, did you come to the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy often in the past? Seeming to have sensed the doubts in Ania's heart, Makawos turned sideways in a non-committal manner and opened his arms as though he wanted to hug the entire Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. Feel this peaceful atmosphere, Anya. It won't be long before this peace is broken. Mycavez, Lord. Ania hesitated as if she had something to say, but didn't want to say it out loud. In the end, she brought it up. Are we really going to attack the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy? Don't you think this is a good opportunity? Makawos didn't answer, but asked instead. He closed his eyes as if he was really enjoying the peaceful atmosphere. However, the words that came out of his mouth sent chills down one's spine. The Ansari Dragon Riding Academy is the Dragon Cultivation Academy of the Knighthood. In this knighthood where dragons coexist, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy is the foundation of the knighthood's prosperity. Don't you think it's a good choice to use this place as an experiment site? Makawos slowly opened his eyes. A cold gleam flashed through his eyes like a sword. After all, we still need more experiments to determine if our corpse ash dragon can be used in actual combat. Corpse dragon. Ania couldn't help but feel disgust when she heard that name. To be honest, Anya didn't really like those ugly and disgusting corpse gray dragons. If it wasn't for Makawos' order, she wouldn't even want to look at them. She looked at the peaceful academy below and began to sympathize with it. Is such a peaceful academy about to be taken over by those corpse dragons? How pitiful. Let's begin. Makawos ordered while Ania was still feeling pity for the academy. Ania, take those things out. Yes. Ania hesitated for a moment before she agreed. She turned around and walked towards the interior of the clock tower. Lowering his head and looking down at the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy that was being blown by the night wind, Makawos narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. A giant dragon with white flames, let me see. Ania walked into the interior of the clock tower under Makawos' order. When she came out again, there was a clay jar in her hand. It should be said that it was a clay jar filled with ashes. Furthermore, It was the ashes of a dragon. These were dragon ashes that Mikhaos, Anya, and some spies of the Sepharos Empire in the Knights nation of Loriman had spent a considerable amount of time to steal from the temples dedicated to the burial of dead dragons in the Knights nation of Loriman. Although Mikhaos had the ability to use tools made by magicite engineering to awaken a dead dragon, the necessary condition to awaken a dead dragon was to use the ashes of a dragon as a medium. Otherwise, even if it was a product made by magicite engineering, it would be useless. Today, these ashes will turn into ferocious and disgusting beasts and mercilessly destroy the peace of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. Ania suppressed the disgust in her heart and seriously put on a pair of gloves. She opened the clay jar filled with ashes and reached her hand into it. She took out handfuls of ashes and sprinkled them below the clock tower. Mikhaos waved his hand and smashed an iron box that looked like a coffin on the ground. With a clang, Mikhaos opened the lid of the coffin without hesitation and took out a huge sword that looked like a dragon's wing covered with bone spikes from the coffin. This strange-looking huge sword was the product of magicite engineering that the Sepharos Empire was proud of and magicite engineering that the dragons had developed for many years. It was the summoning device for the corpse ash dragon. After the huge sword was taken away by Wu Yan last time, Mikhaos returned to the Sepharos Empire and created another huge sword. He even made some improvements to it. If the pitch-black huge sword in the past only looked strange and somewhat like a handicraft or decoration, then this huge sword that looked like a wing with bone spikes was truly strange and dangerous. It even looked like it had been mechanized and gave off a dangerous feeling at first glance. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that there were gem-like crystals embedded on the body of the great sword. They were sparkling in the dark night, and there were traces of mana rippling vaguely. These gemstones were the Dragon Glory crystals. Mikhaos lifted his great sword and slammed it down on the floor beneath his feet. Clang! The giant sword emitted a crisp sound as it pierced deeply into the ground. In the next moment, wisps of mana emerged from the giant sword and flowed to the ground. Grasping the hilt of the huge sword tightly, Mikhaos closed his eyes and chanted an incantation. It is an object of the deepest depths, from the abyss of death, an irresistible darkness, its blood, its flesh, ashes to ashes, ashes to ashes. The Dragon Glory crystals embedded on the huge sword bloomed with a frightening and strange light, illuminating the entire bell tower that had fallen into darkness. Mikhaos opened his eyes and pulled out the huge sword. He grabbed the hilt with one hand and raised it to the sky. Show yourself. The crystallization of magic engineering. Dazzling red light flashed on the giant sword like flowing water, and then condensed into lightning like thunderbolts. With a sizzling sound, the red light gathered together, and with the giant sword as the source, shot into the starry night sky. Incomparably dark clouds suddenly appeared in the calm night sky and stirred like a whirlpool, circling back and forth and covering the clear night sky in an instant. Streaks of red lightning slithered about like snakes, flashing densely in the pitch-black clouds. Below the bell tower, in front of the Ansari Academy of Dragon Riders, a scarlet light began to flicker. It was like the eyes of a lone wolf staring at its prey. Chapter 1374. Ansari State Dragon Riding Academy, Apollo. Inside the dimly lit room, Wu Yan and Luca sat on the floor facing each other. They didn't say a word, making the atmosphere quite awkward. Sitting in front of him, wearing a blue and white nightgown, her cheeks flushed red, her pair of small fists rubbing against each other, her entire person sunk into a swamp of bashfulness. Wu Yan's mouth kept twitching as he looked at Luca, who has been acting like this ever since she came to this room. What exactly did this girl come here for? Outside the window of Wu Yan's dormitory, two figures were sneaking around, peeking at the scene inside the room like thieves. One of them even had an angry look on his face. These two figures were Sylvia and Cosette. After the previous invasion incident, the fourth princess of Loriman knighthood was doing the dirty business of peeping again. If outsiders were to know about this, perhaps their impression of this famous Princess Blue Ice would be completely changed from the beginning to the end. Originally, Sylvia should have been very mindful of her image in the hearts of others. working hard to ensure that her actions would not bring shame to the royal family of knights. Her every action should have been very conscious, but now, it was as if Sylvia had been possessed by a resentful woman. She hung by the window while glaring at the two people sitting opposite each other in the room, gritting her teeth as she muttered, "Ugh, I didn't think he would really spend the night here. How impure, how impure." "Your Highness," Sylvia muttered with a bitter expression. Corset was speechless. "Are you that worried about Lord Roland?" "Of course I am," Sylvia answered without hesitation, but she still made sure to lower her voice so that the people in the room wouldn't hear her. A while ago, that guy had been eyeing Luca. Now that the two of them are alone in the same room, Luca won't be able to resist once Luoong makes his move. Sylvia clenched her fists after she said that. She spoke with a righteous tone. "Our mission is to rush in and protect Junior Luca when Roland is behaving like a beast. We have to punish such a public enemy with the hammer of justice. This is the family rule of the Lorimon family." "Is that so?" Corset blinked and smiled slyly. "What if he is willing to do this and that with Lord Roland? What will you do, Your Highness?" What do you mean by willingly?" Sylvia's righteous expression crumbled instantly. Instead, his face was filled with guilt as he smiled embarrassedly. How is that possible? Luca has only known Lord Roland for less than a week. Is there a problem?" Corset looked at Sylvia with an amused expression. "Back then, Your Highness, you only met Lord Rune for less than 10 minutes during the juvenile ritual. But you still missed him for almost 10 years, didn't you?" That's not the same." Although he said that, his expression changed. However, Sylvia was already wavering. "That's because I am indebted to Lord Roland. That's why If you are indebted to Lord Roland, it's the same for Luca." Corset reminded her kindly. "Don't forget, Lord Roland has been paying a lot of attention to Luca and Gawain. For Luca, Lord Roland has been very worried about her. This favor should be comparable to what Her Highness did for Luca, right?" This time Sylvia panicked. Could it be that the two people in the room really have a chance to? "If you are so worried, why don't you go in and take a look?" Just as Sylvia found it difficult to conceal the panic in her heart, a voice suddenly entered Sylvia's ears. Sylvia was startled and almost screamed. However, Corset, who already knew Sylvia's timid nature, nimbly covered Sylvia's mouth and stopped her from screaming. "I didn't expect to meet under such circumstances. Should I say it's a coincidence or fate?" Behind Sylvia and Corset, Rebecca was riding on Gufran's head. She was bathing in the moonlight as she looked at the princess and made peeping through Wu Yan's window. She smiled. "As a member of the student council, I don't encourage peeping." See President. Sylvia, who had finally managed to suppress the panic in her heart, was shocked again. "What are you doing here? Are you also?" "Well, I can't say that I don't care what Lord Roland and Luca do when they're alone in the room, but I'm more concerned about Luca." Rebecca gave an ambiguous answer. She rode Gufran to Sylvia's side. "By the way, Wu Yan's room is on the 3rd floor, so Sylvia and Corset are also riding on top of Lancelot." "You're concerned about Luca?" Sylvia heaved a sigh of relief and asked in confusion. "What about Luca?" "Luca isn't as bad as you think. She didn't come to Lord Roland to ask him to spend the night with her. She's definitely not trying to do anything weird." Rebecca glanced at Sylvia, who was blushing. With that child's personality, she must have something to do with Lord Roland. If I'm not wrong, it should be related to her or Gawain. Sylvia calmed down after hearing Rebecca's words. Indeed, although he had not known Luca for a long time, with Luca's gentle and weak personality, she dared to request to spend the night in public. Either she really could not suppress her inner feelings, or there was definitely something going on. It was apparent that Rebecca had come here because she had noticed this. At the thought of this, Sylvia instantly felt ashamed of her crooked thoughts. "You don't have to feel guilty." Rebecca seemed to have seen through Sylvia's thoughts. She smiled with a complicated expression. "You're a girl in love after all. It's normal for you to be a little blind sometimes." "Ellen love." Sylvia's face turned red. "No. It's not like that." Sigh. Rebecca ignored Sylvia's weak refutation and sighed. Really, that man is really sinful. He's making me angry. Angry? Sylvia's heart tightened for some reason. She hesitated for a moment before asking carefully. President, you also have feelings for Lord Roland. It's right that you don't deny having feelings for him. Rebecca didn't hide her feelings and revealed a natural and unrestrained smile to Sylvia. But whether he's worth entrusting my life to is something we'll have to wait and see. Sylvia fell silent. After a long while she sighed. He really is a sinful man. At the same time, inside the room, sitting across from each other, Wu couldn't help but break the awkward silence between the two of them when he saw Luca's blushing face fidgeting around. Hey Luca, you must have something to tell me since you're spending the night with me, right? Wu scratched his face and said helplessly. Are you really here to serve me in bed? Serve you in bed. Luca's already red face turned even redder because of Wu-Yan's teasing words. She clenched her fists and said shyly, If Lord Roland needs to serve me in bed. Can you wait until I'm done? Wu-Yan almost fell to the ground. This girl really does want to serve me in bed? Imperfect. Too imperfect. Sylvia trembled in anger when she heard the conversation in the room. He actually wants to make a move on his junior. He should be punished by the heavens. Lord Roland is in the wrong. Even Cosette angrily reprimanded him. Sylvia nodded repeatedly. However, Cosette's next words almost made Sylvia fall to the ground. Ming, if you want to serve me in bed, just tell me. I can do it too. Cosette, I can't pretend I didn't hear that. Sylvia said angrily. My maid is actually this kind of person, it's... Well, your highness, don't mind it. Cosette waved her hand with a smile. Anyways, after your highness marries Lord Roland, I will have to accompany you in your marriage. Serving the future master is also a maid's benefit. You. Sylvia's hands trembled. Rebecca looked at the flustered Sylvia and the smiling Cosette, and shook her head with a bitter smile. I have committed a grave sin. Chapter 1375. Alright, I understand. Wu-Yan rubbed his forehead as if he had a headache. Let's put this aside for now. Don't you have something you want to say to me? And Luca dilly-dallied for a while. After wasting a long time, she finally stopped blushing. Her small fists clenched together, and a trace of nervousness appeared on her face. Lord Loon, I want to ask you something about Gawain. I guess so. Wu-Yan wasn't surprised. He nodded and gestured for Luca to continue. Seeing this, Luca's delicate little face instantly became downcast. Her eyes also revealed a strong sense of loss. Lord Loon, did you already know why Gawain rejected me? Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? Wu-Yan threw Luca's question back at her without batting an eyelid. Did you already know the reason why Gawain would reject you? Luca opened her mouth and a dim look appeared in her purple eyes. I don't know. It's not that you didn't know. You just didn't realize it. Wu-Yan looked straight into Luca's beautiful eyes. No matter how slow you are, you should have noticed that every time you got close to Gawain, whenever Gawain approached you, you would subconsciously put some distance between us. When you got close enough, you would feel fear. I'm right, aren't I? Lord Loon. Luca looked up and met Wu-Yan's eyes. In other words, Gawain rejected me because I was afraid of Gawain, right? To be more precise, you are the one who is afraid of riding Gawain. Wu-Yan corrected her and closed the distance between them. No matter what, Gawain did it for you. You can't deny that. Luca's shoulders trembled when she heard Wu-Yan's words. Tears welled up in her eyes. As expected. It's all my fault. That's why Gawain is so weak. He might even die. He finally understood the reason why Gawain had refused to let him ride his mount. For the first time, Luca was concerned about something other than her own riding. She cared about Gawain's life. It was clear that Luca was more concerned about Gawain's life than whether or not she could ride Fall. Luca and Gawain. Although there was a serious gap between the master and servant now, they still put each other's affairs first from the beginning to the end. Should I say, as expected of master and servant? Luca, now is not the time for you to be sad. Wu Yan said coldly to Luca, who was on the verge of tears. Because of my care, Gawain hasn't reached the point where he has to sacrifice his own life to protect you. However, he is indeed getting weaker every day. If this continues, Gawain will die one day due to the lack of star essence. Are you willing to watch Gawain die? Luca sobbed and shook her head like a rattledrum. Then you should know that the hope of saving Gawain lies with you alone. Wu Yan held Luca's astonishingly thin shoulders. You have to be strong and overcome the trauma in your heart. Only then can you regain Gawain's recognition and re-establish your star essence path with Gawain. Return to the relationship you had before. Return to the relationship we had before. Luca looked at Wu Yan a little shaken. But can I do it? Gawain will be fine. As long as you recover, he will return to you immediately. No matter what, you are the master he is willing to risk his life to protect. How can he not acknowledge you? Wu Yan stroked Luca's cute little head. Don't worry, I will help you too. Lord Loon. Luca stared blankly at Wu Yan, who was gently stroking her head with a gentle smile. She blushed and quickly wiped away her tears. She nodded vigorously. I understand, Lord Loon. It's good that you understand. Wu Yan breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. You are here to serve me in bed. How can I not help you? Ugh. Luca's small and delicate pointy ears turned red from the roots. Kaboom! Just as the atmosphere between the two of them began to become intimate, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the dark sky, bringing with it a deafening sound of thunder. Ah! Luca shrieked, and with tears in her eyes, she reflexively threw herself at Wu Yan. Wu Yan was caught off guard and ended up hugging her warm and fragrant body. However, before he could get a good feel of the soft body in his arms, a shriek that is 1,000 times more miserable than Luca's shriek came from outside the window. The shriek is so shrill that it's even more frightening than the thunder from before. Hearing the screams coming from the window, Luca's face paled. She thought it was some kind of supernatural being. She closed her eyes and her arms around Wu Yan's waist tightened. Separated by a thin layer of pajamas, Luca's beautiful body was pressed into Wu Yan's embrace. An astonishingly soft sensation kept coming from his front, but he didn't have the leisure to enjoy it. He looked towards the window and grumbled in a resentful tone. Are you going to keep hiding? As the voice slowly faded away, the entire space fell silent. But not long after, the originally tightly shut window was suddenly pushed open, revealing 3 beautiful faces outside the window. In the end, Rebecca didn't seem to realize that she was caught peeping. She smiled to herself. Were we still found out? Your Highness. Cosette patted the back of Sylvia, who was hugging him tightly, with a helpless expression on his face. It's just a bolt of lightning. Is there a need to be so scared? But. Sylvia looked up with tears in her eyes. When she saw Wu Yan and Luca hugging each other, her pitiful expression disappeared and turned into a ferocious one. Cosette is right. It's just a bolt of lightning. How long are you going to hug each other? Luca finally reacted. She let out a soft cry and hurriedly pulled herself away. The deathly pale color on her face was replaced by a blush. Looking at Luca's cute blushing face, even Wu Yan couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. Now is not the time for you to flirt. At this time Rebecca spoke. She stood on Guffrin's head and looked at the sky with a serious expression. I'm afraid things aren't looking good. Not looking good. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. That's... When Wu Yan and Luca came to the window, they looked up with Sylvia and Cosette. They followed Rebecca's gaze and looked at the sky. What they saw made their expressions change. The night sky that should have been clear a second ago was covered by a layer of pitch-black clouds that spiraled like a whirlpool. Streaks of red lightning flashed back and forth in the clouds, bringing with them the sound of thunder. A heavy, gloomy, and evil aura seemed to have descended from the sky, shrouding the entire Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. Roar Gyuvlin and Lancelot's eyes glinted with ferocity as they roared at the gloomy sky. Without the consent of Rebecca and Sylvia, The two holy dragons began to circulate their mana, causing mana to ripple around them. Astonishingly, he had already entered battle mode. It seems like Gyvlin and Lancelot have sensed something as well. Rebecca's expression turned grave. This phenomenon. Sylvia's icy blue eyes fluctuated violently. It's the same as that time. Wu Yan stared at the sky covered by pitch-black whirlpool-like clouds. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Corpse Ash Dragon. That's right. The situation in the sky was exactly the same as when the Corpse Ash Dragon appeared and attacked Ansari. Rumble. A dull thud reverberated in the ominous night sky without any warning. Along with the reverberation of the sound, the ground of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy also began to rumble. Like an earthquake, it began to tremble violently. Wu Yan and Luca, who were still in the dormitory, lost their footing and nearly fell to the ground from the trembling ground. Ah! Luca cried out again. Her petite body fell from the tremor. Fortunately, Wu Yan caught her in time and prevented her from falling. However, Luca didn't mind at all. Instead, she pointed into the distance and cried out in shock. There. Chapter 1376. What's wrong? What's going on? Is it an earthquake? The students in the 4 dormitories located in different directions of the academy opened their windows one by one, looking out of the window with faces full of panic. Not only the students, but the staff, teachers, and other related staff also poked their heads out of the windows of their residences. When they saw the scene outside the window, they were all stunned. Dong 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 dong. The muffled sound was accompanied by the shaking of the ground, gradually causing chaos in the entire academy. That shocking sound was as if there was some huge ferocious beast running on the ground, causing the empty space in front of the academy to raise a cloud of dust that covered the sky and covered the earth. Not long after, the dust dissipated. What appeared behind the smoke and dust was a terrifying army. They were naked, pitch black, and looked like they had beast-like eyeballs all over their bodies. Their eyes flashed with a wolf-like ferocious light, drooling from their mouths. They looked extremely disgusting. Looking at the appearance of those dragons, I'm afraid none of the citizens of knighthood would admit that these monsters were dragons. However, judging from their appearance, they were indeed dragons. Moreover, they were like an army that had formed into groups of dragons. Groups of winged dragons with naked bodies spread their wings and soared high in the night sky, looking like earth dragons. Groups of earth dragons with their naked bodies were galloping across the open space. They looked like water dragons, but their bodies were naked. Groups of water dragons were swimming against the current of the river. Under the cover of the night, black aliens that looked very similar to pterosaurs, earth dragons and water dragons, but their bodies were naked and shrouded in an evil aura, were charging in the direction of the academy. These ugly pitch-black creatures that looked like pterosaurs, earth dragons and water dragons were none other than the Corpse Ash Dragons. Looking at their numbers, there were at least 700, 800, or even 1,000 of them. Now, such a terrifying army of Corpse Ash Dragons. They were charging towards the academy from the sky, the land, and the river. Roar, 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 roar. In the next moment, an evil and frenzied roar sounded. Gradually, it descended under the night sky that was covered by the pitch-black swirling clouds. This caused everyone to feel a chill in their hearts. His scalp went numb. What is that? A monster. Run. In the 4 dormitory buildings, a group of students who were still waiting by the windows screamed in horror when they saw this scene. They fled from the dormitory in a panic. Oh! It was an ominous roar. Corpse Ash Dragon's army finally arrived at the academy. Bam! Amidst the rumbling, the gate of the academy collapsed under the relentless assault of the earth dragon-shaped corpse dragons. Dong! Amidst the muffled sounds, the pterosaur corpse dragon army flew across the sky above the academy and started to spit out dragon breath, destroying the buildings one by one. Purng! Amidst the rumbling, the corpse dragon army burst out of the ground from the underground waterway, turning the entire academy into a pile of rubble. Hoo-hoo-hoo! A ruthless roar resounded through the clouds. How can? Sylvia and Luca stared blankly at the scene before them. Buildings collapsed like building blocks under the assault of the Earth Dragon-shaped corpse dragon army. Fiery sparks exploded under the dragon breaths of the pterosaur corpse dragon army. Inch by inch, the ground opened up like a hole as the corpse dragon army shuttled back and forth. Gray smoke and scarlet flames danced and filled the academy under the moonlight. Students, faculty and staff, everyone in the academy was running away in a panic. Under the night sky, the buildings were gradually being destroyed by the raging flames. Dong! Boom! Bang! Muffled sounds, explosions and explosions resounded in the academy under the night sky. Buildings collapsed one after another, raising a hazy cloud of dust. Every corner of the academy was ablaze with raging fires. Ear-piercing screams rang out incessantly. It was like hell. The academy. Sylvia's body trembled violently, flames of anger surging from her face. Rebecca's emerald eyes were also filled with anger. Clearly, the two of them were enraged. Unlike Wu Yan, Rebecca and Sylvia had spent more than a year or two in the Ansari Academy. They had more or less developed feelings for the academy, now that they saw their academy being destroyed by a group of corpse dragons. The rage they felt was not something normal people could understand. Rune-sama. Luca hugged Wu Yan tightly. She started talking in a flustered manner. Our academy? Don't worry. Wu Yan patted Luca's back while looking at the collapsing buildings in the distance. Rebecca, now is not the time to be angry. You're the president of the student council. Hurry up and organize everyone in the academy to fight back. Hearing this, Rebecca came to her senses and her expression instantly turned solemn. President. Next to Wu Yan's room, Yashu and Yak peeked their heads out of the window, and they looked at Rebecca. What should we do now? Rebecca didn't even think, and was about to give the order. However, her voice was immediately interrupted by a roar not inferior to the corpse dragons. Roar, 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 roar. Amidst the roars, ferocious beasts that looked like corpse gray dragons emerged from the 6 dragon houses in the academy one after another under the night sky. Pterosaurs flapped their wings like strange birds. The earth dragon moved its limbs like a lizard. It was a water dragon that was twisting its body like a huge snake. Finally, the dragons sleeping in the dragon house began to wake up and came out. In the next instant, the real pterosaurs, earth dragons, and water dragons clashed with the pterosaurs, earth dragons and water dragons. The academy instantly became a battlefield between the dragons and the dead dragons. The dragons are making their move too. Rebecca's eyes lit up. Our masters are running away in panic. And it's the Falls who are fighting the enemy bravely? Wu Yan glanced at the students and teachers who were still running away and mocked himself. How ironic. Even if they're dragon cultivators, they're only in their teens. It's inevitable for them to panic in this situation. Rebecca shook her head and smiled. That's why the student council is needed. With that, she opened her arms and closed her eyes. In the name of Rebecca? In the name of Randall, I hereby command you. Present the holy knight armor. You forged to me. Roar! Gyuvlin abruptly roared. Mana surged from his body, forming 2 magic arrays less than 10 centimeters away from each other. The magic arrays rippled and enveloped Rebecca. The magic arrays slid across Rebecca's voluptuous body. One melted her clothes into light, while the other condensed into a set of armor that looked like a tight suit. When the 2 magic arrays shattered, the sacred tight armor on Rebecca's body flickered with a cold and fiery light. Then Rebecca extended her hand and a golden magic array flew out and rotated in front of her. Appear. A demonic spear that kills in one hit. Its name is Kaiguru. Borgu. A huge black and red spear that resembled a drill emerged from the golden formation and landed in Rebecca's hand. She suddenly grabbed it. Yak. Got it. If this academy is destroyed, I'll be in trouble too. Yak closed her eyes like a meditating nun, and began to chant an incantation. Helmet, neck guard, chest plate, back plate, waist plate, hip plate, skirt plate, shoulder plate, arm plate, elbow plate, forearm plate, iron gloves, thigh plate, knee plate, shin plate, iron boots, spurs. The moment the last incantation fell, a white radiance followed by a powerful magic power wrapped around Yashur's body. Yashur could feel that the star carving on his left arm was heating up, causing him unbearable pain. and when the pain reached its peak, a set of silver knight armor made of pure magic appeared on Yashur's body, making him unable to feel any weight at all. Seeing Rebecca and Yashur equipped with the holy knight armor, Sylvia clenched her teeth and gripped Lancelot's reins. Although we don't have the holy knight armor, Lancelot and I have no intention of being spectators. Roar. Lancelot roared and echoed Sylvia's words. The war had begun. Chapter 1377. Roland. Rebecca, Sylvia, and Yashur didn't immediately charge into the center of the battlefield. Instead, they looked at Wu Yan, who was still in the dormitory. Now, the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy could be said to be facing the greatest crisis in history. There was no doubt about Rebecca's strength, and Sylvia's strength had also greatly improved after obtaining Speed Burst and Dance of the Penetrating Dragon's Breath. While Yasha's paladin armor had a time limit and was merely a hastily assembled replica, at the very least, Yasha's strength definitely wouldn't be weaker than Sylvia's while the armor was still in effect. But there was a big problem with this. After all, what was happening in the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy wasn't a battle, but a war. Facing thousands of corpse ash dragons, Sylvia's burst of speed had a time limit, as did Yashur's holy knight armor. Although Rebecca had the strength of the 8th rank, on the battlefield, a single person's strength was limited. By the time the holy knight armor ran out of mana, Rebecca would be powerless to reverse the situation. Fortunately, they still had Wu Yan on their side. Whether it was Rebecca, Sylvia, Yashur or Yak, they couldn't forget him. Not only was this ordinary-looking man the world's strongest dragon rider, he had also defeated the world's strongest holy sky dragon rider, Yuzura L. Sarwan's existence. If he made a move, then the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy's victory would be set in stone. Or rather, everyone was still thinking that if Wu Yan summoned that white dragon from that day, then with the might of that white flame that instantly defeated Yuzura, the leader of Loriaman's holy dragon riders, it should be able to immediately eliminate all the corpse ash dragons in the academy, right? Although Rebecca, Sylvia, and the others didn't know how strong that white flame was. But that day in the arena, the monstrous magic that surged up to the sky. However, they could clearly feel it. With that level of mana, how could it be weak? Not to mention, Yuzura had personally admitted it. That day, Wu Yan hadn't used his full strength. Therefore, Rebecca, Sylvia, and the others were waiting for Wu Yan to make a move to resolve the disaster of the Ansari Union's Dragon Riding Academy. Unfortunately, Wu Yan only looked at the battlefield in the distance and shook his head gently. Pung. Wu Yan hadn't finished his words yet. A muffled explosion suddenly rang out, interrupting his words. Suddenly, the water dragon-shaped corpse ash dragons burst out of the ground and rushed out of the underground waterway. There were about 5 of them, and all of them had pitch-black bodies, crazed eyes, festering gums, naked bodies and a foul stench. Saliva dripped from the corners of their mouths. The place they had charged out from was right below Rebecca and the others. Roar. Ear-piercing roars echoed through the night sky. A group of water dragon corpse ash dragons looked up with ferocious glints in their eyes. They fixed their gazes on Rebecca and Sylvia, who were riding on Guffrin and Lancelot. It's a corpse ash dragon. Rebecca and Sylvia's expressions changed. Roar. The water dragon corpse ash dragons opened their mouths and roared. Then, a dazzling flash of light accompanied by dense mana flames burst out and blasted towards Rebecca and Sylvia. Careful. The sudden attack made Rebecca and Sylvia's reactions slow by half a beat. However, Guffrin and Lancelot reacted in time. Roar. The 2 holy dragons let loose enraged roars, and the magic power surging over their bodies swelled. The hexagonal defensive barrier immediately expanded, and ripples spread out from it. Bang! The 5 water dragon corpse ash dragons' dragon breaths landed on the hexagonal defensive barrier in the blink of an eye. There was a loud explosion and scarlet sparks, but it only lasted for a moment before dissipating. The 5 water dragon breaths had been easily blocked. However, that wasn't something to be happy about. This was because the 5 water dragon corpse dragons had already extended black shadows from all parts of their bodies. They swiftly and violently bypassed the hexagonal barrier erected by the two holy dragons like whips and arrived before Rebecca and Sylvia in the blink of an eye. Those black shadows were actually dark red tentacles. The next moment, Rebecca and Sylvia, who hadn't reacted in time, were completely entangled by the tentacles. This is... Seeing Rebecca and Sylvia completely entangled by the tentacles, Wu Yan gaped in shock. These corpse ash dragons actually knew how to play with tentacles? President Rebecca, Your Highness. Yashio was also stunned for a moment, but he quickly stretched out his hand, intending to break those tentacles, but in the end, he pounced on empty air. The slippery tentacles wrapped around Rebecca and Sylvia's limbs and slender waists. With a tug, the two beautiful girls were suspended in the air. Damn it. Let me go. As if having a bad premonition, let alone Sylvia, even Rebecca looked rather flustered. And the facts proved that their bad premonition was indeed real. What are you trying to do? Stop. As Rebecca and Sylvia struggled with all their might, the dark red tentacles nimbly slid past their bodies and began to burrow into Rebecca's armor and Sylvia's uniform. No. Rebecca and Sylvia immediately let out coquettish gasps that made one's heart go numb. Rebecca and Sylvia got tangled up and harassed by the tentacles. Who knows what parts they shouldn't be touching under their clothes? The two girls blushed and their panting became more coquettish. Wu Yan was dumbfounded by what he saw. What kind of dragon is this? It was one thing to play with tentacles, but to play with such evil tentacles, how perverted must the person behind these tentacles be to create something like this? Just as Wu Yan was stunned by the surreal scene before him, a sorrowful cry rang out beside him. Yeah. No. While Wu Yan was at a loss for what to do, one of the water dragon corpse ash dragon's tentacles came into the dorm and wrapped around Luca, who was hugging Wu Yan. Luca screamed as she was dragged away. The tentacles with visible veins wrapped around Luca's limbs and dragged her out of the room through the window. She was also hung upside down in the air. Luca was crying as she struggled with all her might. However, the tentacles had already burrowed into Luca's loose pajamas. No. Don't touch strange places. Not long after, Luca also let out a coquettish cry and was hung in the air with Rebecca and Sylvia. It was an extremely pleasing scene. Wu Yan was completely dumbfounded. Yashir had already been blinded by Alec the moment Rebecca and Sylvia's pajamas were burrowed into their pajamas. He was rolling on the ground and howling in pain. Rebecca endured the strange feeling in her body and turned her head with difficulty to look at Wu Yan. When she saw Wu Yan's dumbfounded expression, she was furious. Stop daydreaming. Come save us. Oh. Wu Yan regained his senses. He stepped on the windowsill and shot out of the dorm. Turning into a black shadow, he charged towards the three girls who were hung upside down in midair, like he was breaking through the night. Poochie poochie poochie. His figure flashed past the dark red tentacles. All the tentacles wrapped around Rebecca, Sylvia, and Luca were cut off like snakes. They fell to the ground and continued wriggling like earthworms. Carrying Rebecca, Sylvia, and Luca, Wu Yan landed firmly on the ground. He looked around at the wriggling tentacles on the ground and couldn't help but sweat. They actually have this kind of ability. These corpse dragons really can't be underestimated. Damn it. Rebecca and Sylvia's expressions darkened. Their eyes were filled with rage. Gufflin. Lancelot. Roar. A roar echoed in response to the two girls. The two divine dragons set up a magic formation. Flame-like dragon breaths shot out and instantly obliterated the 5 corpse dragons and the disgusting tentacles on the ground. Seeing the flames of rage burning in Rebecca and Sylvia's eyes, Wu Yan knew that they were thoroughly enraged. These corpse ash dragons were in trouble. Chapter 1378. Roland, make your move. This time, Rebecca didn't ask for Wu Yan's opinion. Instead, she spoke in a deep voice as if she was giving an order. Evidently, Rebecca was enraged by the fact that the student council president of the Ansari Dragon Riding Academy, a Shangtian Dragon Rider Academy, had shown such a wretched side in front of others. Sylvia was about the same. Her eyes were filled with ferocity, causing Wu Yan to feel a little resentful. However, he had no choice but to refuse Rebecca and Sylvia's request. No. Go ahead. Looking at Luca, who is hiding behind him, and looking at the battlefield in the distance, Wu Yan answered her like this. I still have some matters to attend to. What time is it now? Why are you still? Sylvia was about to reprimand Wu Yan when Rebecca stopped her. Rebecca narrowed her eyes thoughtfully when she saw Wu Yan looking at Luca. She seemed to have understood something and smiled. I understand now. Then we'll go first. President. Sylvia looked at Rebecca in shock. It was a matter of life and death for the entire Ansari Dragon Academy. What could be more important than protecting the Ansari Dragon Academy? All right, just listen to Roland. Rebecca didn't answer. Instead, she called out to Guffrin and turned around. She rode on Guffrin's head again. Let's go. Guffrin. Roar. Gu Fuling roared in response. His body turned into a flash of red lightning and flew toward the battlefield in front of him. Wait. Sylvia quickly got on Lancelot as well. She glared at Wu Yan and Luca before grumbling. Be careful. I'm not so weak that I need someone to take care of me. Wu Yan chuckled. You should worry about yourself. Umph. Sylvia snorted. Beside her, Corset hugged Sylvia's waist. Under Lancelot's lead, they flew towards the battlefield. How long are you going to lie there for? Ai kicked Yoshio, who was still covering his eyes and rolling on the ground in pain. She grabbed him by the collar and dragged him towards the battlefield. Don't fall behind. That would be so embarrassing. Wait. It was accompanied by Yashua's screams. Ai dragged him all the way to the battlefield, leaving Wu Yan speechless. Lord Roland. Luca raised her head suspiciously when she saw Rebecca, Sylvia, Yak, Yashur, and the others entering the battlefield. She shifted her gaze to Wu Yan. Why did you? Come with me. Before Luca could ask, Wu Yan took Luca's hand. He walked in another direction. Lord Lune? Luca tilted her head. Her eyes were filled with doubt, but she didn't ask any more questions. Dong on the flat ground. A dazzling saber light that seemed to be composed of flames was parallel to the ground, like a remnant light. In a flash, a 10-meter-long saber curtain was drawn. Like a large saber of light, it slashed through the air with a loud explosion. The Earth Dragon and Water Dragon corpse dragons that were wreaking havoc on the ground seemed to have suffered a huge impact when they came in contact with the saber light. Their decaying bodies were crushed into pieces and fell to the ground. Holding Luca in one hand and Shauna in the other, Wu Yan charged through the battlefield with a dissipating airflow. It didn't take long for them to arrive at a place. Shockingly, it was the 7th Dragon House of the Ansari Kingdom's Dragon Riding Academy. Dragon House. Luca was startled at first, but then she seemed to recall something. Her expression changed, and she cried out in surprise. Gawain! Roar. As if in response to Luca's call, a roar resounded throughout the 7th Dragon House. What followed was a pillar of dragon breath that seemed like a flame. It shot up from the 7th Dragon House and blasted open the ceiling. Gawain's average-sized body shot out from the ceiling and into the sky. Luca was overjoyed at first, but then she cried out in surprise, Gawain! This was because behind Gawain, who had rushed out of the 7th dragon sarcophagus, there were about 10 dragon-shaped corpse ash dragons flying out from the 7th dragon sarcophagus. They were like huge strange birds, waving their tentacles and lashing at Gawain like whips while following behind Gawain and attacking him fiercely. Gawain tore through the air and flew through the sky above the 7th dragon house, avoiding the tentacles that whipped at him and the pursuit of the pterosaur corpse dragons. However, it didn't take long for Gawain to slow down. If Gawain was in his peak condition, he should be able to easily deal with the 10 pterosaur corpse dragons. After all, Gawain was a holy dragon even though he was only a young dragon. Unfortunately, Gawain had not received enough star essence for a long time. Although his body was not weak, he was not in a good condition. Under such circumstances, let alone Gawain, even Gyuvlin would not be able to withstand the pterosaur corpse dragon's pincer attack. Gawain's speed slowed down again and again due to his weak body. Finally, he was surrounded by the tentacles. Roar. Gawain let out an unwilling roar. Gawain. Luca's expression changed again and again until it was full of anxiety. Lord Roland. Luca grabbed Wu Yan's clothes tightly and begged, "Please save Gawain." No. To Luca's surprise, not only did Wu Yan not do anything, he even lowered Shauna and rejected her coldly. "I won't do anything." Luca looked at Wu Yan in disbelief. "Why?" "Because it's not my duty." Wu Yan met Luca's purple eyes. "You should be the one saving Gawain." "Me?" Luca was dumbfounded. "Gawain severed his star essence path to protect you and weakened his body. Otherwise, Gawain would have been able to deal with those corpse dragons in a matter of minutes. In other words, Gawain is in this state because of you." Wu Yan's voice pierced Luca's heart like a sharp arrow. "As Gawain's master, shouldn't you take responsibility and save Gawain who has been protecting you all this time?" "How can I save Gawain?" Tears welled up in Luca's eyes. She was so anxious that she was about to break down. "Without Gawain, I can't do anything. Lord Roland, I beg you please save Gawain. You can scold me all you want after this, but Gawain. Gawain. Luca." Wu Yan sighed when he saw Luca so anxious that she was about to cry. "Luca, think about it. Think about everything you did with Gawain. The excitement you had when you flew in the sky with Gawain. The excitement you had when you practiced dragon riding with Gawain. The peace you had when you lived and ate with Gawain. The joy you had when you improved with Gawain. Luca, do you really want to see Gawain continue to weaken like this?" This time, Wu Yan's voice drifted into Luca's ears like a breeze. She froze on the spot. Images of her time with Gawain appeared in her mind under Wu Yan's guidance. "Gawain has a lot of pride." Wu Yan's gaze shot to the sky. Gawain was roaring furiously as he was entangled by 10 pterosaur corpse dragons. Wu Yan closed his eyes. Right now, because of his body, he's being entangled by 10 disgusting minions. He must be feeling terrible. If he's defeated, he might never get up again. "Luca, do you want to see Gawain suffer such a blow and fall into depression?" "Gawain." Luca clenched her fists tightly. Her face was filled with uncertainty. Luca had to admit that everything Wu Yan said was correct. Given Gawain's personality, he would be devastated if he was defeated by a dragon like that. Right now, Gawain must be feeling terrible. This was all because of her fear of riding Gawain. Could it be that he was just going to watch Gawain be defeated and sink into depression? Could it be that he was going to continue like this until he ran out of star essence and died in depression? No. Absolutely not. Roar. Gawain howled in the sky. He finally shattered the last bit of hesitation in Luca's heart. Gawain. Without hesitation, without confusion, and without the fear she had in the past, Luca lifted her bare feet and ran forward. Bzzz. In the next instant, Luca's body burst into a dazzling torrent of light and charged into the sky. Chapter 1379. The dazzling torrent of light turned into a bridge that resembled the Milky Way, rising from the ground into the sky. Then, with a turn, it descended from the sky like a veil made of starlight, landing on Gawain's body. In an instant, Gawain's body was also dyed with starlight. It was as if he had rushed into the Milky Way. His body flickered with an extremely rich radiance. The torrent of light formed from starlight melted into Gawain's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Along with it, Gawain's aura grew stronger and stronger. Gawain was gradually recovering to his peak state. Looking at the dazzling torrent of light that resembled the Milky Way, Wu Yan's eyes lit up. It's star essence. Yes, the composition of the Milky Way torrent of light was the essential energy that maintained the life of this planet. Star essence. Now, a huge amount of star essence was replenishing Gawain's body that was extremely lacking in life energy. It was allowing him to gradually recover to his peak state. This also proved that Luca and Gawain's star essence path. It had been re-established. Before long, the torrent of light formed by star essence finally subsided. It turned into specks of starlight and dissipated into the sky. Roar. Gawain abruptly opened his eyes and let out a roar filled with extreme excitement. His voice was like a sound wave, and with a tremor, it shattered the surrounding tentacles that were wrapping around him. They fell to the ground. Roar! As if to celebrate his recovery, Gawain roared excitedly. A surge of magic power surged from his body. Following his roar, it condensed into a rotating magic formation that extended forward. Bang! A dazzling stream of magic power that resembled a pillar of light was mixed with a flaming dragon's breath. Like a meteor, it streaked across the night sky and landed on the 10 pterosaur corpse dragons that couldn't react in time. A ball of fire exploded in the sky. Then, the corpse dragon's flesh scattered from the sky like dust, becoming insignificant specks of dust in the vast land. Roar! Gawain's voice was full of joy. He circled around and landed on the ground. Luca was sitting on top of Gawain's body without anyone noticing. Lord Roar! Luca's face bloomed with a smile that even the night sky couldn't reach. It was as if she had become the only light in this world that had lost all light due to the dark clouds. She was also extremely beautiful, like a fairy sent down from the heavens. Well done, Luca. Seeing Luca's smile, Wu Yen couldn't help but smile. He always faces Luca. Wu Yen rubbed Gawain's neck as he looked at him from afar. Wei Luca, you should be satisfied now? Roar! Gawain let out a low roar. There was joy and gratitude in his roar. Gawain knew that without this person's help, Luca wouldn't have been able to overcome the fear in her heart and accept him again. Not to mention the problem of whether he could survive or not. Now that the celestial veins were once again connected, Luca's rider consciousness had also fused with Gawain's. Gawain could clearly sense the trauma in Luca's heart. It couldn't be said that it had been completely overshadowed by Luca's strong emotions. Luca Gawain way. No matter how you look at it, this has to do with Wu Yen. Gawain's heart was filled with joy and gratitude. If you really want to thank me, then don't cause any more trouble. Seeing the gratitude in Gawain's eyes, Wu Yen smiled. I can't take any more of your torment. Both Luca and Gawain lowered their heads in embarrassment. Wu Yen was amused. Lord Roar! Luca suppressed the joy in her heart from reuniting with Gawain. Her eyes were filled with determination. I want to join the battle. Join the battle? Wu Yen paused and looked towards the center of the academy. That's right, the corpse dragon isn't completely dealt with yet. Lord Roar! Luca suddenly spoke. There's something I'd like to ask of you. Another request? Wu Yen crossed his arms curiously. Then, we won't be spending the night together this time, right? Luca blushed and shyly shook her head. No, I want Lord Roar to ride Gawain with me. Ride Gawain together? Wu Yen gasped. Ha! Yes. Luca's clear eyes revealed a strong will. I want to challenge the dragon dance again and calm this chaos, but I can't guarantee that I won't be afraid. You mean? Wu Yan's tone was uncertain. You won't be afraid with me around? Lord Roar. If it's Lord Roar. Luca closed her eyes for a moment. When she opened them again, her expression was firm. With Lord Roar by my side, I think I can. Wu Yen scratched his cheeks and he helplessly grinned at Luca. I really don't know what to do with you. Wu Yen jumped onto Gawain's back and sat behind Luca. He reached out and hugged Luca's waist. Now you won't be afraid anymore, right? Wu Yen whispered into Luca's sharp elf-like ears. Just give it your all. I will hug you. I will never let go. Okay. Luca felt the warmth on her back and the whispers in her ear. She nodded firmly. Gawain. Roar. Using a roar as a response, Gawain raised his head to the sky and let out a long howl. Magic power surged from his body and soared into the sky. The wind whistled in her ears. Luca gripped the reins tightly and looked forward. She looked back and saw the smiling Wu Yen. Luca was a bit absent-minded. Lord Roar, Can you hold me tighter? Like this? Tighter. Like this? Tighter. You. Wu Yen bitterly smiled. As if he wanted to melt Luca into his body, he tightened his grip around Luca's slender waist. Then, how about this? Whoosh! At the same time, Gawain increased his speed to the maximum. Like a white meteor, he streaked across the sky. A powerful centrifugal force began to take effect. If it were anyone else, this speed would be enough to make them lose consciousness, and cause them to become anemic and dizzy. If they weren't careful, they would have been thrown off. However, there's still a gap between this speed and speed burst. Wu Yan was able to ride Lancelot even under speed burst. His expression didn't change at all, let alone on Gawain's back. He hugged Luca tightly and stared at her. Under Wu Yan's gaze, Luca's body began to emit star-like light. Gawain's body also began to emit a gentle light. Following his flight path, he left a trail of light in the night sky. Gawain was drawing in the night sky. He was drawing as if he was dancing. Moreover, the pattern Gawain was drawing was an extremely complicated geometric magic formation. It wasn't until the huge geometric magic formation was completed that the full appearance of the pattern was exposed to the night sky. It was a circle with a shape like a dragon's head in the center. It was at least 100 meters in diameter. It was very strange. It was a star carving. The star carving that blotted out the sky was reflected in the pitch-black night sky. It emitted a gentle halo. A vast amount of magic power fluctuated from it and turned into ripples that reverberated in the air. Luca suddenly opened her eyes. Dragon Rider Dance, first dance, purifying honey rain. Once the Dragon Rider Dance was completed, all kinds of magic effects could be activated. At this moment, the night sky of the Ansari Academy blossomed with dazzling light. In the sky, a meteor-like rain of light suddenly fell from the sky, landing on the entire Ansari Dragon Riding Academy. Bathed in the rain of light, the corpse dragons didn't even have time to make a sound before their bodies exploded into powder and covered the ground. The powder was the ashes of the original dragons. In less than a second, the hundreds and thousands of corpse ash dragons, which gave everyone a headache, were all turned into ashes and disappeared from the world. Luca held Gawain's reins and leaned into the warm embrace behind her. Her purple eyes were filled with dazzling splendor. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.